Chapter 1. Falling into the water. It was June, and summer had already arrived. There was a restless warmth dancing in the air. Outside the row of classrooms, there was an open space, and under a huge tree, children were playing with jumping ropes. The children were of different heights, but they all wore old patched clothes and were covered in dirt. It was time for their break. Suddenly, a woman with twin braids, dressed in a dark blue hand-stitched dress and cloth shoes, began talking to the children playing outside. After they finished talking, the woman took out a few candies, stepped aside, and wiped her tears. She then walked determinedly toward the office. With a loud bang, the old wooden door was roughly pushed open, suddenly revealing the two people inside the room. A man sat in a chair, grading papers, while a woman in a crisp white shirt leaned over, her arm resting on the back of his chair. Her mouth hovered near his ear, creating an intimate scene. The woman's breath caught in her throat as she clenched her fists, her face twisting in frustration. Hearing the noise, the two people who were leaning against each other were startled and quickly separated. The woman in the white shirt raised her eyebrows. "Who are you? Don't you know how to knock before coming in?" The man, still holding a pen in his hand, was also wearing a pure white shirt and black trousers. The hem of his shirt was tucked into his trousers, and he was wearing leather shoes. This outfit made him look like a city dweller. "Meowing? What are you doing here?" He stood up suddenly, hitting his leg on the table. Feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, he gritted his teeth, knowing he couldn't pretend nothing had happened after being caught in such an awkward situation by his own wife. He had had a fight with her a few days ago, and he said a few nice words to coax her into calming down. He thought he could enjoy a few peaceful days, so why had she suddenly shown up at the school today? "Knock. I'll knock on your ancestor's door, you shameless woman." Lin Meowing ignored the man but stared at the woman, rushed forward, stretched out her hand, grabbed her hair, and slapped her twice. "Are you so short of men that you're trying to climb up to married men with no shame? Today I'll ruin that pretty face of yours and show you, you shameless woman, how shameless you are." She continued slapping her with both hands. Her hands were rough and strong from years of farm work. So when she slapped the soft face of the educated young woman from the city, it instantly turned red and swollen, with blood at the corners of her lips. The woman in white shirt was stunned and felt like a rag doll in Lin Meowing's hands. Her mind went blank. In the city, people valued civility and manners, but she hadn't expected to be attacked so suddenly by this rural woman. She, an educated person, was no match for such violence. Lin Meowing did not let her go and dragged her out by her hair. "Come on, follow me to see the secretary, and hold a criticism meeting. You two are having an affair. You should be punished. Even shot." Let go of me. You shrew. Let go." The girl in the white shirt felt a terrible pain in her scalp. She grabbed her hair and screamed, "Teacher Meng, save me." Meng Yuanjing hesitated. He knew that although his wife had a hot temper, she was also soft-hearted and was willing to listen to him. If he said a few nice words to coax her, maybe everything would be fine. He didn't want to be convicted of having an affair. It was better to coax her and say a few nice words. He just forced a smile, and was about to step forward to apologize. But before he could say any nice words, Lin Meowing spat at him. "Shut your filthy mouth. I already heard from the kids outside. You two have been fooling around behind my back for days. Do you think I'm stupid? We didn't do anything." He felt ashamed by Lin Meowing's vulgar words. Lin Meowing refused to listen and dragged the woman in the white shirt out by her hair. Meng Yuanjing was so anxious that he had no choice but to follow her, holding her arm and saying nice things to her. Because he still had to go to college, he couldn't afford to be criticized and reprimanded for his improper actions. He also didn't want to lose his job as a primary school teacher, and he definitely didn't want to go back to farm work. Meowing, I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again. From now on, I will only be good to you." Meng Yuanjing was almost on his knees when Lin Meowing glared at him fiercely and kicked him in the crotch. He immediately let go and groaned, covering his crotch with his hands. He squatted down with a pained expression and shouted, "Shrew, you ruthless woman! Aren't you afraid of going to jail for hitting someone?" The woman in the white shirt shouted, "Ba jail? Why would I be afraid? Anyway, you two will take the blame for me." The children playing outside saw that the teacher had not come yet, and ran out to see what was happening. They asked in confusion, "What happened to Teacher Zhang?" An older child said, "Sister Meowing is Teacher Meng's wife. My mother said that if you have a wife, you can't be with another woman, or it's called improper relations." Oh. The children gathered around to watch the fun. Meng Yuanjing and the girl in the white shirt were ashamed and mad, but there was nothing they could do. Nothing was more important than avoiding punishment. Meowing, you've misunderstood. We have a purely revolutionary partnership. I have no thoughts about her at all." Meng Yuanjing forced himself to stand up, ignoring his discomfort, and rushed over to plead. "Misunderstood? Your mouths are practically glued to each other, and you call that a misunderstanding?" Lin Meowing spat on his face, holding the girl's hair tightly with her hands. We country folks don't understand your city ways. Is it a misunderstanding? Let's go ask the secretary to judge and see what you've done. These kids all saw it. Meowing, meowing, I'm begging you. I was wrong. I promise this is the last time, I swear. Ah. Lin Miaoying kicked him in the chest, and the kneeling Meng Yuanzheng fell down like a weak shrimp. Lin Miaoying. You shameless woman. You'll never find a man in your life. The woman in the shirt shouted. Lin Miaoying didn't listen to what the woman in the shirt said at all. She grabbed her hair with one hand and held her neck with the other, dragging her towards the secretary's house. The woman kicked her feet on the ground, her face turned red, and she couldn't even swear. Passing by a pond, this group of people quickly attracted the attention of those working in the fields, and they all asked what had happened. Seeing the girl in the white shirt being dragged by Lin Miaoying, they quickly understood what had happened. I've said before, this educated youth Zhang isn't honest. She dresses up and doesn't seem like someone who came to the countryside for serious work. She attracts the attention of the male team members, and I'm really worried that my son will be influenced by her. Meng Yuanzheng is not a good person either. He's already married, but he still often talks to girls in the village. The harsh voices around her reached the woman in the white shirt, making her heart race and her face turn red. She couldn't be taken to the brigade secretary. She didn't want to be criticized. Oh, you're still glaring at me? Lin Miaoying grabbed her hair tightly, causing the woman in the shirt to scream in pain again. Suddenly, she noticed something and looked closely. Her eyes widened as she shouted. Meng Yuanzheng, you bastard! This cloth was given to me by my cousin at my wedding. You actually stole it to make clothes for this shameless woman. Meng Yuanzheng trembled. No, Miaoying, let me explain. Take it off. Take it off for me. Lin Miaoying's eyes were red, and she was stripping the shirt girl's clothes like crazy. The buttons broke instantly, revealing the undergarments underneath. The girl resisted desperately, and people around her came over, pretending to persuade Lin Miaoying to stop, but actually reaching out to help tear off her clothes. Help. You shrew. Meng Yuanzheng, save me. Save me. The woman in the white shirt felt pain all over her body, and she kicked Lin Miaoying on the calf with all her strength. Lin Miaoying let go of her, and the woman took this opportunity to push her hard, regardless of the consequences. Lin Miaoying was caught off guard and screamed as she was pushed toward the pond. Behind her was Meng Yuanzheng, and as a result, the two of them fell into the pond together. Chapter 2. Original. Lin Miaoying opened her eyes and was feeling uncomfortable all over. She coughed violently and choked on a mouthful of water. Turning over, she vomited all of it. Okay, you're coming around. Hurry up and spit out all the water in your stomach. Go and call the captain's family. Someone patted her back and helped her vomit. She bent her upper body and lay on the ground. She's confused. Where was this? Hadn't she been lying in a hospital bed for several months? Hadn't the doctor already issued a notice of critical condition? When she felt a little better in her stomach, she raised her hand to wipe her face and saw that she was surrounded by blue pants, green rubber shoes covered in mud, and some hose and other tools. Then she saw a man standing not far away who was only wearing one shoe. He looked out of place because he was in black pants and leather shoes, with the other foot bare on the wet ground. Make way, Captain Lin's son is here. The crowd parted, and a man wearing a vest, with tan skin ran over and picked her up. Ineen, are you okay? She shook her head subconsciously, and the man said, Brother will take you to the clinic. Get on. Seeing the man bending down, before she can even move, the surrounding women had already stepped forward and pushed her onto the man's back. The man carried her on his back and said to the people around him, Thank you for all your help today. The people around him said modest words and promised, Take Sister Een to the clinic quickly. We'll definitely keep an eye on Zhang Hui. The man thanked everyone again, and carried her away. As she lay on his back, she slowly tried to remember what year, month, day, and place it was. She recalled a dream she had over and over again before she died. She dreamt of a plot from a novel. Now, when she combined it with the memories of the original owner in her mind, it all matched. She had traveled through the book. This book is set in Huaxiao in the 1970s, and tells the story of a female educated youth who went to the countryside and a poor rural boy who fell in love, and became rich together. She became a supporting character, with the same name, Lin Miaoying. The original owner was the daughter of the production team leader. Her husband, Meng Yuanzheng, was a villain who had no good qualities except for his good looks. As a male educated youth, Meng Yuanzheng wanted to escape from hard labor, but also wanted to get a job. So he married Lin Miaoying, the daughter of the production team leader, and used the team leader's family connections to become a teacher in the village primary school. However, he really disliked the original owner, believing she was unsophisticated, that they had nothing in common to discuss, that she had a bad temper, and that she was extremely vulgar and unpleasant. He, on the other hand, saw himself as a charming young man who enjoyed being admired by girls. The original owner was the youngest daughter in the family. Although she was very favored, she was quite foolish. She was tricked into marriage by Meng Yuanjing's sweet talk. When his true nature was revealed, she could only cry and make a scene like a shrew. The two often quarreled and fought. Meng Yuanjing was good at talking, while the original owner was not. He always said outside that the quarrel was caused by the original owner's bad temper, and that he was the victim. Others believed him, seeing his refined, gentlemanly appearance. Later, Meng Yuanjing fell in love with the original female protagonist, and wanted to divorce her. The original owner believed it wasn't her husband's fault, but rather the female protagonist for seducing him, so she continued to create trouble for her. After the times changed, the educated youths returned to the city, Meng Yuanjing left, and the original owner was cruelly abandoned. Later, after he became an official, he tried to sabotage the male and female protagonists who were doing business together. In any case, Meng Yuanjing's image in the book was that of a lazy, selfish, lecherous, and cowardly man. Lin Miaoyin opened her eyes and looked at the lush green rice fields by the roadside. The sunlight above her head was warm and real, just like her original world. How could she end up in such a situation? Although crossing into a book gave her a chance at rebirth, she was still herself, not the original owner. She would not follow the original owner's path. It was only right that she cherishes the new life that was given to her. And it was impossible for her to continue living with this villain husband. Thinking of the ending in the original work made her heart sink. She had to find a way to divorce and stay away from that scumbag. When they arrived at the commune clinic, there was only one doctor inside. He asked her to be placed on the creaking bed, gave her a quick check and said, "It's nothing serious. You just inhaled a bit of water. It's fine since you were saved in time." The man asked, "Are you sure? Is there nothing wrong?" The doctor fiddled with his instruments and replied, "If you're not at ease, you can stay for further observation." Lin Miaoyin lay on her back. "Brother, I'm fine." After walking all the way, her clothes were dried in the sun. Apart from feeling a little weak, she was fine. "Okay, let's go home." "Oh, that reminds me, you have to tell me what happened. I just heard that you fell into the pond. I almost dug my foot with my hoe when I heard it." The man came over and carried her on his back. He said his thanks to the doctor and walked back. Lin Miaoyin said nervously, "I can walk by myself. You can put me down." "It's okay. I'm strong. What's wrong with carrying my sister on my back?" Today, their parents went to the city to do some work. The original owner had specifically waited for this day when her parents weren't home to create a scene. Previously, when she talked to her mother about Meng Yuanjing, her mother always advised her to endure it, and instilled in her the idea of submitting to her husband after marriage. Nowadays, women's thinking was still quite futile. If the original owner could have tolerated it, she wouldn't have decided to go all out and create a scene. When they arrived at the Lin family, the man went back to work in the fields, since the fields could not be left unattended. She went to boil hot water to wash herself clean, found an old piece of clothing belonging to her mother to change into, and returned to the room she slept in before marriage, not caring that it had been vacant for a long time and had a layer of dust. She just collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already dusk, and the room was filled with rosy light. She sat up and felt much better. Just then, her sister-in-law, Chuifun, came into the room to see how she was doing. "Inin is awake, are you thirsty?" She poured a cup of hot water from the kettle and brought it over. Lin Miaoyin took a sip from the enamel cup and pursed her lips. "Sister-in-law, what happened to the others after I left with brother?" "Zhang Hui was sent to the Public Security Bureau." "And Meng Yuanzheng?" Chuifun said, "Him?" At that time, there were only some old women around, and none of them could swim. If he hadn't pulled you out of the water, you would have lost your life. So father and the brigade secretary decided to offset his merits and demerits and not punish him. Lin Miaoyin raised her head from the cup and said, "I fell into the pond because of him, but he didn't face any punishment. It can't be helped. To be honest, I don't like this dishonest man either. But saving a life deserves recognition. That merit is much greater than the mistake of him holding hands with a girl." In the original story, the original owner was rescued by someone else, but it took quite some time, so she had to go to the hospital. After waking up, she caused a huge scene. The original owner wanted to sue Zhang Hui for attempted murder, and for having an affair with someone else. Meng Yuanjing knelt down and begged her, crying, swearing that he would only be good to her in the future. Finally, she softened her heart and pleaded with the secretary, so Meng Yuanjing only write a self-criticism. However, the vixen Zhang Hui was not so lucky and was given a serious warning. "Oh, that reminds me. Zhang Hui said she wanted to sue you for beating her." Lin Miaoyin smiled. "Beating someone? Who saw it?" Her father was the team leader of the production team. Those who wanted to stay in the team did not dare to come out to testify that she beat Zhang Hui. She knew very well how high the status of a team leader was in that era. Her father was in charge of the production and life of the entire team. But the wound on her face. Chuifun wondered what would happen if Zhang Hui brought up the wound on her face. Lin Miaoyin was putting her feet into her old cloth shoes. She stood up and walked a few steps. She felt uncomfortable with the handmade soles. It hurt her feet. She looked up and said decisively, Meng Yuanjing beat her. Chuifan didn't process it at first.
Meng Yuanzheng beat sa nuit?
Lin Miaoyin added. There was a conflict between the two of them. Meng Yuanjing beat Zhang Hui, and the people around can all testify to this. I went to stop the fight, but Zhang Hui pushed me into the pond instead. This is not going to be easy. They will definitely refuse to admit it. Don't worry, Meng Yuanjing will definitely admit it. Lin Miaoyin smiled with a confident look. Why? If he doesn't admit it, we'll make things difficult for him. Doesn't he hate working? Let him choose. Either admit to hitting someone, or do more work than everyone else. You're right. If he beats someone, he just needs to write an apology and a self-criticism. Anyway, he can't escape the criticism for what happened between him and Zhang Hui. Chapter 3. Corn. When Lin Miaoyin got up, her parents had already returned. As the team leader, Father Lin first went to the secretary to discuss the issue. Meanwhile, Mother Lin, feeling sorry for her frightened daughter, went to their private plot to pick some tender corn to cook. Following the faint sweet aroma in the air, Lin Miaoyin made her way to the kitchen. It was the season for eating tender corn, and the Lin family's private plot had a good harvest. Mother Lin is busy in the kitchen. Corn is bubbling in a big pot. There are also cucumbers, eggplants, and a small piece of pork belly on the chopping board. Mother Lin was cutting the meat skillfully while Chuifan was making a fire. Seeing Lin Miaoyin coming in, Mother Lin said happily, You woke up just in time. The corn is almost ready. You can scoop some for yourself and share it with Yuanjing. Lin Miaoyin paused. He's here too. He's sitting in the main room. Lin Miaoyin sat down in front of the stove. I don't want to live with him anymore. I want a divorce. Mother Lin and Chuifan both stopped what they were doing and looked over. Why are you getting a divorce when things are going well? According to her daughter's character, her son-in-law had saved her life, so no matter the past quarrels, it shouldn't matter. Normally, she would have rushed to cling to him. Why would she suddenly want a divorce? But Lin Miaoyin is not like the original owner. She is tough only when she wants to be, and at other times, she is completely soft-hearted and lacks principles. Why would she want to stay married to a scumbag and compromise her own life? However, Mother Lin and Chuifan clearly didn't think this way. First, Meng Yuanjing had saved Miaoyin's life. Second, during this time, it was hard for divorced women to remarry, and those who did often had a tough life and had to endure rumors from others. Besides, it was Miaoyin who cried and begged to marry him in the first place. Now talking about divorce could just be a moment of anger. Young people are impulsive, and it will be too late to regret it later. That's why Mother Lin and Chuifan both persuaded her not to divorce, and let Meng Yuanjing deeply reflect on his mistakes, and focus on treating Miaoyin better in the future. Men sometimes make mistakes in relationships. In the past, some had 3 wives and 4 concubines. Yuanjing didn't do anything too outrageous with Zhang Hui. Since he is willing to change this time, why not give him another chance? Mother Lin advised earnestly, speaking from experience. The eldest sister-in-law also added, Yes, also these days, once you get a divorce, it becomes hard to marry again. You're still young and you don't understand. Mother Lin recalled something. It's all because of Zhang Hui. She's always so coquettish. Perhaps Yuanjing wasn't interested in her at first, but she shamelessly pursued him. Hui fait nagride. Absolutely. Zhang Hui isn't even as pretty as our Miaoyin, and she doesn't know how to do any work. She's all skin and bones, with hardly any meat on her. She clearly can't give birth to a son. Lin Miaoyin. It wasn't about Zhang Hui's looks. It was about Meng Yuanjing being a scumbag. He welcomed any woman, and while he seemed polite to the girls in the village, who knows what dirty thoughts he had in his mind. It seemed that before the reform and opening up, rural women's thoughts were still quite feudal. Mother, sister-in-law, your ideas are backward and ignorant. The marriage law clearly states monogamy. If either party has improper thoughts, it is a violation of the law. A corrupt ideology and promiscuous behavior between men and women must be criticized and punished. Then she added, in some places where the crackdown is strict, those who commit crimes will be shot. Mother Lin and Chuifan looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Mother Lin sighed. Didn't you cry and shout that you wanted to marry him? Your father and I disagreed, and you even threatened to jump into the well. Lin Miaoyin also sighed in her heart because the original owner was stupid. She remained composed and said frankly, because Meng Yuanjing is a hypocritical man, he's good at disguising himself. I only realized his true face after marriage. Through this incident, I made up my mind to divorce in order to correct my previous wrong thoughts. I think you've lost your mind a bit. If you won't follow the advice of your elders, you'll suffer the consequences. You can't get a divorce just because you want to. Your father and I will not agree. As long as he doesn't issue a certificate, you can't get a divorce. Mother Lin stretched out her finger and tapped her forehead, persuading her to give up the idea. Seeing that Mother Lin and her sister-in-law were both determined to persuade her, Lin Miaoying remained silent. She also knew that divorce was very troublesome in this era. It required proving various things from the ground up, and sometimes one needed connection. It could take a year or two to finalize. It's now the late 1970s, not far from the time of reform and opening up. In the 1980s, divorce would become less complicated. Suddenly, she remembered something. In the original story, when the educated youth returned to their hometown, the original owner was abandoned by Meng Yuanzheng, who left for the city without a second thought. Counting it up, it's only about 2 years from now. Moreover, before he left, he had made a passionate confession to the female protagonist, and the original owner begged him not to go, but he had kicked her aside. Seeing that she was silent, Mother Lin thought she had stopped making trouble, so she urged her, "Go quickly. Do you hear me? Don't quarrel with Yuanzheng." Unable to resist, Lin Miaoying stood up, scooped out the corn and placed it in a strainer to cool. She then carried the strainer to the living room. There was an enamel basin attached to it, which she placed on the table. She said coldly, "Go wash your hands, or you're not allowed to eat." Meng Yuanzheng was sitting on a bench, staring at the straw hanging on the earthen wall. He came to his senses after hearing her words, said okay, and got up to fetch water from the well. He was born from the city. Both his parents are intellectuals. He was well brought up since childhood. He is tall and has long legs. Every move he makes is very elegant. He has a good-looking face and dresses very stylishly. If he were put in the Hong Kong Star Circle in the 1990s, he would have been able to debut as the center. However, he was the perfect example of the phrase, "Don't judge a book by its cover." At that moment, something came to his mind. He entered the kitchen and said to Mother Lin, "Do you have a water bucket? I want to fetch some water." Mother Lin was busy and just pointed to the 2 buckets under the chopping board. Meng Yuanjing picked up 2, then thought for a while, put down the other one, and walked out of the door with a hunched back. The kitchen door was quite low. At 1.8 meters tall, Meng Yuanzheng had to bend down to avoid bumping his head. Cui Fen was washing vegetables near the well when she saw Meng Yuanzheng carrying a bucket. He quickly removed the lid of the well, tossed the bucket in, and with a little effort, pulled up a bucket of water. He carried it to the kitchen and soon returned with an empty bucket. After going back and forth several times, he finally squatted down to wash his hands. As if she had seen something unbelievable, she stood up and wiped her hands on her apron, then went into the kitchen and said to Mother Lin, who was also equally surprised, "Did Yuanjing just fill up the water tank?" Mother Lin also found it strange. This son-in-law, who came from the city, was pampered and delicate, even more so than a maid, and had never done any work. Why was he so diligent today? Maybe he has realized his mistake. We should give him a chance to correct it. The two nodded in agreement. Lin Miaoying, who witnessed Meng Yuanjing fetching water from the main room, was chewing on a corn. When she saw Meng Yuanjing coming over and reaching out to take the corn, she quickly moved the strainer away. Meng Yuanjing looked at her with a confused look, as if complaining about why she didn't give him food, since she had just asked him to wash his hands before eating. "Meng Yuanjing, let me ask you, what exactly are you planning?" Lin Miaoying asked him coldly. Meng Yuanjing looked even more innocent. His eyes fell on the strainer. "Didn't you tell me to wash my hands and eat corn? Are you trying to win over my family, so we won't get a divorce?" Meng Yuanjing frowned and said in a low voice, "No." Lin Miaoying didn't give him a pleasant look. "You're still pretending to regret, trying to win sympathy, and continuing to rely on the Lin family for food." Surprisingly, Meng Yuanjing did not quarrel with her or call her an ignorant woman as he did before, nor did he say nice things to coax her. He just stood there and said, "I might have done many things wrong before, but from now on, I will only do what I am supposed to do." "You think I would believe that?" Lin Miaoying replied sharply before walking away with the corn. What does a villain do? Besides causing trouble, she wouldn't give him a chance to take a detour. Chapter 4. Returning home. Meng Yuanjing didn't get to eat the corn. He stood pitifully under the eaves, looking like a big fool. He was still wearing his one leather shoe. When Lin Miaoying had opened her eyes earlier, she saw that one of his feet was bare. She didn't know if he had later gone back into the water to retrieve the shoe. Mother Lin and Cui Fen were cooking in the kitchen, and did not notice that Meng Yuanjing did not eat the corn. After a while, when the sun was setting, Lin Miaoying took a rattle made of split bamboo and shook it. There was a crackling sound. Hearing it, the 3 hens automatically returned to their coop. Father Lin and older brother Lin Miaojuan also returned. They washed their hands at the well, and went to the private plot to pick a few crisp cucumbers to eat. Meng Yuanjing looked at the 2 quietly for a few seconds, then walked up to them and took the initiative to greet them. "Father, brother." Father Lin hummed lightly, and sat on the stone mill while smoking his pipe. Lin Miaojuan ignored him completely. Meng Yuanjing didn't feel embarrassed and kept standing under the eaves, staring into the distance with a tight-lipped expression. The more he acted like this, the more Lin Miaoying felt that he had some hidden agenda. Father Lin and Lin Miaojuan had also heard from Mother Lin that Lin Miaoying wanted a divorce. Although they didn't like Meng Yuanzheng, they didn't support the idea of divorce either. Father Lin felt that since his daughter was right under his nose, her family could look out for her more in the future. They wouldn't let Meng Yuanzheng bully her again. After this incident, Meng Yuanzheng wouldn't be able to work as a teacher anymore. He would have to obediently work in the fields. If he didn't do his job well, it would be easy for him as the team leader to make things difficult for him. They'd see then if he behaved himself or not. During the meal, Lin Miaoying asked, "Father, brother, how did the secretary decide to deal with this incident?" "What incident?" "The incident with Meng Yuanzheng and Zhang Hui's improper relationship, and Zhang Hui pushing me into the water. I heard from sister-in-law that you decided not to punish Meng Yuanzheng. You're a young girl. Why do you keep talking about this kind of thing?" Mother Lin stopped her chopsticks and glared at her. Lin Miaoying's expression remained unchanged. "I am responding to the call of the country. We cannot allow these corrupt and degenerate ideas to grow. We must resolutely crack down on them." The degenerate and corrupt Meng Yuanzheng lowered his head and quietly ate the sweet potato porridge in the bowl, as if the person being talked about was not him. Father Lin coughed lightly and said, "The brigade secretary and I have our own arrangements for this matter." This kind of thing happened in the brigade he managed, and it happened to two educated youths. If it got out, it would not be good for his reputation. Since nothing significant happened between Meng Yuanzheng and Zhang Hui, it was best to minimize the issue and let Meng Yuanzheng reflect on it. After all, he was his son-in-law, and he saved Miaoying, so it could count as making up for it. As for Zhang Hui, she couldn't escape being charged with intentional harm, and the necessary disciplinary action would be taken. Father Lin briefly explained his thoughts. Lin Miaoying felt it was a pity that she couldn't make Meng Yuanzheng parade through the streets, but she also understood it wouldn't work. After all, Father Lin wouldn't want a son-in-law with a bad reputation. After dinner, the two were driven out by Mother Lin. Mother Lin believed in the principle that couples might quarrel at the head of the bed but make up at the foot. She thought that if the young couple shared a bed, they might resolve their issues by morning. Lin Miaoying wanted to say that she had a headache and act a bit spoiled to stay at her parents' home, but Mother Lin not only disagreed but also insisted that since she had a headache, Meng Yuanzheng should carry her back. Seeing Meng Yuanzheng really coming over and preparing to carry her, she quickly said that she could walk by herself. The Hutuwan brigade is poor, with only a small part of the land being suitable for paddy fields. Most of the area is comprised of steep hills, which are not suitable for growing rice. The only crops they can grow are corn, peanuts, and soybeans. But because of soil erosion and poor fertility, the yield is not high. The rice at this time was not the hybrid rice of later generations, and the chemical fertilizers could not compare to those of the future, so the yields were also low. Also, only the secretary's office in the brigade had electricity. Even the team leader's home still used kerosene lamps. When Lin Miaoying and her husband got married, Father Lin applied to the team to renovate a dilapidated house and use it as their new home. This was only possible because of connections. If it were other families with many sons, they might still be crowded together on one kong after marriage. When Meng Yuanzheng first arrived, he lived in the educated youth house, which was essentially a large sleeping area for over a dozen people. The family backgrounds of the educated youth varied greatly. Some adapted well to the living conditions, while others did not. For instance, Meng Yuanzheng had previously lived in a Western-style house with a private room. Now at night, he was surrounded by the sounds of snoring, and as he kicked off the covers, he was hit by the smell of feet. As he tried to sleep, someone next to him would accidentally hit him in the face with their arm. Before he could fall into a deep sleep, he was awakened by the loud call of the team leader announcing it was time to work. Meals consisted of dry bread with pickles and watery porridge with sweet potatoes. He longed for meat and fine grains, but while other educated youth received grain and meat tickets from home, his family was overwhelmed due to his father's issues, leaving no room for concern about him. He was going crazy. After 2 weeks, he lost 10 pounds, felt unsteady when he walked, and even dreamed about eating meat while he slept. When working in the fields, he could not lift anything too heavy or take breaks without being scolded by the leader and mocked by other educated youths. Later, he was assigned to carry manure. The rubber shoes he wore were uncomfortable, and after struggling to carry a load of manure, he fell, covering himself in the foul-smelling substance and getting scolded. After that, he felt he couldn't endure it anymore and had to find a way to change his situation, which led him to set his sights on the original owner. This was mentioned in the original plot, so Lin Miaoying knew this part. By the time it was getting dark, every household had finished their chores early to save kerosene, and was already asleep. The two of them made their way home in the dark. Lin Miaoying was in front, and Meng Yuanzheng was behind. Neither of them spoke. Lin Miaoying put her hands in her pockets. When she thought of Meng Yuanzheng right behind her, she felt uncomfortable all over. She walked back home in silence, entered the small courtyard where they lived, pushed open the wooden door, and in the faint moonlight, she reached into her pocket, took out the key, and finally opened the rusty lock after a long time. When she entered the house, she felt the damp and cold atmosphere. The room was dark. She lit the kerosene lamp on the table according to her memory. She turned around and saw that Meng Yuanzheng was no longer behind her. To be honest, it was quite scary when the person behind her suddenly disappeared late at night. She went out and heard some noise in the kitchen. She walked closer and saw Meng Yuanzheng squatting there fiddling with something. "What are you doing?" "Boiling some hot water for a bath." He scooped a ladle of cold water into the pot, rinsed it, and then removed it. He took out a match and, with great seriousness, lit some dry leaves, quickly stuffing them into the stove. After adjusting them with a pair of tongs, he added some thicker firewood once the fire caught, then filled the pot with a large batch of hot water. Lin Miaoyin stared in shock. This man had never set foot in the kitchen before. He used to be fed by others during meals, and now he was working so hard just to gain sympathy. She glanced at Meng Yuanzheng, who was coughing and wiping his face due to smoke. However, his love for cleanliness had not changed. He wanted to take a bath as soon as he got back. She had already taken a quick bath at Lin's house in the afternoon, so she only needed to freshen up a little tonight. Forget it, she wouldn't compete with him. He could bathe first and then she would go after. Lin Miaoyin entered the room, thinking about how to sleep. There was one bed, 2 chairs, 4 benches, several small stools, a cabinet, 2 suitcases, and a large table. That was everything they had. Knowing Meng Yuanzheng's personality, she figured she wouldn't be able to fight him for the bed, so she decided to sleep on the floor instead. She rummaged through the cabinet and found 2 quilts that had been prepared for their wedding. When the hot water was ready, Meng Yuanzheng scooped the water into a large bucket, walked into the house and said to her, "Where do you want to wash? I'll carry it to you." Lin Miaoyin was surprised, looked at him, and pointed at the bucket. "Did you boil this water for me?" Chapter 5. Playing Stupid. Meng Yuanzheng held the water and hummed, then stood still with his eyes on the table. "I don't want it. You can use it yourself," she said with a cold face and turned her back, not wanting to say another word to him. She was already prepared. If Meng Yuanzheng couldn't pretend anymore and scolded her, she wouldn't just cry and make a scene like the original owner. She would let him experience what it meant to bully others by taking advantage of one's power. If he didn't want to work, her father was the team leader, and if he said Meng Yuanzheng should work, then he had to work. But there was no movement behind her. She turned around holding the quilt, and found that Meng Yuanzheng had disappeared again. He actually didn't fight with her? He didn't even talk back? The original plot mentioned that Meng Yuanzheng never lost in a verbal argument. The floor was layered with dirt. Even though it was June, it would still be damp and cold to sleep on the floor. She planned to go to the haystack and pull out some dry straw to use as a mat. As soon as she walked out of the door, she met Meng Yuanzheng, who was holding a large bundle of dry straw. They both stopped. Because the straw blocked some of his view, he tilted his head slightly and looked at her with his eyes. When she met his gaze, Lin Miaoyin's heart skipped a beat. Is this really the disgusting villain that she imagined? Not only does he not look disgusting, but he actually seems a bit handsome. What's wrong with you? Noticing the change in Lin Miaoyin's expression, Meng Yuanzheng asked. Nothing. Why are you carrying so much dry straw? There's still firewood in the kitchen. To sleep on the floor. He spoke, and then, holding the dry straw, he walked around her and went into the house. Lin Miaoyin hurriedly followed him, and watched him put the dry straw on the ground and smooth it out bit by bit. You want to sleep on the floor? She asked uncertainly. Meng Yuanzheng half kneeled on the ground and responded with a low, hm. She suspected that she had heard it wrong. What happened to the scene she had imagined, where the 2 of them would fight over the bed? This guy must have fallen into the pond and lost his brain. Or maybe he was trying to gain sympathy and win her favor. But it was clear that something was wrong with him. Lin Miaoyin couldn't make sense of it. Meng Yuanzheng had already made the bed on the floor, and had gone to the kitchen to get hot water for a bath behind the house. She didn't think any more about it, and prepared to go to the kitchen to boil some water. When she opened the lid of the pot, she found that there was still half a pot of hot water in it. Was this, left by Meng Yuanzheng for her? She might as well use it that let it go to waste, right? She comforted herself, filled the wooden basin with hot water, washed herself, and wiped her body. The wind was howling hard outside. In the village without electricity, the night gave an unsettling feeling, especially with the dim kerosene lamp. When people moved, their shadows were imprinted on the wall. She felt a little nervous for no apparent reason. After changing her clothes, she lay down to sleep, nervously keeping an eye on the window and the door, hardly moving. It was just a little after 8 in the evening, but she couldn't fall asleep. Her thoughts drifted to memories of her past and her present situation, leaving her mind in a mess. Turning her head, she suddenly caught a whiff of an unpleasant smell. How long has it been since this pillow was washed? She almost vomited, but she managed to hold it in and move her head further away. After a while, Meng Yuanzheng finally came back. There was one more person in the room, and the unsettling feeling finally disappeared. She breathed a sigh of relief. On the floor not far away, Meng Yuanzheng was lying silently. His situation was much worse than Lin Miaoyin's. Originally, Lin Miaoyin had planned to use 2 quilts over the straw, but all Meng Yuanzheng had was the dry straw itself. He knew Lin Miaoyin wouldn't give him a quilt or the bedsheet since those were part of her dowry. Instead, he took out a woolen coat he had brought from the city, spread it out and lay down. In the middle of the night, he was suddenly awakened by a cold sensation on his face. He opened his eyes abruptly, wiped his face, and found it damp. Listening carefully, it was raining outside. Lin Miaoyin, a light sleeper, also woke up and suddenly remembered something. The house leaked when it rained. Although the house had been renovated, the roof was still made of straw. For some reason, there was a spot where it leaked. However, the two were lazy and did not put anything under the leaking spot. They just put a bucket to catch the water and never repaired it. And Meng Yuanzheng's bed was right under the leaking roof. Is this guy really stupid? Or is he just pretending? Lin Miaoyin's mouth twitched. She had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. And even though this man was a disgusting villain, she couldn't bear to see him sleeping in the rain. She reassured herself that she was only doing it out of kindness, not because she felt sorry for him. She got up and looked at the bed on the floor. Meng Yuanzheng was lying flat on his back with his eyes closed, and he's sleeping soundly. She reached out to touch the straw and found most of it wet, with raindrops on Meng Yuanzheng's face too. And yet, he still hadn't woken up. Impressive. Get up, she raised her voice. Meng Yuanzheng frowned and opened his eyes. His eyes were confused. What's wrong? Did you sleep well? She squatted in front of him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. It's raining. Meng Yuanzheng looked up, then belatedly got up and reached out to pull some straw. But the straw was already wet and unsuitable for sleeping. Seeing his stupid look, Lin Miaoyin was furious. Meng Yuanzheng, what do you want? Can you act normal for once? You're not normal. You make me feel like there's a ticking time bomb beside me. Meng Yuanzheng didn't say anything, just looked at her with an honest and innocent look. Lin Miaoyin said, stop pretending, okay? If you think you can play tricks in front of me, let me tell you, if I could divorce you, I would do it immediately. I don't care which wild woman you go with. Also, no matter how you try to please me, don't even think about going back to school to be a teacher. From now on, you have to earn your own work points, cook your own meals, and wash your own clothes. We're living separately. She's making it clear. She was tired of pretending with him. Why? Meng Yuanzheng frowned and asked disapprovingly. How dare you ask me why? She was surprised. Meng Yuanzheng lowered his head slightly, deep in thought. He replied with a hint of pain. My head hurts. I think I've forgotten something. He raised his head and asked her. Are you my wife? She nodded. You want to divorce me? She nodded again. Did I do something wrong? Nonsense, does he have no idea? Lin Miaoyin looked at him suspiciously. Could it be that he really lost his mind? Yes, I can't live with you anymore. I want a divorce. He turned his eyes to her. But getting a divorce now is very difficult. Then let's live separately first. We can divorce when you go back to the city, Lin Miaoyin said. Can I change if I've done something wrong? Meng Yuanzheng stared at her intently. Lin Miaoyin said. No, and you won't stay here forever. We are not the same kind of people. No, he paused and said firmly. No, I won't divorce. If I go back to the city, I will take you with me. Listen, does that sound like something that scumbag would say? You'd think he was some lovesick fool. You really can't remember anything from before? Meng Yuanzheng think about it again and shook his head. I only remember some basic things. I don't remember most of them. Lin Miaoyin looked at him left and right, but couldn't see any sign of him lying. What was going on? Was it really such a coincidence? Meng Yuanzheng let her watch, openly and honestly. You'd better not lie to me. If I find out that you are pretending, the consequences will be something you can't bear, she warned fiercely. I'm not lying to you. He frowned and held his head, looking like he was in pain. It was still raining outside, and the wind was blowing in from the windows and the top frame of the door, making her feel a little cold. She noticed that Meng Yuanzheng was also dressed very lightly, looking pitiful. Reluctantly, she said, Fine, let's sleep. You take one side, and we'll have our separate quilt. Meng Yuanzheng nodded and brought a bucket to catch the dripping rainwater. He hung his wet coat, and Lin Miaoyin took a new quilt for herself and tossed the old one to him. The two of them slept on each side, curled up in their own quilts. The bed was quite small, with one side against the wall, which was covered in newspaper. The two of them were squeezed together. Stay away from me, she scolded, and when she noticed that he moved away obediently, she closed her eyes in satisfaction. Chapter 6. House Repair. The next morning, Lin Miaoyin woke up feeling very uncomfortable. The bed was made of straw with a cotton quilt and old clothes on top. She felt pain all over her body, and it was itchy. Moreover, the bed was very small. Since Meng Yuanzheng was tall, they had to squeeze together, and it creaked every time he moved, which made it difficult for her to sleep deeply. She opened her eyes and saw that it was still dark outside. She didn't have to go to work today because it was raining. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to sleep so late. Meng Yuanzheng had already gotten up at some point. She found a coat to put on, slipped on her cloth shoes, and grabbed a comb as she went outside under the eaves. There was no mirror in the house, and the original owner wasn't someone who dressed up much. On the contrary, Meng Yuanzheng had a shaving set he brought from the city, which included a blade and a mirror. Since there was no need to go to work today, she was too lazy to braid her hair. She simply combed it smooth and tied it up with a rubber band. Then she put down the comb and found her not-so-clean face towel. The face towel was already a bit black, and the fabric was rough. She also noticed earlier that the original owner didn't even have basic skincare products. No wonder Meng Yuanzheng thought she looked plain and unrefined. But during this era, village girls were all like this. Only the educated youths who came here for the countryside would dress a little better. Now, with material shortages, even buying a bar of soap required a ration ticket, let alone anything else that was considered rare. Fortunately, Meng Yuanzheng was from the city and cared more about cleanliness. He also had soap at hand, so she secretly took his soap and used it to wash her face. She entered the kitchen and lifted the lid of the pot, and to her surprise, she found that there was half a pot of hot water at the bottom of the pot, with a bamboo steamer on top and 2 cooked sweet potatoes on it. She frowned as she held the lid, wondering if this was the breakfast Meng Yuanzheng had left for her. Where was he? Yesterday, Father Lin said that Meng Yuanzheng could no longer return to school to be a teacher, so he had no choice but to work in the fields. But since there was no work today, where could he have gone? Surely not to see that Zhang Hui? Zhang Hui was currently being held at the police station. In the original story, it was mentioned that although she was given a disciplinary record, her family had connections and managed to get her out of jail. Afterward, she stayed at the Hutuan Brigade, but she couldn't be a teacher anymore and was instead assigned to feed the pigs. The person who replaced her was one of the new educated youths, the original female protagonist of the story. Seeing Meng Yuanzheng try to win the female protagonist's favor, and remembering her own situation, Zhang Hui couldn't help but cause trouble for the female protagonist in various ways. But Zhang Hui's ending was tragic. She was raped by a local scoundrel. Afraid of being embarrassed, she kept it a secret. In the end, she became pregnant and had to marry the scoundrel. When the educated youths returned to the city, she couldn't leave with them and spent the rest of her life here. Lin Miaoyin felt a bit of pity for Zhang Hui's fate. After all, in the original story, Zhang Hui hadn't done anything truly evil. The ambiguity between her and Meng Yuanzheng was initiated by Meng Yuanzheng himself. Later, she could have returned to the city, but she chose to stay because she couldn't bear to leave her child. In short, this is a cannon fodder that is even more miserable than Lin Miaoyin in the original story. But thinking about it this way, Meng Yuanzheng should be anxious to cut off his relationship with Zhang Hui and would definitely not go looking for her. As for last night, she was still a bit confused. Meng Yuanzheng said he had forgotten his past? That wasn't mentioned in the original story. Could it be that her transmigration into the book had caused a butterfly effect? She picked out the sweet potatoes and put them in a bowl, and hung up the bamboo steamer. She then scooped some hot water to scrub the washcloth clean. And after washing up, she began to eat the sweet potatoes. The sweet potato wasn't like the sweeter ones from later generations. It had white flesh and tasted a bit tough, not sweet, and was somewhat hard to swallow. But during this time, even having enough to eat was a problem. If it weren't for her being the daughter of the team leader, with the original owner and Meng Yuanzheng both being lazy, they might not even have sweet potatoes to eat. Halfway through her meal, she heard a noise outside in the yard and saw Meng Yuanzheng coming and carrying a bamboo ladder and some other things. He was dressed differently today. He usually dressed flamboyantly in a shirt, leather shoes and slicked back hair, but today he wore old clothes and straw sandals, looking just like an ordinary village man. Lin Miaoyin was stunned. She watched him as he put down the bamboo ladder and leaned it against the wall, then squatted down and stirred something in the bucket. Then he pulled some dry straw and said to her, "Miaoyin, help me hold the ladder." Lin Miaoyin walked over doubtfully, holding onto the ladder with her hands, and resting her feet against the foot of the ladder to prevent it from slipping. "You want to fix the roof?" she asked. "It's going to rain for a few days. If we don't repair it, it'll get damp inside." As he spoke, he took off his coat and put it on the bench. His pale, though not muscular, arms were exposed as he climbed onto the roof. Lin Miaoyin was captivated by his fair skin and thought to herself that people from the city were really different. They were much more refined than the people from the countryside, who had been doing farm work since childhood. "Could you hand me the straw and the bucket?" Meng Yuanzheng squatted on the roof and asked. She quickly passed him the straw and glanced at the small bucket, which was filled with mud and tools for patching the roof. She handed it to him while asking, "Where did you find the ladder and these things?" I borrowed them from the secretary. Meng Yuanzheng took the things and carefully spread it on the leaking surface, then smeared the mud on it to cover the gaps. He also patched up other suspicious areas around that might leak. Lin Miaoyin watched him working from below, and was amazed at how capable this man was at his work. You didn't know how to do anything before. When you first came to the brigade, the educated youth in your room said that you were crying in the middle of the night. How come you can even repair the house now? She mocked him without holding back. At that time, there was an educated youth who shared a room with Meng Yuanzheng, and was quite talkative. He spread the news that Meng Yuanzheng had cried in the middle of the night after falling while carrying manure, and Meng Yuanzheng had ended up fighting with him. Of course, how could a weak scholar like him beat a male educated youth who had been working in the countryside for several years? He was beaten so badly that his nose and face were swollen, and he had to wear a hat to cover his bruises when going out. Meng Yuanzheng's tone, however, remained calm, as if he had truly forgotten those events. It's not that hard. He handed the bucket to Lin Miaoyin, climbed down the stairs, and went to return the ladder and bucket to the secretary. Wait, she called out. Meng Yuanzheng turned around and looked at her in confusion. She then pretended to ask, "Don't you have a watch? I want to see what time it is now." "You can read a watch?" He frowned. It seems that the original owner really couldn't read a watch. "My father taught me. If you don't want to show me, that's fine," she pretended to be disappointed. Meng Yuanzheng no longer doubted it or asked any more questions. "It's in my cabinet." He carried the bucket and walked away. Lin Miaoyin went into the house and found a watch in his cabinet. The watch was very heavy. She couldn't recognize what brand it was, but it was well made and probably not cheap. The hands showed that it was a little after 10 in the morning. She put the watch back and thought about what to eat for lunch. What to eat is a big problem. Nowadays, supplies are in short supply, and you need tickets to buy everything. There are only a few each year, and once they are used up, they are gone. When she was a child, she heard the older generation talk about the black market, but since it was called a black market, it was naturally hard to find. Moreover, if caught, it would be considered speculation and would have serious consequences. Last night, she had sweet potato porridge with pickled vegetables and stir-fried eggplant and green beans made with just a little oil. This was considered a good meal in the countryside. Even though everyone only got a small piece of meat, it was still much better than families with 7 or 8 children who could only gnaw on wild vegetable roots. But as a person from the later generation, she's used to eating rice and meat every day. Now, trying to adapt to the eating habits of this era felt even more painful than adjusting to life without a smartphone or computer. No, she must find a way to get meat to eat. Chapter 7. Something happened. Lin Miaoyin sat on a small bench under the eaves while looking at the dark sky. The author of this novel could have just written a villain, but the author had to write about 2 lazy and gluttonous people becoming a couple. Doesn't that mean the only outcome for them is to starve to death? She had just looked through the things at home, and found only some sorghum flour, and half a box of sweet potatoes. There were some vegetables, but they were provided by her family. She hadn't grown any herself. Thinking again about the bed sheets and quilt covers at home that had obviously not been washed for several months since they got married and the greasy kitchen, she suddenly felt overwhelmed. At noon, she steamed 2 sweet potatoes and made some sorghum rice. With the supplies nearly used up and the oil and salt in short supply, she was reluctant to use much, so she carefully added just a little to stir-fry a bowl of water spinach. After waiting for a while, Meng Yuanzheng still hadn't returned, so she began eating by herself. Just as she was finishing, she saw Meng Yuanzheng striding back. Lin Miaoyin ignored him and continued eating, but thinking of him repairing the roof, she still left him a lot of food. Meng Yuanzheng washed his hands, then scooped up some rice and sat down to eat. Lin Miaoyin asked him, "Why did it take you so long to return the things?" When Meng Yuanzheng heard her question, he put down his chopsticks and explained, "A group of educated youth just arrived, and the secretary asked us old educated youth to welcome them and help move things." After he finished speaking, he saw Lin Miaoyin looking at him intently and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Lin Miaoyin's heart skipped a beat. It felt like one of the educated youths was the original female protagonist. After meeting the female protagonist, Meng Yuanzheng changed his ways, and became completely devoted to her. The more he couldn't get her, the more he wanted her. No matter how the female protagonist pushed him away, he would always come forward to please her. "Are there many female comrades coming this time?" She poked the bottom of the rough bowl with chopsticks in a bad mood. The appearance of the female protagonist means a lot of troubles are about to come. Meng Yuanzheng, without any suspicion, naturally replied, "Quite a few, there are about 4 or 5. "Where will they live then? The house for educated youth is already full, right?" she asked hesitantly. In the original story, the newly arrived educated youths were arranged to stay at the homes of local villagers, and the female protagonist ended up living with the male protagonist. This reminds her of another female educated youth who came down to the countryside. and the author had arranged for her to develop feelings for Meng Yuanzheng. After this female-educated youth found out that Meng Yuanzheng liked the female protagonist, she turned evil and stood in the same group as the original owner, Lin Miaoyin, to bully the female protagonist together. If she could get this female-educated youth together with Meng Yuanzheng, they would become a family, and there would be no need to harm anyone else. Lin Miaoyin thought this was a good idea. Why not try to match them up? Maybe if it worked, she could get a divorce smoothly. Besides, this female-educated youth comes from a well-off family, so Meng Yuanzheng should have no reason to look down on her. She then observed Meng Yuanzheng, who held the bowl very politely. Even though it was a rough porcelain bowl, it looked pleasing to the eye when he held it. Hearing Lin Miaoyin's question, he frowned. He was not actually concerned about where the new group of educated youth would live but said, "This is something the secretary and the others should worry about." Lin Miaoyin, how about having a family with an empty room take one in temporarily? My father said that he would build a new house for the educated youths after the grain is harvested. The secretary and the others will arrange that. Lin Miaoyin. She gave up. It seemed that communication was hopeless. It looked like she had to fight for this herself. The first step was to build a good relationship with this female-educated youth, and then lead her to stay at her home, where there was an empty room. One very important point was to prevent Meng Yuanzheng from meeting the female protagonist, or else he would fall for her all over again. "Did you help them move their things today?" she asked. Meng Yuanzheng nodded, remembering that during the day, the female-educated youths all wanted him to help them move things, while the old male-educated youth who were tanned and had already been taken in by the villagers were obviously ignored. Of course, it was hard for him to refuse, so he helped if he could. Well, young man, you have a promising future," she said, pleased, as she took her empty bowl back to the kitchen. She then returned to the kitchen with the empty bowl in her arms, feeling relieved. Meng Yuanzheng looked at her back in confusion, shook his head slightly, and continued eating. After dinner, he automatically washed the dishes, said goodbye to Lin Miaoyin, and went out again. Lin Miaoyin was more than happy for him to go out. It would be even better if he went to find those female-educated youths. She was not afraid that he would meet the female protagonists. According to the original story, the female protagonists went to the commune to buy things in the afternoon of the first day she arrived, and encountered the male protagonist, creating a memorable, hero-saving-the-beauty moment. She decided to just lie down and take a nap, since it was raining and there was nothing else to do. Moreover, since they had just married, they hadn't been allocated any private plot, making it impossible for her to grow anything. As for the meat, it was truly difficult. How could she possibly get some to eat? Could she go hunting in the mountains? She didn't have the skills for that. She might end up being hunted herself, considering there were still many wild beasts in the mountains. If only the reforms had already happened. She had a lot of ideas for getting rich but had no way to implement them. As she was thinking about it, she suddenly remembered that the college entrance examination would be resumed in less than 2 years. Her mind instantly became active. If she could get into university, it would be a great turn of events. For college students in this era, that was like stepping into a golden rice bowl. While thinking about it, she didn't realize that she had fallen asleep, and when she woke up, it was already dark, and it was raining again. She lit the kerosene lamp, but she had no desire to cook, so she just sat in bed, lost in her thoughts. Meng Yuanzheng hasn't come back yet. Although she said she didn't care about him, she was still a little worried in her heart. What's more, she was scared to be alone at home. Why not go to her mother's house for a while? She got out of bed, put on thicker clothes, a straw hat and raincoat, and slipped on her shoes as she headed toward the Lin family home. Unexpectedly, when she was halfway there, she saw a group of people in front of her arguing quite loudly. The sky was already so dark that only dim light remained. The rain was also getting heavier, and the people in front were not wearing straw raincoats or hats. They were walking towards the Lin family while arguing. Could something have happened? She quickly rushed forward to follow. When she got closer, she heard a woman crying and a man cursing. The road was muddy. The lights were on in the Lin family's house, and when they heard the noise, Father Lin and the others came out to see what was going on. They stopped in the Lin family yard and started to quarrel loudly. Lin Miaoyin followed and heard a woman crying and shouting, "My father, you died so tragically." Through the gaps in the crowd, she saw a simple frame on the ground, with an elderly man lying on it. Is this a corpse? Lin Miaoyin was horrified and took a step back. What was going on? Why was this person's body brought to the Lin family? That was just too unlucky. And to leave the body out in the rain like this. Wait, she seemed to see a familiar figure. There's a man being held down by 2 men with his arms pinned. He hung his head and looked quite embarrassed. And why does his figure look so much like Meng Yuanzheng? Chapter 8. Quarrel. Among the storm, the rain, and the mournful cries, Father Lin shouted, "Everyone quiet down. Quiet down. Brother Lu, what happened here?" The woman knelt on the ground and cried heartbrokenly. My father said he had chest pain and couldn't breathe this afternoon. We hurried to take him to the clinic, but we met Comrade Meng on the way. He insisted that we put him on the ground. He pressed on my father's chest for a while, and it seemed that he was getting better. Who knew that he would pass away right at the clinic entrance? My father. You died so tragically. Oh, could it be that Uncle Lu died because of the chest compressions? Didn't he just have chest pains? Why keep pressing down on him? A relative who came with Old Man Lu spoke up. Old Man Lu's daughter-in-law cried and made a scene, pointing at Meng Yuanzheng, who was being held back. You wretched man. You'll die a horrible death. Give me back my father's life. Meng Yuanzheng was being held down by two men, with a cut at the corner of his mouth and a swollen face and eyes. He had originally followed the Lu family to the health clinic, but as soon as Old Man Lu died, he, the murderer, was naturally beaten up by the angry Lu family. His stomach ached so much that he couldn't straighten his back. He hunched his back slightly, and the rain flowed through his hair and into his eyes. He hung his head and said nothing. No matter what he said now, the others would see it as making excuses. It'd be better to wait for the brigade secretary to arrive. Lin Miaoying quietly circled around the crowd to stand behind her parents. She looked at the situation in front of her, and had a guess in her mind. It doesn't make sense to say that Meng Yuanzheng killed Old Man Lu. According to the woman, Old Man Lu probably had a sudden illness. Meng Yuanzheng attempted to perform chest compressions, but unfortunately, Old Lu didn't survive. Now Meng Yuanzheng was being wrongly accused. In this ignorant and backward countryside, no one knew what a chest compression was. To the villagers, it looked like Meng Yuanzheng pressed Old Lu to death. This situation was really tricky. Father Lin, Mother Lin, and Lin Miaojuan and his wife were also very worried. How was it that after the trouble yesterday, something else happened today? Father Lin had at least attended some school, and was somewhat knowledgeable. He knew about emergency care, and quickly tried to stop the increasingly heated argument before the Lu family attempted to execute Meng Yuanzheng on the spot. Comrades, can you please be quiet and listen to me? After Father Lin spoke, everyone finally quieted down. After all, the leader still held some authority. What did the doctor at the clinic say? What's wrong with Brother Lu? Old Man Lu's son replied. My father has already passed away. Why do we need a doctor to see him? Wouldn't that disturb the ancestors? They hadn't even seen a doctor, and were already making a scene at the Lin family's doorstep? This is nonsense. Are you so sure that a few chest compressions from Yuanjing killed your father? Father Lin's forehead throbbed. The Lu family was fearless. Old Man Lu's son shouted. Captain, you are biased towards your son-in-law. He killed my father today, and we all saw it with our own eyes. Don't try to deny it. Lin Miaojuan couldn't help but say. Your father was obviously ill a long time ago. Why are you blaming my brother-in-law? Then I'll ask you, has Meng Yuanjing ever studied with a doctor? Does he know how to save people? My brother-in-law is trying to help out of kindness. Who knows if your father was about to die anyway? Lin Miaojuan got anxious and blurted out whatever was on his mind. This really pissed off the Lu family, with old Lu's daughter-in-law nearly spitting in his face. Listen. He's cursing my father. Are all the people in the team leader's family raised without a mother? Mother Lin originally believed that women should not get involved in such matters, but when she heard the people on the other side scolding her, how could she tolerate it? What had started as an issue concerning only Meng Yuanzheng was now escalating into a conflict between families. The Lin family has always lived better than other people in the village, which has long aroused the jealousy of some small-minded people. Now they have found an opportunity, and the Lin family's son-in-law has killed someone, and the Lin family members also helped him. This crime is enough to pull Lin's father down from the position of team leader. Lin Miaoying and Chuifeng quickly held Mother Lin on either side. When Mother Lin saw her come, she shifted her attention and comforted her. Inin, don't be afraid. She was worried that her daughter would be frightened when she saw the corpse, but Lin Miaoying had stayed in the hospital for a long time in her previous life, and several waves of patients in the same room of her had died, so she was already used to seeing dead bodies. She had already had some clues in her mind, so she shook her head and said to Mother Lin, Mother, I found something. What is it? Let me talk to them. She took off her bamboo hat, walked past Father Lin and Mother Lin, and walked into the crowd calling out to the Lu family, Aunt Lu, Brother Lu. When the Lu family saw Lin Miaoying, they were all wondering what she was going to do. Was she pleading for her husband? Even Meng Yuanzheng looked up to see what she was doing. She wiped the rain off her face, walked forward a few steps, squatted down to look at Old Man Lu's body, and pinched his arms and neck. Everyone was shocked by her actions. Who had ever seen such a bold woman? Miaoying, come back. What are you doing, you foolish girl? Mother Lin shouted anxiously. What do you want to do? The Lu family's daughter-in-law stared at her unkindly. She stood up and gave a reassuring smile to the Lin family. Then she looked at the Lu family and asked, You just said that you didn't want the doctor to check what illness Uncle Lu had because you didn't want to offend your ancestors, so you just took him back like this? Her long question took a moment for the people opposite to process, and one of them replied harshly, "That's right. Who would let outsiders touch a corpse?" Lin Miaoying smiled and pointed at the body of old man Lu lying on the ground. "So you just let him stand in the rain like this? If I were him, I'd be so angry tonight that I'd come back to life and drag all of you down with me." She smiled sinisterly, giving goosebumps to the already guilty Lu family members. They shouted fiercely, "If it weren't for your husband causing my old man's death, would we be like this? If we don't get an explanation for my father, he won't rest in peace." Lin Miaoying was so disgusted that her face changed immediately, and she said loudly, "I think your father can't die peacefully because he has descendants like you. You foul woman. What did you say? I see you want a beating." Old man Lu's youngest son, who was a good-for-nothing, wanted to step forward to hit her upon hearing her words. "What are you doing? Do you still want to hit someone?" Lin Miaojuan came over immediately to stop him. He was tall and strong, and the youngest son of the Lu family was like a quail in front of him. He had no choice but to put away his anger and step back a few steps. "I'm telling you, Captain, don't you know how to manage your daughter? She's so young, but where did she learn to talk so tough?" The Lu family's daughter-in-law shouted in a sarcastic tone. "What does that have to do with you? Does my daughter need your lesson?" Mother Lin shot back without backing down. "Others are bullying us at our doorstep, and it's already good that we haven't let the dogs bite you." The Lu family's daughter-in-law said, Don't be so proud." Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Lin Miaoying said, "Aunt Lu, weren't you crying your heart out just now? How come you got better so quickly?" Lu's daughter-in-law, Lin Miaoying continued, "Your eyes didn't even turn red. What's wrong? Were you just pretending to cry?" Lu's daughter-in-law froze at her words. Lin Miaoying said, "And you all, I just checked. None of you are genuinely sad. You're all just pretending." She looked around at the faces of the people around her and said coldly, "Are you trying to blame this on my Lin family? No way." Chapter 9. Testimony. Lin Miaoying died of illness in her previous life. In the period before her death, she lay in her hospital bed all day, and often went to check what would happen after a person died. Then she learned that after a person dies, rigor mortis begins in some parts of the body within 1 to 2 hours and fully spreads within 4 hours. When she pressed the corpse's arm earlier, it was already stiff, indicating that old man Lu had been dead for over 2 hours. It normally only takes half an hour to get from the clinic to the Lin family's house. Just now, the Lu family said that old man Lu died as soon as he arrived at the clinic. Even if he was delayed in the clinic for a while, it would not take more than 2 hours to move him to the Lin family. The only explanation is that old man Lu had died a long time ago, but they concealed the time of his death and put the blame on someone else. After she figured it out, she came to Meng Yuanzheng. He raised his head, looked at her with a bruised face. He pressed his lips tightly and said nothing. "Was old man Lu already dead? Do you still remember what happened?" she asked. When these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. The Lu family almost jumped up and shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Meng Yuanzheng frowned, and every movement of his mouth made him gasp. He recalled what happened during the day. "On my way back from the commune, I happened to see them carrying an old man out. Because I had learned some first aid knowledge, I went forward to check. The old man was almost dying. I did chest compressions, and the old man showed a little improvement. When they saw this, they hurriedly carried the man away. I followed them, and when we arrived at the health clinic, they suddenly said that the old man had died. It was you who killed my father. If you hadn't delayed us, we could have gotten to the clinic in time," the Lu family shouted. "Were there many people around when you performed the chest compressions?" Lin Miaoying ignored the others and asked Meng Yuanzheng. Meng Yuanzheng shook his head. "Not many. It was only crowded at the health clinic." He himself was quite confused. He remembered that after he performed chest compressions, the old man seemed to improve slightly. How could he have died so suddenly? He felt completely helpless. Lin Miaoying nodded, returned to the body and glanced at the people around her. She noticed the angry and guilty expressions of the Lu family. Father Lin and Mother Lin could see that Lin Miaoying knew something, but they couldn't stop her. They could only watch anxiously and find a straw raincoat and a hat to wear to avoid the rain. Many neighbors who heard the news came to watch. They were also wearing straw raincoats and hats, all whispering among themselves. "What exactly are you trying to do? My father is dead, and you still want to cause trouble. Give us an explanation so we can take him home sooner." The Lu family acted as if they were deeply offended. "We all know that people's bodies become stiff after they die, and it takes at least 2 or 3 hours for places like the arms to harden. You claim that old man Lu died at the health clinic, so I ask, what time was it?" Lin Miaoying asked. The Lu family was suddenly speechless. "It was around 6:40 in the afternoon. I put on my watch and looked at it," Meng Yuanzheng said in a deep voice. Lin Miaoying continued, "It's just getting dark now. It shouldn't be past 8 o'clock. Why are these parts of old man Lu's arms already stiff? Didn't he say it was only about an hour before he died? Judging from this, it looks like he's been dead for at least 2 hours. Stiff or not, my father's death can't be faked. My father was obviously fine when Meng Yuanzheng pressed his chest. Old man Lu's eldest son shouted. Lin Miaoyin sneered and was about to refute him when suddenly, a woman's voice interrupted. I can prove that Meng Yuanzheng is innocent. Everyone looked and saw a young woman coming up the road while holding an umbrella. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with twin braids, a military green coat, pants, and green rubber shoes. Even in the dim light, her beautiful face was visible. Who is that? Seems to be the new educated youth who arrived today. Educated youth? What brings her here? The onlookers looked at her and pointed at her. The woman approached calmly and steadily and showed a gentle smile. I heard Meng Yuanzheng was wrongfully accused, so I came to testify. When Father Lin heard this, he hurried forward to greet her. He knew the woman and asked, Comrade Zhu, were you there today? Yes, I happened to run into Meng Yuanzheng on the road this afternoon. He helped me carry my things in the morning, so we knew each other. I greeted him, and we saw them carrying an elderly man. We both learned first aid in school, so we went to take a look. After Meng Yuanzheng did chest compressions, the old man seemed to improve a bit. I had something to do and left first. When I returned, I heard about this, so I rushed over. Comrade Zhu? Lin Miaoyin's heart skipped a beat as she scrutinized the young woman, realizing this was none other than Zhu Wanqin, the original story's protagonist. Why did she come here? In the original story, there was no mention of Meng Yuanzheng being accused of murder. She had assumed it was left out because it wasn't relevant. But now that the female protagonist had appeared, it didn't make sense for the plot to disregard this scene. While Lin Miaoyin was thinking, Zhu Wanqin had already walked up to Meng Yuanzheng. Her eyes were full of tenderness and concern. They actually beat you like this? You obviously mean well. How could this happen? She said and reached out to touch the wound on his face. Meng Yuanzheng drew his head back and looked at her unkindly. Lin Miaoyin was at a loss for words. The female protagonist was indeed as kind-hearted as in the original story, but this wouldn't do. She couldn't let her get close to Meng Yuanzheng. Zhu Wanqin, right? Didn't you say you would testify? She stepped forward and said loudly. The Lu family members looked at each other, a little hesitant. They were originally prepared to accuse Meng Yuanzheng of harming old man Lu. But now a female educated youth suddenly jumped out. This woman had indeed come with Meng Yuanzheng in the afternoon, but she had just watched for a while before leaving. Zhu Wanqin said in a gentle tone. My family studied medicine, so I know a little bit. Let me be fair. Under the circumstances at that time, it's very likely that old man Lu had an acute heart attack. If I'm not mistaken, old man Lu's condition hasn't just developed in a short time, has it? Seeing that the Lu family did not refute, she smiled and said, an acute heart attack leads to fainting and suffocation. Pressing the chest is a correct first aid method. It is just that it cannot guarantee success. But what it can guarantee is that a few chest compressions won't cause death. The Lu family looked troubled. She continued. Anyway, this incident cannot be blamed on Meng Yuanzheng. If you don't believe it, you can ask a professional doctor. Oh, that reminds me. What this sister just said about the body forming rigor mortis after death is also correct. If the arm is really stiff, then the time of death must have been before arriving at the health clinic. Roughly speaking, it was shortly after I left. After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at the Lu family with suspicion. A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Miaoyin's mind. There seemed to be a brief passage in the original story that mentioned that the female protagonist and the educated youth who came with her complained that the Lu family was too cruel. Seeing that their father was about to die, they threw him out since if he died at home, it would be bad luck. Then the two of them complained that poor and remote areas produce unruly people, and such things still exist, suggesting that the country urgently needs new educated youths like them to change the situation. Now it seems that she's blaming the Lu family. So Lin Miaoyin struck while the iron was hot and said, as everyone knows, since old man Lu had a stroke, you sons have had several quarrels over who should take care of him. Last time he had a stroke, you didn't send him to the clinic, and he became paralyzed. Yet this time, you're so proactive. You. What do you mean? Lu's daughter-in-law shouted. What I mean is that maybe when you all noticed he was about to die, so you deliberately carried him out of the door to die outside. Chapter 10. Ointment. That's complete nonsense. The Lu family members looked as if their secrets had been exposed. Don't think you can just say whatever you want because you're Captain Lin's daughter. Lu's daughter-in-law rushed over, almost poking Lin Miaoyin's face with her fingers. Lin Miaoyin stepped back in disgust and sneered. I'm not making things up. Everyone can see what you've been doing. The people around also frowned and thought, and actually felt that Lin Miaoyin's guess was quite correct. Old man Lu has 3 sons, and they had separated a long time ago. After old man Lu became paralyzed last year, his sons were supposed to take turns caring for him. But in these hard times, when even feeding oneself was a struggle, none of them wanted to provide for a disabled person. They kept passing the responsibility around, and it was only when the secretary stepped in that an arrangement was finally settled. Yet conflicts continued, with fights and arguments happening frequently. Everyone pitted Old Man Lu. He was so skinny and always in daze, a truly pitiful sight. If Old Man Lu died inside the house in the end, it would really be troublesome and very unlucky. So it wouldn't be surprising if he were carried out and died outside. Given the way the Lu family handles things, they could really do it. And now they even claimed that they were taking him to the health clinic? That was unbelievable. His family was so poor that they normally wouldn't even send their kids to the clinic when they had a cold or fever. How could they be willing to send Old Man Lu there? Secretary Li, who happened to hear the news, also arrived at this time. Secretary Li is about the same age as Old Man Lu. He came holding a cloth umbrella, with his son alongside him. Now the rain has become much gentler, with only a drizzle remaining. What's going on here, Lu family? Leaving your father out in the rain like this? Secretary Li, who had received a university education and held traditional views, was upset by the lack of filial respect. Father Lin is in charge of production, while Secretary Li is in charge of politics. In addition, Secretary Li is much more serious than Father Lin, and he was sent by the government, not elected by the people, so people in the team are more afraid of him. As soon as Secretary Li arrived, the Lu family's attitude weakened considerably. Father Lin briefly and clearly explained the situation to him. Secretary Li, after a pause, asked Zhu Wanqin. Comrade Zhu, are you sure old Lu passed away shortly after you left? Zhu Wanqin replied. That's how it seems to me. Secretary Li was silent and thought about it, then went to ask the Lu family questions. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Secretary Li and the Lu family, Lin Miaoying turned to look at Meng Yuanzheng, only to find that someone had already gone to comfort him before her. Zhu Wanqin, aren't you the female protagonist? Wake up. Your true love is still working in a small coal mine on the back mountain. You've got the wrong person. Meng Yuanzheng, I heard that you were injured, so I brought you some medicine. Zhu Yuanzheng took out a tube of ointment from her coat pocket, stood beside Meng Yuanzheng, held an umbrella to cover his head, and handed the ointment to him with a delicate hand. Meng Yuanzheng was lazy and spoiled since childhood. After being beaten and left in the rain for so long, he bent down and supported his knees with his hands as soon as the two men let go of him. He unexpectedly waved his hand and refused. Zhu Wanqin was a bit surprised and pressed her lips together. I see you're seriously injured, but the clinic is closed now, so you should put on some medicine. No need, thank you. Meng Yuanzheng stood up and saw a woman walking over and taking the ointment from Zhu Wanqin's hand. Lin Miaoying smiled and said, I heard that Zhu Wanqin came from the city. This medicine must be expensive. We can't just take it for free. So, we will buy it from you. I'll bring you the money to your place tomorrow. Zhu Wanqin quickly said, No need, it's just a tube of ointment. I have plenty more, and besides, Meng Yuanzheng helped me carry my bags today. She glanced gratefully at Meng Yuanzheng. However, Meng Yuanzheng was looking down at the wound on his arm and didn't notice it at all. Lin Miaoying felt a bit confused. What wrong with this female protagonist? Didn't the original novel say that Zhu Wanqin avoided Meng Yuanzheng like the plague, and always gave him the cold shoulder? Meanwhile, Meng Yuanzheng, driven by his desire for the unattainable, eagerly pursued her, unaware of her indifference. How come Zhu Wanqin was now very affectionate with Meng Yuanzheng, while he acted as if he didn't know her and didn't want to talk to her? Did she remember the main character's name wrong? Was Zhu Wanqin actually the educated youth who fell in love with Meng Yuanzheng and opposed the female protagonist? Meanwhile, Secretary Li had already figured out the situation on his end. Although he was serious and traditional, he was smart and had a commanding presence. With Lin Miaoying and Zhu Wanqin analyzing the situation and breaking through the Lu family's defenses, it didn't take long for him to uncover the truth. It turned out that Old Man Lu had been struggling to hold on since the morning. He was groaning on the Kong and kept complaining about chest pain, saying that he was breathing out more than he was breathing in. But instead of helping him, the three sons of the Lu family gathered to discuss the funeral arrangements. None of them wanted their father to die in their home, or bear the costs of the funeral. However, if they skipped the funeral, the villagers would criticize them. After arguing for a long time without any result, Old Man Lu suddenly had an attack, and looked like he was about to die. They didn't care about anything else. They couldn't let him die in their own home. His room would become uninhabitable. So, they planned to carry him to the back mountain, and let him die outside. They had only taken a few steps when they saw two educated youths coming towards them from afar. An idea immediately came to their minds. If they could pin the blame for Old Man Lu's death on someone else, they could at least extort the money for his funeral. So they slowed down and anxiously asked for help. Help! Father, how are you? Please don't let anything happen to you. As for these educated youths from the city, they heard that they were all honest and liked to stand out. especially someone like Meng Yuanzheng, who was eager to show off in front of female comrades. As expected, Meng Yuanzheng took the initiative to go forward to check on Old Man Lu, put him on the ground and pressed on his chest. At that moment, Old Man Lu seemed to improve slightly, his breathing became more stable. The Lu family was displeased. It looked like their father wasn't dying anymore. They immediately stopped Meng Yuanzheng, pretended to be in a hurry to go to the clinic, and carried the man away. Meng Yuanzheng followed them out of kindness. They originally wanted to find a way to kill Old Man Lu and put the blame on Meng Yuanzheng, but Meng Yuanzheng kept following them. Fortunately, Old Man Lu couldn't hold on and died, which was exactly what they wanted. So when they reached the clinic, in a crowded place that drew attention, they beat Meng Yuanzheng and dragged him to the Lin family to demand an explanation. Who would have known that these two women, Lin Miaoyin and Zhu Wanqin, actually knew so much and could see through their thoughts? The remaining issues were left for Secretary Li and Father Lin to resolve, while the others went back home. Thank you, Comrade Zhu. Although Lin Miaoyin was unwilling, she had to maintain appearances and reluctantly supported Meng Yuanzheng. Zhu Wanqin gently replied, "It's just a small favor. Besides, Meng Yuanzheng is always ready to help others, and good people deserve to be rewarded. I also know that the people can see through any bad intentions. So I followed my heart and testified. I admire Brother Meng for his character, and can't stand to see him treated unfairly." Good. Well said. You are indeed a genuine educated youth. Lin Miaoyin maintained a smile on her face and nudged Meng Yuanzheng with her elbow. Aren't you going to thank her? Meng Yuanzheng raised his eyelids and said dryly, I already said it earlier. Lin Miaoyin. Zhu Wanqin's expression stiffened slightly, then she smiled. It's getting late. You should go home and rest. Don't forget to take your medicine and drink ginger soup to avoid getting sick. If you need more ointment, feel free to come to me. After Zhu Wanqin left, Lin Miaoyin always felt something was strange, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Chapter 11. Killing a snake. Before leaving, Secretary Li asked the Lu family to apologize to Meng Yuanzheng and take him to the health clinic tomorrow. The medical expenses would be paid by the Lu family, and they would also hold a reflection meeting afterward. The Lu family has now lost both their reputation and resources. Filled with regret and despair, they have no choice but to step forward and apologize to Meng Yuanzheng under Secretary Li's intimidating gaze and the whispers around them. Meng Yuanzheng listened expressionlessly and just hummed lightly after they finished speaking. The Lu family felt embarrassed. They had expected Meng Yuanzheng to graciously decline their apology, to express that it was unnecessary, or at least to say a few words like, "It's okay, let's move on." But he only said, What's that supposed to mean? Seeing the Lu family members' eyes shifting around Meng Yuanzheng, Lin Miaoyin didn't know what bad intentions they had, so she said unhappily, What? Just because you apologized he has to accept it? If I came and beat you up, then apologized and offered a few cents, would you be happy with that? Meng Yuanzheng turned his head to look at her, lowered his eyes, and curled the corners of his mouth slightly. The Lu family exchanged awkward glances, and did not dare to say a word. All right, since you've apologized and we're all from the same team, you must learn from your lesson and don't do such bad things to harm others again. Otherwise, how can you show your faces in the team? Father Lin came out to smooth things over. It's getting late. You should go back and reflect on your mistakes. Then take care of your old man's funeral arrangement. I'll attend his funeral. Don't think you can just brush it off. Everyone else can go now, Secretary Li said. The Lu family carried Old Man Lu's body and left in shame. Lin Miaoyin went over to speak with her mother, who asked if Meng Yuanzheng's injuries were serious, and if he needed to stay with them overnight, so they could help take care of him. After thinking for a moment, Lin Miaoyin decided it wasn't necessary. He didn't seem too seriously injured, and she thought he deserved it anyway. Who told him to run into Zhu Wanqin and try to curry favor? He shouldn't take on a job if he doesn't have the skills. Instead, he got himself into trouble and asked her to clean up his mess. After saying goodbye to the Lin family, Lin Miaoyin took Meng Yuanzheng home. The rain had stopped, and the air was filled with the smell of rain-soaked grass and earth. The ground was muddy, and the roads were narrow. It was already dark. She walked very carefully while holding the bamboo hat in her hand. Her shoes were covered with thick mud and were very slippery. She let Meng Yuanzheng walk in front while she walked behind. She thought if she slipped later, she should grab Meng Yuanzheng for support. Otherwise, with rice field on both sides, a fall could lead to a disaster. After walking for a while, the figure in front of her suddenly moved unsteadily. Lin Miaoyin looked up and saw that Meng Yuanzheng had slipped and was about to fall to the side. She subconsciously reached out and grabbed his arm, but Meng Yuanzheng was a grown man after all, and she couldn't hold him at all. Instead, he almost dragged her away. She had no choice but to let go. She swore it really wasn't her fault. Meng Yuanzheng fell into the flooded rice field. Although he did not fall headfirst, he still looked quite embarrassed. The calmness that had kept him composed all night finally broke, and he let out a startled gasp, splashing around in the murky water up to his calves. He stood up from the field, filled with lingering fear, his head covered with mud and rotten grass roots. Looking up, he saw Lin Miaoying standing in the field, laughing and slapping her thigh. Ha ha ha, forgive me, but I really couldn't hold it in. How could he possibly be this careless? Lin Miaoying couldn't stop laughing while Meng Yuanzheng put one hand on his hip and used the other to wipe the dirt from his face, but he was only making it worse. He squinted a bit in frustration and shot her a glance before climbing back up the field, shaking his hands as he walked away. Lin Miaoying hurriedly followed him and asked with some sincerity, "Are you okay?" Meng Yuanzheng walked in front with his long legs in a proud and arrogant manner, and his back looked like a lonely peacock. "I'm fine," he replied coolly. "I didn't let go on purpose. I just couldn't hold on to you," she explained. "I know. Ha, still so arrogant." After a moment, Meng Yuanzheng said, "Thank you for today." "Thank me? You want to thank me for defending you?" "I didn't do it for you. I just can't stand seeing them succeed, and even trying to give my parents trouble." She snorted. People like them shouldn't be allowed to get away with that. Meng Yuanzheng didn't respond. Lin Miaoying, unsatisfied, added, "I'm telling you, you'd better stay away from that Jew girl." "Why?" He tilted his head slightly. "Because she's the female protagonist and you are the villain. There is no good ending for you too. And if you fall in love with her, you will become even worse." She said seriously, "She's a young lady, and you're a married man. Don't you think you should keep your distance? I can be really narrow-minded, so don't mess with me." Meng Yuanzheng said with an "oh" and said obediently, "I understand." Good. At least he's listening. Lin Miaoying felt a sense of relief, and thought that his memory loss was actually quite a good thing. When they got home, she felt very hungry. She had been tossing and turning and had not eaten anything yet. Meng Yuanzheng had already gone into the kitchen to boil water. Since he had to wash himself quickly, Lin Miaoying kindly let him take a bath first while she went to cook. After lighting the kerosene lamp, she sat down and thought about what to have for dinner. But she still felt uneasy. Although she had spent a long time in the hospital in her previous life, and was indifferent to life and death, and wasn't afraid when she saw old Lu's body earlier, being alone still made her feel uncomfortable. There is not much food left, so she can only cook some porridge. It's also troublesome to prepare vegetables at night, so she decided to just grab some pickled vegetables to go with the porridge. She found a bowl, and went to a dark corner of the room. She placed the kerosene lamp on top of a jar, opened the lid of another jar, and reached in with chopsticks to pick out the pickles. Suddenly, she heard a slight movement and soft rustling sound. Feeling uneasy from the sight of old man Lu's body earlier, she grabbed the kerosene lamp and looked over, only to be shocked to see a black snake coiled up in the corner. Her eyes went wide, and all the blood in her body rushed to her head. She stood up suddenly and backed away in a panic. She let out a scream that shook the world and made the ghosts cry. The bowl in her hand fell and broke. The black snake was startled. It moved and began to creep closer to her. It was slow, seemingly unconcerned by her presence. Lin Miaoying stopped and stood still, too scared to move. Miaoying. Suddenly, she was pulled behind by someone. The person was barefoot and shirtless, with only a piece of clothing around his waist, which showed that he came in a hurry. The black snake seemed to sense the danger and moved very quickly. "Be careful." As Lin Miaoying cried out, Meng Yuanzheng picked up the lid of the jar next to him and smashed it on the snake quickly and accurately. The snake felt pain and rolled on the ground. He did not give the snake a chance to attack. He dragged up a stool and smashed it on the snake's head without mercy. The snake had no time to react and was killed instantly. He hit the snake's head hard several times until it burst into pieces. He threw away the stool and saw Lin Miaoying's body weakened and cold sweat broke out. He held her arm and asked with a hint of nervousness, "Are you scared?" Lin Miaoying took a look at the bloody snake corpse, shook her head, and sat down on a stool nearby. When she looked up, she saw Meng Yuanzheng only wearing a piece of clothing tied around his waist, and she let out a soft laugh. Chapter 12. Black Market. Don't laugh. Meng Yuanzheng looked a bit embarrassed. In the dim light, it was hard to tell if he was turning red. He took a couple of steps forward to block the snake's body from Lin Miaoying. He then reached out and tightened his clothes, which were about to fall off, to prevent anything from showing. Lin Miaoying put on a serious face. "All right, I won't laugh. I'll hold it in." Her eyes then wandered over his body. She couldn't help it. He was such a tall, striking presence right in front of her. It was hard not to look. Meng Yuanzheng used to have a good life and had fair skin and tender flesh, but things had changed since he moved to the countryside. Especially in summer, his neck and chest were tanned in varying shades. Yet he still had broad shoulders and a slim waist. He really did look good. Meng Yuanzheng was very uncomfortable, his eyes flickered, and he coughed lightly. "Why don't you go to the kitchen? I'll handle things here." Thinking of the dark kitchen. What if another snake ran out? She suddenly became alert and said decisively, "No, I'll stay here. The snake's dead now, I'm not scared. Meng Yuanzheng took the kerosene lamp and squatted down to take a look. This snake is not poisonous. Do you want to eat it? What? This meat is edible. This. Seeing that she was a little scared, Meng Yuanzheng added, it's delicious. Lin Miaoyin's eyes lit up. Meat is so precious these days. All the game in the mountains has been hunted. A snake delivered to their doorstep. Of course they'd eat it. Besides, this one looked pretty plump, about as thick as a child's arm and nearly a meter long. Let's eat it. But I don't know how to cook it. She squatted beside Meng Yuanzheng. In her eyes, the snake corpse had become a piece of fat meat and was not scary at all. Meng Yuanzheng reached out, pinched the snake's tail, and lifted it up. Let me do it. Just prepare some seasoning. You know how to cook? Lin Miaoyin was surprised. I didn't know how to cook before, Meng Yuanzheng said. Lin Miaoyin looked at him strangely. It would be surprising that he would know how to cook, she thought. Don't be so stubborn. This snake is not like chicken, duck, or fish. It's not that easy to deal with. Let's take it to my father and brother. Her original intention was really to ask Father Lin and the others for help, but Meng Yuanzheng seemed to think that she was implying he was incompetent. He glanced at her, pressed his lips together, said nothing, and then walked away with the snake. Lin Miaoyin stood up, looked at Meng Yuanzheng's smooth back, and fell into deep thought. There seemed to be something wrong with him. She turned around and saw the disgusting blood on the ground. She was about to find a shovel to remove it, but before she could take any action, Meng Yuanzheng came in with a shovel. He quickly scraped the surrounding area clean with the shovel, and shoveled out the mud. Since when was he this diligent? He started cleaning without even putting on his clothes. Something is really wrong. It's a good thing he's diligent, so she doesn't have to do much herself. Feeling pleased on what she's thinking, and the prospect of eating snake meat tomorrow, Lin Miaoyin happily went to cook. She poured water into the pot, lit the fire, and started searching for seasonings. After searching through the kitchen, she only found some dried ginger and basic seasonings like salt, soy sauce, and dried chilies. The snake meat was left in a wooden bucket, covered with a bamboo sieve. After setting the water to boil, she nervously went back into the house to grab some pickled vegetables. Still recalling the snake she had just seen coiled in the corner, she closed the lid of the jar and left in a hurry. The sweet potato porridge was bubbling as she sliced the pickles. Just then, Meng Yuanzheng came in with a bucket of dirty clothes. After setting it down, he started tending the fire without a word. As Lin Miaoyin was cutting, she suddenly remembered something. You should go put on the ointment that Comrade Zhu gave you. After she said that, there was no movement behind her. She turned around and saw Meng Yuanzheng staring quietly at the flames in the stove, holding the fire tongs in his hand without moving. Why are you so lost in thought? She put down the knife and patted his shoulder. Meng Yuanzheng came back to his senses and looked up at her. What's wrong? I told you to put on the ointment. I'm tending the fire. Forget the fire. Go put on the ointment. She snatched the tongs away. Meng Yuanzheng put his hands on his knees helplessly and didn't move. Lin Miaoyin almost wanted to kick him. Look at your face. It's in such a state. Why don't you put some ointment on it? And you're hurt on your back and body, too. You are not allowed to eat without applying medicine. After scolding Meng Yuanzheng, he finally got up and went to his room to apply the ointment. Lin Miaoyin felt tired. Dealing with him was like dealing with her first love. Her first love was just as clueless, leaving her to care for him like a mother would for her son. And now here was Meng Yuanzheng, acting exactly the same. By the time he came back, the porridge was done. The pickles were sliced and placed on the table. The two sat across from each other. After finishing a bowl, Lin Miaoyin put down her chopsticks with a sigh and asked cautiously, So, do you want to eat some meat? Meng Yuanzheng looked at her, confused. Didn't we just catch a snake? No. Lin Miaoyin put her chopsticks down, leaned closer and whispered, I mean pork. She stood up and closed the door, then came back, sat down and continued. The meat tickets at home have been used up a long time ago, and my parents can't support us forever. We still have more than half a year left, and we can't just eat sweet potatoes and pickles every day. I know you used to live in the city, and the food you ate must be much better than in the countryside. You have only had a few bites of meat in the past 6 months, so you must be craving meat. She planned to lure Meng Yuanzheng into her trap. It would be easier to handle it with 2 people than alone, and she was not afraid of him reporting her. Meng Yuanzheng held the chopsticks and listened to her carefully. After she finished speaking, he said, It's quite tempting. Then let's go get some meat. You have a meat ticket? No. Then do you have a way to get it? No. Meng Yuanzheng raised an eyebrow. Then why are you talking about it? Lin Miaoyin quickly said, There's the black market. Black market? Yes, we don't need food tickets. We just need to exchange for something or spend more money. She thought she had made it clear, but Meng Yuanzheng frowned even deeper and said seriously, No matter where you heard this from, never bring it up again. Why? Lin Miaoyin asked, with a look of disbelief. Who is Meng Yuanzheng? He was a man who cried because he couldn't eat meat when he first came to the countryside, and even compromised by asking to marry the captain's daughter to improve his life. Now that she took the initiative to team up with him to get meat, he refused without even thinking about it. This is very dangerous behavior. If you're caught, both the buyer and the seller will be dealt with. If you don't think about yourself, you should think about your parents. Father Lin will be implicated as well. At best, he'll lose his position as team leader. At worst, he'll go to jail, Meng Yuanjing said in a low voice. It's not that serious. She was a transmigrator. On one hand, she grew up in an era with a free economy, and on the other, she knew that in a year or two, the completely planned economy would start to change. So the black market now was just the beginning of future freedom. Fine, I won't go, but why are you being so serious? She was a little angry. Meng Yuanjing was unmoved. Just remember, don't go to the black market. Can you stop controlling me? Your parents can, right? If you go, I'll tell them. Lin Miaoyin was furious. This scoundrel. She thought he had changed, but now she saw his true nature was still the same. I'm full. You wash the dishes. She stood up angrily, kicked away the stool, and went to take a bath. Chapter 13. A waste of effort. The two of them slept with their own quilts for the night. The next day, the weather cleared up a lot, and in the morning, the Lu family members came over on their own to take Meng Yuanjing to the clinic for treatment. Lin Miaoyin was also allowed to rest for a few days and stay at home to take care of Meng Yuanjing. Although not working meant no work points, the village secretary instructed the Lu family to do their tasks, to show that they were sincere in admitting their mistakes. Even if the Lu family was unhappy, there was nothing they could do. But Lin Miaoyin wasn't planning to go along. After seeing Meng Yuanjing's condition last night, she thought it wasn't too serious, so today, she decided to take care of something important. Buying meat on the black market and picking up some seasonings to cook the snake meat. She searched the house for money. The meat tickets were gone, but there were still a few pounds of grain tickets, which were given by the Lin family. As for money, there were only a few cents left, which was the dowry she had when getting married. In these times, without tickets, money was useless, which is why the previous owner hadn't spent it all. She braided her hair into 2 braids in front of the small mirror Meng Yuanjing used to shave, and securing them with hairpins. She put on a floral long-sleeve shirt, straightened her collar, slipped into cloth shoes, and grabbed a military green cloth bag. With everything in place, she headed out, looking neat and tidy. The commune was not far from Hutuwan Brigade, only a few miles away. She walked quickly and arrived there in less than an hour. The commune paved the way for what would eventually turn into a town. It was a little wealthier than the countryside, with buildings and a bus station that led to town. But at this time, there were almost no street vendors. There were only supply and marketing cooperative and state-owned restaurants. She looked around first and saw a long line at the supply and marketing cooperative. She squeezed in to take a look and saw that the good meat had been sold out, leaving only some pig offal and bones. There were also chicken and other meats, but they all required tickets to purchase. She patted her pocket, feeling the few grain tickets inside, and glanced at the sky. It was still only about 8 in the morning. After walking around for a while, the sun gradually rose, and she felt a little hot. There was still no sign of the black market. Finding a shady spot to sit down, she took off her straw hat and used it as a fan while looking at the people coming and going. A few children suddenly caught her attention. They looked to be around 7 or 8 years old, playing games like kicking and jumping ropes at the entrance of an alley. On the surface, everything seemed normal. Lin Miaoyin also played with these when she was a child, and she missed them a little, so she couldn't help but look at them. But as she kept looking, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She remembered that in this era, children aged 7 or 8 were already considered half adults. They were either gathering firewood, feeding pigs, or looking after younger siblings. Only those in better circumstances went to school. So why were these kids here, playing in the middle of the morning? Looking closer, she noticed the children were all casually eyeing her. After all, they were just children, and no matter how hard they tried to hide it, their intentions showed. Soon, one of them stopped playing and ran into the narrow, worn-down alley behind them. On both sides of the alley stood a mix of earthen-walled houses and old tiled homes, some even abandoned. The Taoist temple, especially, had been destroyed during the Destroy the Four Olds campaign in the early days of the Cultural Revolution, leaving only broken walls and ruins. She continued to watch, and after a while, some people came out from the depths of the alley, carrying backpacks, baskets, cloth bags, and all kinds of things. No one was empty-handed, and they looked around with a nervous look before leaving. Something was wrong. Could this be the black market? She stood up, dusted off her clothes, and was about to enter the alley when she saw someone who had just come out that looked so familiar. The others were all dressed in gray and were short and pale due to malnutrition. Compared to them, this man was tall, with a clean, fair face, wearing a white shirt, black pants, and black leather shoes. He walked with confidence, his face practically shouting, "I'm a rich guy, come and scam me." He was holding several packages in his hands, all tightly packed. Lin Miaoying caught him red-handed and thought angrily that this man had told her righteously last night not to go to the black market, and that he would expose her if she did. And now here he was, visiting the black market himself. She understood that this man must have hidden some private money, or his family sent him tickets. On one hand, he told her not to go to the black market, but on the other hand, he secretly went to buy some delicious food. What a selfish man. She quickly hid herself where Meng Yuanzheng couldn't see her, and stuck half of her head out to observe. Meng Yuanzheng didn't notice her, and left with his things. After he walked away, she came out carefully and observed that there was no one around. The group of children she had seen was gone too. She walked into the alley, only to find an abandoned and dilapidated house. There was nothing there except for many footprints on the ground. What's going on? Am I seeing things? She walked around and realized this must be the backyard of the destroyed temple. Sure enough, she found a small door leading to another place. These people must have mistaken her for someone from above, so they escaped quickly. How unlucky. She didn't even have a chance to buy anything this whole morning. She angrily pulled her empty cloth bag and headed back. After walking for a while, she was lucky enough to run into a fellow villager driving an ox cart from the same brigade. Seeing that she was Captain Lin's daughter, he insisted she get on the cart. After thanking him, Lin Miaoying climbed onto the cart, and the fellow villager shouted at the ox as it started to move forward. She leaned against the fence of the ox cart, covered her head with a straw hat, and turned her head to look at the rice fields on the side of the road. As far as she could see, except for the villagers wearing straw hats who occasionally stood up, it was all green, one after another. When the wind blew, the rice ears rustled. She was born in the late 1980s in her previous life, and also came from the countryside. Although the countryside had undergone great changes since then, the scene before her was similar to her memory, which brought a sense of familiarity to her heart. After passing the rice fields, they reached the slightly elevated corn fields. The corn stalks, taller than a person, stood on both sides of the road, giving the illusion that they were blocking out the sun. Suddenly, she saw two people walking side by side in front of her. The man was tall and the woman was beautiful, a perfect match. The girl was wearing a white long skirt, sandals and white socks, revealing her slender calves, and she walked with a graceful air. Lin Miaoying tightened her grip on the cloth bag, thinking to herself, this bastard, he just came out of the black market, and he ran to the woman to show his affection. Is he planning to give all the things he bought to her? He had just promised yesterday not to get in touch with Zhu Wanqin, and now they're walking shoulder to shoulder? She was so angry that her chest ached. She sat on the ox cart, waiting for the cart to pass the two people by the roadside. The two of them stopped and stood aside to let the cart pass. Lin Miaoying had already recognized that the woman was Zhu Wanqin. This female protagonist is really something. Meng Yuanzheng is already a married man, yet she still walks so closely with him. And this bastard, even with amnesia, he would automatically stick with the female protagonist. She wasn't jealous. She just felt a little betrayed for some reason. When the two saw Lin Miaoying in the cart, Zhu Wanqin widened her eyes slightly and called out, Miaoying? Ba Miaoying, don't act like you're so familiar with me. Lin Miaoying complained in her heart and ignored her. She asked the man to stop the cart and said fiercely to Meng Yuanzheng, Meng Yuanzheng, get in the cart. You're coming back with me. Chapter 14. Exchanging meat. Miaoying, I just ran into Brother Meng, and we've been walking together for a while. He's impressive. I didn't understand a lot of things when I first arrived, but when I asked him, he knew everything. Zhu Wanqin stepped forward and even tried to hold Lin Miaoying's hand to show affection. Lin Miaoying immediately put her hands behind her back and raised her eyebrows, ignoring her embarrassment. I just touched chicken manure with my hands, so don't touch me. Zhu Wanqin. She withdrew her hand somewhat awkwardly, then turned her attention to the man driving the cart and greeted him with a smile. The cart driver had never spoken to such a young and beautiful girl from the city before. When faced with the white and tender little hand she stretched out, he was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands and feet. He wiped his hands on his clothes vigorously before shyly shaking Zhu Wanqin's hand. Hello, comrade. Thank you for helping us carry our things yesterday. I remember your name is Wang Jiefang, right? Zhu Wanqin withdrew her hand and said with a smile. Wang Jiefang became even more excited, his face turning red, and he didn't know what to say. He could only scratch his head and smile foolishly. He didn't notice the subtle hint of disgust on Zhu Wanqin's face. Meanwhile, Lin Miaoying was looking at what Meng Yuanzheng was carrying. It was wrapped in cloth and couldn't be seen clearly. Her expression darkened. What are you carrying? I'll tell you when we get back. Lin Miaoying looked at him, and then at the things. You're not planning to give that away? Meng Yuanzheng showed a puzzled look. No. If he wasn't giving it away, then whatever it was, she would benefit from it when they got home. Lin Miaoying felt a bit better and said without much warmth. Get on the cart, we're going home. Look at you, you just got beaten yesterday, and today you're out here showing off. Didn't you go to the clinic this morning? The doctor said it wasn't serious. I just got some ointment for the scratches and came back. Meng Yuanzheng replied honestly. Came back? Where did you go? Did you go back to the commune? Have you forgotten the way home? Lin Miaoying suppressed her anger. This fool had clearly gone to the black market, and now he was walking along with Zhu Wanqin. Anyone would think these two were involved. He is a married man, and staying away from other women is a common thing to do. If he spends more time with the female protagonist, and falls in love with her, wouldn't the ending of the original story repeat? Right now, she wants to divorce him, but divorce seems impossible at the moment, so she can only make do with it. If he goes out and gets involved with other girls now, outsiders will only laugh at her. Since she couldn't get a divorce, and he happened to have forgotten what happened in the past, it would be right to stay away from the female protagonist and change the original ending. But instead, he had been warned, and yet, just hours later, he was back to this again. Miaoying, don't blame him. If you want to scold someone, scold me. Zhu Wanqin walked over and stood in front of Meng Yuanzheng. Lin Miaoying decided not to give Zhu Wanqin a good face, and thought it was better to sever ties with her completely. Is it anyone's business how I scold my husband? She glanced at Zhu Wanqin, ignoring the surprised and aggrieved look in her eyes. She slapped the fence of the ox cart with her hand and said threateningly, Meng Yuanzheng? Then, contrary to what Zhu Wanqin expected, Meng Yuanzheng, whom she thought would argue with Lin Miaoying in public, obediently placed the items on the cart and sat down, resting his hand on it. She was stunned. These things? Weren't they meant for her? She always thought that Meng Yuanzheng would send her back and give her the things, but as soon as Lin Miaoying showed up, the things were taken away? She looked at Meng Yuanzheng, but Meng Yuanzheng didn't look at her. The only response she got was Lin Miaoying's insincere words. Oh look, with the brigades' things and the two of us, there's no room left. It seems you'll have to walk back, Zhu Wanqin. Zhu Wanqin smiled stiffly as she watched the ox cart disappear down the road. She clenched her hands, unable to understand. Lin Miaoying was still the rude, impolite woman. Yet Meng Yuanzheng was no longer the man who only had eyes for her, who would rush to flatter her when he saw her. What went wrong? The ox cart stopped by the roadside and the two got off. Meng Yuanzheng followed her into the house, carrying his things. Lin Miaoying threw the keys on the table and sat down. Seeing Meng Yuanzheng standing at the door with the look of a trained young husband, she barely held back her laughter and spoke in a fierce manner. What are you standing at the door for? Comment? Meng Yuanzheng carried the things, put them on the table, and stood in front of her. She glanced at the chair across from her. Sit down. He obediently sat. Now tell me, where did you buy these? She asked. From the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Stop talking nonsense. I went to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative this morning. There was hardly anything left, and I didn't see you. Besides, you don't have any ration tickets, so how could you buy it? Seeing his silence, Lin Miaoying sneered, stood up, and unwrapped the cloth bag unceremoniously. Let me see what you bought. A large piece of pork belly, a packet of seasonings, a pack of eggs wrapped in multiple layers of soft cloth, and a large bag of flour. Even though Lin Miaoying was from the modern era, she was still frightened. If she used tickets to buy these things, it would probably cost the family's expenses for months. She quickly closed the yard door and came back, pointing at the items. Tell me the truth. I know you went to the black market, but where did you get so much money? Pork in the Supply and Marketing Cooperative costs 50 cents per pound, but on the black market, it costs more than 1 yuan. This piece of meat weighs at least 3 or 4 pounds, not to mention the eggs and flour. Meng Yuanzheng answered while avoiding the question. You were the one who wanted meat, right? I'm asking where you got the money from. She slammed the table. I sold something for it. What did you sell? Clothes. Selling clothes for meat. How pitiful. Lin Miaoying sat back on the chair and asked seriously. Why did you tell me not to go to the black market last night, but you went there today? How did you find the black market? Meng Yuanzheng smiled faintly and stretched out his wrist, revealing the watch that Lin Miaoying had seen yesterday. She looked at his watch and then at his clothes and realized that he was pretending to be rich, so that business would naturally come to him. The meat vendors knew that those who could afford expensive meat must be wealthy, so when they saw such people, they would take the initiative to approach and strike up a conversation with them. You don't understand the market. It's dangerous to go. He withdrew his hand. So you did it for my own good. She raised an eyebrow. Don't look down on me, I know more than you do. After all, she came from the 21st century. Meng Yuanzheng didn't say anything, his look saying, say what you want, I won't expose you. Forget it, I won't bother with him. I'll just be nice to him since he's willing to share his meat with me, Lin Miaoying convinced herself. It's hot now, and there's still a snake that we haven't eaten. Should I put the meat in the well to keep it cool? What do you want to eat? I'll make it. You decide. I'll eat whatever you cook. Oh, Lin Miaoying's heart softened. Is this really the villain? Why is he so obedient? She reached out to take the meat, But Meng Yuanzheng suddenly said, "Wait." She stopped confused. "You just said you grabbed chicken manure?" Chapter 15. Cooking snake. The pork was placed in a small wooden bucket and hung in the well to keep cool. The flour and eggs were properly stored in the cabinet, and the seasonings were packed separately. By noon, Lin Miaoyin began preparing to cook. The snake meat had been cleaned by Meng Yuanzheng. It looked like a large eel, so she was not afraid of it anymore. She asked Meng Yuanzheng to prepare the ingredients while she cut the snake meat into small pieces, added some white wine, old ginger, green onions, and salt, and marinated it all evenly. Meng Yuanzheng found some potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, eggplants, and beans, all of which were grown in the Lin family's private plot. Lin Miaojuan sent them to his sister 2 days ago. After washing them at the well and putting them in a basin, she brought it inside. Lin Miaoyin quickly chopped them into chunks, prepared the spices, and cleaned the pot. Meng Yuanzheng had already lit the fire, and once the pot was hot, she put a large amount of oil into it without hesitation. Being stingy with the oil wouldn't work. She'd figure out how to get more once it was used up. When the oil is hot enough and it starts releasing smoke, she prepares to add the snake meat. This is what Lin Miaoyin is most nervous about. Cold water will explode when it meets hot oil. Meng Yuanzheng stood up and said, "How about I do it?" "No need, I've already mastered this," Lin Miaoyin said. Then poured all the snake meat in the bowl into the pot and quickly grabbed the lid to cover it. There was a sizzling sound in the pot. After about 10 seconds, she lifted the lid to find the splattering had stopped. She stirred it with a spatula and fried it until the surface was golden brown, then removed it from the pot. Once the oil temperature rose again, she added the snake pieces for a second fry, then took them out to drain the excess oil. Then she added the minced ginger, garlic, chili peppers, and peppercorns into the hot oil. Once they released a fragrant aroma, she added the vegetables and stir-fried them until they were half-cooked, added some water, and then laid the snake meat on top, covered the pot, and simmered. On the other side, a small stove was heating up the porridge, which was making a soft gurgling sound. She sat on the firewood pile. Cooking in this summer was really a pain. Just as she was about to bring the apron to her face to wipe the sweat, someone handed her a white handkerchief. "Use this to wipe." She glanced at him, took it, and said with a smile, "Let me see this handkerchief. It's still new. Did you buy it?" Meng Yuanzheng shook his head. Looking closer, she realized, "Isn't this from my dowry?" Meng Yuanzheng showed a puzzled look and said very innocently, "I took it from my box." "Oh, I remember now. A few days ago, you stole some cloth from my dowry and gave it to that educated youth named Hui. This handkerchief must have been stolen from me at that time." If she hadn't mentioned it, she would have forgotten about Zhang Hui. Between the female protagonist and the other woman from the village, it seemed that Meng Yuanzheng has pretty good luck with women. Meng Yuanzheng frowned, clenched his fists, and placed them on his knees. "Did that happen?" "Yes. But it's a pity you've forgotten. If Zhang Hui found out, she'd be heartbroken." She fanned herself with the edge of her clothing, sneaking a glance at him. Meng Yuanzheng lowered his head with an unhappy look on his face and did not answer. Suddenly, they heard footsteps in the yard. Looking outside, she saw a woman in a green military uniform with braided hair, walking directly to the house. Cousin-in-law, what delicious food are you making? It smells so good." Lin Miaoyin finally remembered that this was the original owner's cousin, Manhwa, another minor character in the book. She had been engaged to the male protagonist as a child, but she despised the poor and loved the rich, so she started dating a richer man from town, leaving him behind. Her role was mainly to add to the male protagonist's tragic backstory. "What are you doing here?" Lin Miaoyin moved, leaving half of the bench for her to sit on. "I heard that my cousin-in-law was injured, so I came to see him." Manhwa sniffed and smelled the delicious aroma in the air. Empty-handed. "Oh, come on, we're like sisters. Do we really need to worry about such formalities?" Manhwa laughed. Lin Miaoyin didn't buy it. She got up, lifted the lid, stirred the meat and vegetables in the pot, and covered it again. "It smells so good. Sister, can I stay and have a meal today?" Manhwa almost drooled. Her cousin-in-law was from the city, and he really knew how to enjoy life. She thought about how she'd also marry a city dweller someday. As for her old fiancé, who was her childhood sweetheart and still working in a coal mine, it would be foolish to marry him. "No. I spent half the night catching those eels. If you want to eat, go catch some yourself." The two sisters had an average relationship, both being from the same village, so refusing a meal wasn't a big deal. Manhwa pouted, and gave her a complaining look. "How stingy. Tell me, why did you really come?" Lin Miaoyin asked, nudging Meng Yuanzheng to move, so she could sit on the bench's other end. "I'm going to the town to watch a movie with my friends tomorrow. Can you lend me the pair of leather shoes you wore for your wedding? I only have cloth shoes, and it would be so embarrassing to go to the city." Manhwa pleaded, clasping her hands together. Lin Miaoyin thought for a moment, and considered how the plot had developed. It was almost at the point where the poor male protagonist would be abandoned by his fiancée, the same person standing before her. And if Yen Hongyue didn't leave him, he wouldn't end up with the female protagonist, so she couldn't meddle with the story. Besides, other than breaking up with the male protagonist, Yen Hongyue hadn't done anything too wrong, and the original story didn't go into detail about her character. Fine, but don't damage them. You're the best, cousin. I love you, Yen Hongyue exclaimed with excitement. Come with me. She stood up, brushed off the dust, and told Meng Yuanjing to keep an eye on the pot. She then took Yen Hongyue into the house to get the leather shoes wrapped in newspaper. Don't worry, cousin. I'll only wear them for one day. After that, I'll make sure to clean them up and return them to you. Yen Hongyue held the shoes carefully. Lin Miaoying didn't care much for a pair of shoes, especially an ugly one, but knowing that Yen Hongyue was meeting her new partner, she reminded her of a few things and sent her off. When she returned to the kitchen, the snake meat was almost ready. She sprinkled it with a handful of chopped green onions and served it in 2 full bowls. The colors, aroma, and flavor were so rich that even on Chinese New Year, this kind of meal would be rare. She covered it with another large bowl, placed it in the basket, and covered it with a layer of cloth. Seeing that it was still early and not yet time for lunch at the Lin family, she carried the basket to her family. The Lin family was busy cooking, and she briefly explained the origin of the meat, which caused Mother Lin and Cui Fun to sigh and praise Meng Yuanjing for his skills. Lin Miaojuan even patted his chest and promised to find some realgar to drive away the snakes. Before leaving, Mother Lin filled her basket with vegetables, and even included a few freshly made steamed buns, making sure she left with more than she had brought. When she got home, Meng Yuanjing was sitting under the eaves with his eyes closed. When he heard the yard door open, he opened his eyes, strode over, took the heavy basket from Lin Miaoying's hand. I've got some water from the well. Go wash your hands. After Lin Miaoying washed her hands, Meng Yuanjing put away the vegetable basket. The porridge is served and cooling. It's ready to eat. Sitting down at the table, she found that the porridge was just the right temperature, not as hot as when it was just out of the pot. The chopsticks were already set out. The steamed bun was also served on a plate, and he even brought out some pickled vegetables. Meng Yuanjing sat down and uncovered the large bowl that served as a lid for the snake meat. Seeing Lin Miaoying looking at him strangely, he asked what was wrong. What is it? Lin Miaoying grinned. You're quite skilled at managing the house. Chapter 16. Allocation. The next day, there was a big issue in the team, and everyone needed to be gathered together to discuss it. It was about where the newly arrived educated youth would stay. In the past 2 days, the male educated youth had been sleeping in a bed with 2 other educated youth. They lived in a large bunk bed, which was in a former warehouse that had been renovated. The situation for the female educated youth was a bit better. Each had her own small bed, but it was still crowded. In addition, the female educated youth had a lot of things, so there was no room to add more beds to the room. Building dormitories can only be done after the autumn harvest, which is still a few months away. They can't keep living like this, crowded together. The team leader and the secretary decided to let the family with an empty room in the team take in one person first, which is what the neighboring team had done. However, there weren't many families with extra rooms. Many of the families with more brothers even had to share one room after marriage, with just a curtain as a partition. If one couple had to do something private, the other would go outside and wait until the one inside is done before coming in. Seeing the worried looks on everyone's faces, the secretary went to each family and did some persuasion. In the end, he said that whichever family took the initiative to take in an educated youth would receive a few extra food tickets each month as a subsidy. Now some people were tempted, but there were still many who felt it wasn't worth it. If the educated youth stayed at their home, they would have to eat the same meals as the family. Lin Miaoying wanted to take the initiative to bring the female educated youth who liked Meng Yuanjing to live with them. The two would see each other every day and would definitely spark love. This way, she could divorce smoothly, Meng Yuanjing wouldn't need to be involved in the plot, and the female educated youth wouldn't turn into a villain. Everyone would be happy. But when she told Meng Yuanjing that she also wants to take in an educated youth, Meng Yuanjing looked at her strangely. Is this really what you want to do? Why are you looking at me like that? The educated youth are responding to the country's call to support socialist construction. It is our responsibility to ensure their living standards. Besides, my father is the team leader, and I also support my father's work, Lin Miaoying said with a smile. No, Meng Yuanjing turned his head away with a cold expression. I don't agree. Lin Miaoying was about to ask why, but suddenly she saw a woman walking toward them. It was Zhu Wanqin. Miaoying brother Meng, Zhu Wanqin said with a smile. Lin Miaoying stopped and glanced at Meng Yuanjing. Your sister? Meng Yuanjing gave her a puzzled look in return. Otherwise, why would she call you brother Meng? You two seem so close. I thought maybe you recognized each other as brother and sister when I wasn't looking. She smirked. Wasn't there a song that went, Sister, you sit on the boat, and I walk on the shore? We love each other so much, how sweet. Meng Yuanjing didn't even glance at Zhu Wanqin, and he barely even remembered her face. He had no idea when he had become close to her. Now everyone could hear Lin Miaoyin's hostility. Zhu Wanqin's expression stiffened. Her eyes moved between Lin Miaoyin's and Meng Yuanjing's faces as she asked carefully. What's wrong? Did you two have a fight? Lin Miaoyin. No, our relationship is great, how could we fight? She said with a forced smile. You should go inside. They're arranging your accommodation. If you go too late, you can only stay in the worse ones. I was just standing over there listening. That reminds me. I heard that you have an empty room. Can I live in your house? Zhu Wanqin asked shyly, stroking her braids with her hand. She looked innocent, as if she really hoped Lin Miaoyin would agree. In the original story, Lin Miaoyin's family didn't host any educated youth. Seeing Lin Miaoyin hesitate, Zhu Wanqin said, I brought food tickets and meat tickets. If they're not enough, my family will send me some. I won't eat for free. Before Lin Miaoyin could speak, Meng Yuanjing next to her spoke up. Our house leaks, and there are snakes. We can't accommodate anyone. Zhu Wanqin's face turned pale. Yes, Lin Miaoyin quickly added. Just the other day, we killed a snake that climbed up to the bed. It was poisonous. Zhu Wanqin froze. The feng shui of our place is bad. It attracts snakes, insects, rats, and ants. You'd better not come and live with us, Lin Miaoyin said in a sincere tone. At this moment, a female voice interrupted them. Wanqin, did you find a place to stay? A woman dressed similarly to Zhu Wanqin came over and extended her hand in a friendly manner. Hello, I'm Su Liwen, and I'm from Shanghai, just like Wanqin. Lin Miaoyin stretched out her hand to shake hers while thinking. Isn't this the female educated youth she had wanted to invite to stay at her home? Hello, my name is Lin Miaoyin, and this is Meng Yuanjing. Welcome to the Hutuan Brigade. Lin Miaoyin let go of her hand, and Meng Yuanjing also shook hands with Su Liwen. Both sides maintained a very friendly and normal attitude, and no one looked at each other too much. This was getting interesting. In the original story, the four of them formed a complicated love triangle. She and Su Liwen liked Meng Yuanjing liked Zhu Wanqin, and Zhu Wanqin liked the male protagonist. What a mess. Wanqin, what's wrong with you? You don't look quite yourself today. Su Liwen asked. No, I'm good. The sun is just a bit strong. Have you solved your accommodation problem? I've found a fellow villager. They seem quite honest, and they even helped me move my things. Over there. Su Liwen pointed to the side of the road where a young man was carrying a suitcase and a net bag, which contained a basin and other items. A woman was holding a bedding roll, and a child was carrying a large canvas bag. Lin Miaoyin was speechless. Looking at the attitude of this family, it was obvious that they just wanted to curry favor with Su Liwen, probably hoping to get food tickets, but they were likely more interested in finding a bride for their son. Su Liwen, however, didn't see through this and thought they were just being hospitable. This was the family Su Liwen ended up staying with in the original story, and naturally, their plans didn't work out. Now even the plan to invite Su Liwen to stay at her house was now completely ruined. Okay, then you should go with them. If you need help, just call me, Zhu Wanqin said, patting Su Liwen's hand. Su Liwen happily walked off and Lin Miaoyin said, you should go inside now. If you wait any longer, there won't be any rooms left. Zhu Wanqin was a little absent-minded. Let's go, I'll take you. Lin Miaoyin was more than happy to do anything that would keep Zhu House away from Meng Yuanjing. She pulled Zhu Wanqin excitedly into the crowd. When Secretary Li saw them approaching, he was busy with registrations and said, Zhu Wanqin, where have you been? We didn't see you just now. There's only one family left now. If you have no objections, we'll settle it with them. Zhu Wanqin's eyes fell on the name of the head of the household in the book, and she fell silent. Lin Miaoyin, sensing her hesitation, asked, Secretary Li, which family is it? It's the Jin family, Secretary Li said. The Jin family was the male protagonist's family. It seemed that fate was still following the original storyline. Lin Miaoyin suppressed her inner excitement. The Jin family is pretty good, they're kind people, and their house is quite large. The secretary nodded. Yes, if there are no objections, we'll settle it this way. After he registered, he called a young man and a little girl who were not far away to come over. Young man from the Jin family, come and help the educated youth move her luggage. Chapter 17. Bamboo Poles. As the male protagonist of the original story, Jin Chengren has a culturally significant name given by his grandfather, who was a landowner in the old days and had studied in Japan. Naturally, his name couldn't be something like liberation or founding of the country, which was common at the time. After all, as the male protagonist, he is tall and strikingly handsome, and everyone around knows him. However, due to his family's poor background, he hasn't married yet. Recently, in order to earn labor points, he even went to the back mountain to dig for coal. He wasn't handsome in the same way as Meng Yuanjing but had a warm, cheerful charm. He was optimistic and always approached with a smile. Hello Secretary Zhu Wanqin and Miaoying. We'll be leaving first. The secretary nodded. Go ahead. Zhu Wanqin, where did you put your things? Let me help you move it. Jin Chengren offered. Zhu Wanqin forced a slight smile despite looking somewhat distant. It's under the big tree over there. Thank you, comrade. No need to thank me, it's just a small thing, Jin Chengren said with a smile. After the two left, Lin Miaoying returned and found Meng Yuanzheng leaning against a tree, looking absent-minded. Let's go home. Meng Yuanzheng opened his eyes, looked in the direction of the crowd, and saw Jin Chengren carrying Zhu Wanqin's suitcase in one hand and her bedding in the other, with a large bag slung over his back, while Zhu Wanqin held a net bag. Let's go. How about we eat meat for lunch? The weather's getting hotter, and if we don't eat soon it'll go bad. Lin Miaoying walked with her hands behind her, kicking small pebbles along the way. What do you feel like eating? How about some twice-cooked pork? Okay. She thought he really valued his words like gold and curled her lips. After returning home, Meng Yuanzheng went to the well to get the meat. Lin Miaoying kneaded and rested the dough, then began preparing the seasonings. The meat was taken, cut in half, and washed, and the rest was salted and stored deep in the cupboard. First, she blanched the pork in cold water, then take it out and cut it into slices. Then, she finally chopped the pickled vegetables and cut some peppers. She heated the pot, added lard, a little bean paste that Mother Lin gave her, and fried it until red oil comes out, then add the lean meat and pickled vegetables, and stir-fry over high heat. She was pleased to find that Meng Yuanzheng controlled the fire exactly to her liking, adjusting it high and low as needed. Finally, she added the peppers, salt, and soy sauce stirred, and it was ready. Then she also cooked a pot of noodles, and set the table. Although they'd had meat yesterday, it was snake meat with little flesh, and they'd shared half with the Lin family, which hadn't been very satisfying. Today was their first real meat feast. For fear of being discovered, Lin Miaoying closed the yard door and the door of the room, and the two of them ate in the dim room. The pickled vegetables fried with lard, combined with the spiciness of the peppers, were very appetizing. It was fat but not greasy. The two of them ate everything in the bowl clean, and even used the leftover pickled vegetables to mix with the noodles. It's really exciting, the feeling of eating meat secretly. Meng Yuanzheng even gave all the lean meat to her, and ate the fat and pork belly himself. After eating and drinking, Lin Miaoying slumped on the chair and didn't want to move. Meng Yuanzheng stood up to collect the bowls. Hey, what are your plans for the future? She asked, patting her belly. Let's take it one step at a time. This meat is so delicious. Don't you want to eat it every day? She stared at the empty bowl with a nostalgic look and licked her lips. You just ate, and you're hungry again? Meng Yuanzheng glanced at her with a slight smile, picked up the bowl, and headed to the kitchen. Lin Miaoying followed. I wish I could eat it every day. But we don't have that much money. The meat on the black market is expensive, and the supply is limited. Meng Yuanzheng sat down and lit a fire to boil water for washing dishes. Lin Miaoying added the water to the pot. Where did you get the meat that day? I don't know. You didn't ask around? We'll need to buy more in the future. If they knew the market price of meat, it would be easier for them to buy meat in the future. In fact, she dreamed of starting a breeding farm. I'll take care of the meat supply. You don't have to worry about it. I'll make sure you can eat it once a week, Meng Yuanzheng said in a deep voice. Lin Miaoying was so amused by his words that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Forget it. If we keep doing that, you'll end up selling everything you own. The two were washing dishes when Lin Miaoying suddenly had an idea. I just thought of a way to make money. Meng Yuanzheng was holding wood ash in his hand and smearing it on the bowl. He looked at her when he heard this. I have an idea, but I'll tell you once it's planned out, she said playfully, keeping him in suspense. Meng Yuanzheng didn't ask any more questions, and focused on washing the dishes calmly. Just then, she remembered another matter about the criticisms meeting for him and Zhang Hui. Regarding these two, the team decided that both Meng Yuanzheng and Zhang Hui would conduct public self-criticisms. Because Zhang Hui had pushed Lin Miaoying into the pond, she would also receive a serious warning, and would not be included in future awards and promotions. As for Zhang Hui's accusation that Lin Miaoying hit her, nobody paid it any mind, leaving her to swallow her grievance. In 3 days, it will be your self-criticism meeting. She counted the days on her fingers. Meng Yuanzheng paused. Criticism for what? Right, he'd forgotten what he'd done. Lin Miaoying kindly reminded him. You and a female youth were, discovered by me, and then everyone found out, and she pushed me into the pond. What did I do? Meng Yuanzheng looked unhappy. Just messing around with some ambiguity. Don't be nervous, it's nothing serious, she smiled. Okay, then I'll reflect on it. Meng Yuanzheng lowered his head and continued washing the dishes. It's not a big deal. Just go up and admit the mistake. With me here, they won't dare to throw rotten vegetables at you, she comforted him. Okay. She put down the fire tongs and saw that the sun was strong outside, which was perfect for drying the quilts. Thinking of the smelly sheets and pillowcases that she had slept on for several days, she made a quick decision to wash the sheets today. Let's wash the sheets and quilt covers and replace them with clean ones later. She stood up, went back to the room, and started to take off the sheets, quilt covers, and pillowcases. She then went to find a large basin, stuffed everything in it, and grabbed Meng Yuanjing's soap. Meng Yuanjing had already finished washing the dishes and was drawing water from the well. It didn't take long to fill the basin with water. She squatted on the ground and began to scrub. You go and get some bamboo poles to make a 3-legged frame for hanging them later. But she immediately felt that Meng Yuanjing would not be able to do it. Actually, I'll handle it, you wash this instead. No need, I'll do it. Just call me to fetch water when you need it, he said as he walked toward the back of the house. By the time she finished washing the first round, more than 10 minutes had passed, and Meng Yuanjing still hadn't returned. She couldn't help but get up and check behind the house, only to find him with his head lowered, facing away from her. What are you doing? She walked over quickly. Meng Yuanjing retracted his hand as if he was frightened. She looked carefully and saw that there was a lot of blood on Meng Yuanjing's hand. The axe was placed aside, and some bamboo sticks were scattered on the ground. How did he cut himself? Why didn't you tell me you were hurt? Let me see. She glared at him, grabbed his hand and took a look. The wound was not big, just some broken skin. She threw his hand aside in disgust. It's just a scratch, nothing serious. Meng Yuanjing pursed his lips and said nothing. Suddenly he bent down, grabbed the axe and started cutting the bamboo again. Hey, stop cutting. Doesn't it hurt? Lin Miaoyin stopped him. It's just a scratch, nothing serious, he replied. Chapter 18. Work begins. Let me do it. Go wash your hands, Lin Miaoyin said as she reached out to take the axe. Meng Yuanjing refused to give it to her, and chopped the bamboo pole, with a loud snapping sound. I'll finish chopping this. Fine, just be careful. She gave up and went back to washing clothes. Meng Yuanjing cut the bamboo poles into uniform lengths, tied 3 at the 2/8 mark to make 3-legged frame, and set them up in the yard. He arranged the bamboo poles on top and wiped them clean with a cloth. He then went to wash his hands, found a small chair, and placed it next to her. With her hands covered in soap, Lin Miaoyin smiled at him. My hands are dirty. Put it under me. She lifted herself slightly, and Meng Yuanjing set the stool in place, then squatted beside her to help with the washing. You hold that end with both hands and I'll hold this end, and we'll twist it in opposite directions. Lin Miaoyin lifted one end of the quilt, and instructed him to lift the other end. The two of them twisted it in opposite directions, and the water inside was squeezed out, then they shook it and spread it over the bamboo poles. After repeating this several times, all the sheets and quilt covers were washed. Exhausted, Lin Miaoyin sat on the stool under the eaves, leaning against the wall and watching Meng Yuanjing put away the wash basin and soap. I have digested all the meat I ate, she sighed. We'll make more tonight, Meng Yuanjing said while carrying the basin. Eating meat every meal. Are we sitting on a gold mine here? Meng Yuanjing suddenly stopped and turned back to stare at her. What did you say? Startled by his look, Lin Miaoyin forced a smile. I was saying only someone sitting on a gold mine could eat meat every meal, just like the landowners in the old days. Meng Yuanjing continued to stare at her with an unreadable expression. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked in confusion. Nothing. He lowered his gaze and walked away with the basin. Let's wipe down all the cabinets in the house later. I just saw my brother, and he gave me some realgar powder. I plan to sprinkle it around the house. As she spoke, she closed her eyes and lazily basked in the sun. Before she knew it, she had fallen fast asleep. She was woken up by someone. When she opened her eyes, she saw Meng Yuanjing holding her knees, trying to pick her up. No. She grabbed his arm. I'm awake. If he really tried to pick her up, she feared they would both fall flat on their faces. The two of them worked for a while, cleaning the house inside and out, and then carefully sprinkled the realgar powder around. In the evening, they just cooked some porridge and ate it with pickled vegetables. Then they each took a bath and fell asleep on their newly changed clean sheets. The next day, they would have to get back to work. Early in the morning, the sound of bells rang throughout the village. This was the signal for everyone to gather. Near the large square in the village stood an old willow tree, and hanging from it was a piece of an old steel rail. The villagers used it as a bell, and only the team leader and vice leader were authorized to strike it. Anyone who rang it without permission would be criticized. As soon as the bell rang, everyone, even if they were squatting in the toilet, would have had to pull up their pants and rush to the gathering. The team held frequent meetings to study the leaders' opinions, share commune orders, and assign farm work. Some were held during the day, others in the evening, and all laborers had to attend. Hearing the faint clanging sound, Lin Miaoyin dropped her face towel and called out to Meng Yuanjing while picking up her shoes. Hurry, it's time to gather. Meng Yuanzheng had packed his things long ago. He wore a green long-sleeved jacket, a white vest underneath, black cloth shoes, 2 straw hats on his head, and 2 water bottles and 2 towels hanging around his neck. He also took his hoe and sickle and locked the door. Let's go. Look at you. Lin Miaoying couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Impressive. The two of them walked quickly and arrived under the willow tree, where many people had already gathered. The villagers stood on one side. The educated youth stood on the other. Lin Miaoying looked around and whispered to Meng Yuanzheng. Why don't you go stand with them? No need. At that moment, Zhu Wanqing glanced over and gave them a friendly smile. Lin Miaoying returned the smile and couldn't help but wonder to herself. Yesterday the male and female protagonists met for the first time. She wondered if any sparks flew between them. Here, Meng Yuanzheng put a straw hat on her head, hung a water bottle and a towel around her neck, and handed her a sickle. Miaoying, your husband is so good to you. The young wife next to her said and teased her with a smile. Haha, really? Your man isn't bad either, Lin Miaoying replied, glancing at the man holding a hoe not far away. Him? He wouldn't even bother bringing a water bottle for me. He only thinks of himself. The young wife curled her lips while sneaking a glance at Meng Yuanzheng and silently added, besides, my man isn't handsome like yours. Soon everyone arrived, and as usual, Father Lin said a few words of encouragement, and began to assign farm work. A full-time male laborer earned 10 work points a day. A full-time female laborer earned 9 work points a day, but the newly arrived educated youth only earned 8 work points a day. The men were responsible for carrying manure, making compost and digging the ground, while the women were responsible for weeding. After the distribution was completed, the team leader would lead everyone to the fields. As the sun slowly rose and the temperature began to rise as well, the men took off their jackets, leaving only their vests. They also kicked off their shoes and worked barefoot. The women had it a bit easier, only needing to squat among the cornfields to pull weeds. Those with skills could use hoes to weed faster, though it was more tiring. Although the cornfield blocked the sun, its leaves were scratchy, and there were caterpillars and other insects around. Soon, she heard the scream of the new female educated youths nearby, likely frightened by the insects. She slapped away an insect that had fallen on her shoe. She opened her palm and saw that it was slightly red and stained with a lot of green sap. Looking at the endless cornfield ahead, she silently repeated, labor is honorable, and continued weeding. Lin Miaoying wanted to use hoes, but that wouldn't work because they had to remove the roots, or the weeds would reappear soon after. After clearing a patch, she was so tired that it felt like her waist might break. She decided to kneel on the ground to pull out the weeds. When she grew tired of kneeling, she sat down and continued weeding. As she pulled out more weeds, she moved forward slowly to cover more ground. Finally finishing a small area, she sat on the weeded field, wiped her face with a towel, and took a drink. As she sipped from her water bottle, she noticed a group of new female educated youths gathered together and talking about something. Unable to contain her curiosity, she sneaked over, squatted behind some corn, and saw Zhu Wanqing handing out gloves to them. I thought working would hurt our hands, so I came prepared. Here, put these on everyone. Wow, Wanqing, you're the best. I needed these. What kind of work is this? It's a complete waste of time. Overseas countries have all achieved mechanization, yet we're still doing it by hand. Zhu, keep your voice down and don't say that out loud. Someone quickly stopped the person who was complaining. All right, let's get back to work. If the leader sees us, we'll be in trouble, Zhu Wanqing said. The educated youth who got the gloves left happily. The female protagonist really knows how to behave, Lin Miaoying sighed and started to pull weeds silently. After a while, she heard someone calling her name. She went out and saw Meng Yuanzheng standing in the field with a pair of gloves in his hands, which were exactly the same as the ones Zhu Wanqing had just distributed. Chapter 19. Weeding. Meng Yuanzheng? Why are you here? Lin Miaoying rubbed her hands, trying to get the mud off them. She then pushed aside the corn leaves, and climbed up to the field. The place where he was assigned to work was a bit far away from here. Why was he here now and with gloves? Those gloves were probably given to him by Zhu Wanqing. Zhu Wanqing gave me a pair of gloves. You can use them. Meng Yuanzheng handed her the gloves as if nothing had happened. For me? What about you? She took them subconsciously. I don't need them to carry buckets. Today his job was the same as the other men's, to carry manure as fertilizer. He had to carry buckets of manure up to the fields halfway up the mountain, then spread the manure across the crops. He repeated this process until his assigned field was done. Afterward, a scorer would patrol, check the work, and record labor points. Where did she give them to you? Lin Miaoying asked. On the mountain. She ran to the mountain to give you gloves? I also saw her giving gloves to other female educated youths. Do all of you educated youth have gloves? Upon hearing this, Meng Yuanzheng stopped for a moment and hummed in response. Did you sneak over here? She asked. I went home to relieve myself. How particular. Most people just found a secluded spot, dropped their pants, and got it over with, wiping with dried grass or leaves. Yet he specifically came back. That's really kind, thank you for this. You should hurry back to work now. She jumped off the field ridge, waved her gloves at him, and waited until he had left before returning to continue weeding. With gloves, she was able to work harder. Without gloves, pulling weeds too hard hurt her hands. Thanks to the gloves, she finished clearing the field in one go, and by the time she was done, it was time for their break. Those who hadn't finished their work stayed to continue, while those who were done went home to cook. The team leaders and vice leaders went around inspecting the fields. Surprisingly, Lin Miaoyin, who usually takes it easy at work, managed to finish ahead of the other female educated youths today. She hadn't been pretending to work either, while the newly arrived female educated youths were all so tired that they leaned on each other, their faces looking pale. Old Lin, your daughter did a good job today. The vice team leader was holding a hoe and walking while checking the weeding situation in the field. It's June now, the season when weeds grow wildly and corn begins to sprout. If weeding is not done properly, the weeds would compete with the corn for nutrients. She is just lazy on weekdays. If she continues to be lazy after getting married, she won't have enough food to eat. Father Lin walked around with his hands behind his back, and found that there was something wrong with the weeds pulled by the new female educated youths. Due to their lack of experience and poor control of the strength, a lot of weeds were pulled out, but the roots remained in the ground. Send someone to help them in the afternoon. This can't continue. I already reminded them this morning to pull out the roots. Let's go up the mountain and take a look. Putuan is surrounded by mountains and full of hills. The vegetable fields are located on the hills. As they walked along the path, they met many people finishing work, with hoes on their shoulders, and greeted them one by one. The two men responded and continued to move forward. From a distance, they saw more people bending over, still busy in the fields. One person scooped manure water from a bucket with a gourd-shaped ladle, pouring a little at the base of each vegetable as he moved down the line. If you didn't know it was Meng Yuanzheng, you might think he was a local of Hutuan. The two were surprised and looked at him from a distance for a while. It didn't seem like he was pretending. Everyone knows Meng Yuanzheng. He came from the city and looks delicate and refined. When he first arrived, he was the best dressed among the group of educated youth, wearing a shirt with a woolen vest, leather shoes, a shiny watch, and carrying 2 large suitcases. Although it was expected that the other educated youths wouldn't know how to farm when they first went to the countryside, it only took a few days to learn. Everyone had come in response to the country's call to go to the countryside for re-education by the poor and lower middle peasants. The working class is the most honorable, so how could they complain about hardship? Anyone who thought it was tough just hadn't thought deeply enough, and needed to reflect on themselves. So everyone endured it, and after a few days they got used to it. But Meng Yuanzheng was different. He couldn't handle hardship, couldn't endure the labor, and did his work poorly. If no one was watching, he would slack off. It wasn't until after he married Lin Miaoyin and became a primary school teacher that he stopped bothering the leaders. This time, because of the incident between him and Zhang Hui, the team asked him to come back to work. They didn't expect much from him, it was mainly to teach him a lesson. Who would have thought that he seems to be doing a pretty good job now? Yuanzheng, it's time for lunch. Go back and eat, and come back to work in the afternoon. Father Lin greeted him with a pleasant expression. When Meng Yuanzheng saw his father-in-law coming, he quickly put down the things he's holding and stood up. Father, Uncle Chen. Yuanzheng, you did a good job today. Who taught you? Father Lin asked. No one taught me, I saw everyone else doing it, so I just followed along, Meng Yuanzheng answered honestly. Father Lin was surprised. If this kid had learned by watching others work, would he still be crying in the middle of the night? Good, that's good. If you keep up the good work, I will give you 10 work points next month. Father Lin praised. Meng Yuanzheng smiled shyly. I saw that the work assigned to you this morning is already finished, right? This piece of land, and that one. Vice Leader Chen pointed to 2 pieces of land. Isn't this piece supposed to be yours? When Father Lin took a look, he realized that it was true. He had just been focusing on watching him work and had not noticed this problem. What's going on? Did someone deliberately exchange land with you? Father Lin frowned and asked suspiciously. This piece of land is at the top, and the land assigned to him is a little lower, so he doesn't have to carry the manure so high, which is naturally easier. There are some old rascals in the team who like to take advantage of the new educated youths in this way. It's not like that. Meng Yuanzheng said seriously. I have already watered those 2 plots. This plot was given to Uncle Zhou. I just saw that he's getting old and hurt his back while carrying manure, so I gave him a hand. Uncle Zhou. Father Lin raised his eyebrows. He knew the old man well. The new people wouldn't know, but they had all lived in the same team for decades. Uncle Zhou is a typical old fox who is very good at pretending to be weak. He is obviously only in his early 50s, but he makes himself look like he is in his 70s or 80s. He also takes advantage of the sympathy of young people, and often asks others to do work for him. Uncle Zhou has gone home to rest, Meng Yuanzheng said while bending down to pick up the bucket and starting to irrigate again. I bet he just went to avoid work, Vice Leader Chen mumbled. Yuanzheng, you are not allowed to help others with work in the future, do you hear me? Father Lin said seriously, with his hands on his hips. If you have time, go help Miaoyin with some work. I gave you my daughter, and you can't take better care of her. Father, I understand, Meng Yuanzheng said sincerely. Okay, take this and come back with me. Let Uncle Zhou finish the rest himself. This old man has been slacking off all day long. If I catch him avoiding work again, I'll deduct his work points. Father Lin walked back with his hands behind his back, and Meng Yuanzheng hurriedly picked up the bucket and followed him. The three of them went down the mountain and headed home. The bucket belonged to the team, so Meng Yuanzheng returned it first. Then he went to the river to wash his hands and feet, making sure there was no smell of manure on him before going back. Lin Miaoyin had already made dinner when he got home, stir-fried eggplant with pickled vegetables and covered noodles. Eat quickly then take a nap. Lin Miaoyin handed him the chopsticks. They were both hungry, so they ate heartily. After finishing their bowls, they washed them and then lay down to sleep for half an hour before it was time to go back to work. The work in the afternoon was the same as in the morning, except for a few adjustments for the female educated youths. Since Lin Miaoyin did a good job in the morning, her area was moved next to the other female educated youths, and the team assigned her to lead them in the afternoon. Originally there was a team leader for the educated youths, but he was a man, and the female educated youths had different tasks. Weeding was a simple unskilled job, so there was no need to change the morning arrangement. Lin Miaoyin didn't have any objections, since she had to work anyway, but some of the young women and wives were unhappy. They grumbled behind her back, saying that Lin Miaoyin used to slack off when doing work, and now she was assigned to lead others. Wasn't that just because her father was the team leader? Leading others meant she could earn an extra work point. After all, she had to complete her own tasks and guide others. At the moment, Lin Miaoyin and the other female educated youths all had 8 work points, while the full-time female workers had 9. With the team leader's order given, everyone went to the fields and started working. Lin Miaoyin diligently called the newly arrived female educated youths together and prepared to teach them first. However, after calling out a few times, only 2 or 3 people, including Zhu Wanqin and Su Liwen, came slowly, and the other 2 or 3 were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 20. Scoring. At 2 in the afternoon, the sun was at its peak. Even standing in the shade of a tree made you sweat lightly. Lin Miaoyin tugged at the shirt that was clinging to her body, and then looked around the scene where only 3 female educated youths had shown up. A surge of anger welled up inside her. Just now, she had called out loudly enough for everyone nearby to hear. They were all weeding in the same area, so if they weren't slacking off somewhere, they were deliberately pretending not to hear her. The 3 female educated youth who came looked at each other, and there was a clear sense of awkwardness in the air. Su Liwen tugged Zhu Wanqin's sleeve and silently pointed toward Lin Miaoyin. Miaoyin, maybe they went to the bathroom and didn't hear you. Why don't you call them again? Zhu Wanqin said with a faint smile. Newly arrived female educated youth, come and gather under the big poplar tree. Upon hearing this, Lin Miaoyin put her hands on her hips and shouted at the top of her voice. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the remaining 3 finally arrived together. All 3 of them were pampered girls from the city. Their families were government officials, and they came to the countryside to secure spots for university admissions. They thought it was enough to go just for the sake of appearance. Besides, since they were girls, who would let them do heavy work? Little did they know that even the simplest task of pulling weeds left their arms sore, and their backs aching after just one morning. On top of that, the living conditions here were really bad. Most villagers lived in houses with mud walls that crumbled at the slightest touch, leaving dirt and dust all around. At night, the sound of rats gnawing on furniture kept them awake, and during the day, they could see holes in the roof if they looked up. Meals were another problem. They didn't need to cook, but used their ration tickets to eat with the villagers. However, the food, was it even fit for humans? It consisted of coarse grains and vegetables, with no refined grains in sight. The food felt like it scraped down their throats, leaving them hungry again in no time. To make matters worse, they had to fight for their food. Otherwise, the villagers' kids, as if they hadn't eaten in ages, would snatch everything in an instant. On top of that, they didn't care about hygiene, and their clothes were covered in dust and dirt, which was truly disgusting. After working in the morning, their stomachs were growling from hunger. After barely filling half their bellies at lunch, they would lie down for a short rest, only to be called back to work. The team leader even criticized their efforts, and assigned a village girl to guide them how to weed that afternoon. What's so difficult about pulling weeds? Did they really need someone to teach them? They felt insulted. Just now, the village girl was calling them to gather. She probably wanted to show off in front of them, with such a mean look on her face. They were not happy about it and pretended not to hear her. They only came over reluctantly after she called them the second time. You're finally here? I just called you and you didn't show up. I thought you were slacking off somewhere. Lin Miaoying was upset, and her words weren't very pleasant. Look at what you're saying. We just went to relieve ourselves. That's right, what, are we not allowed to even do that? The three female educated youth muttered under their breath, clearly not taking Lin Miaoying seriously. Lin Miaoying gritted her teeth and held back. Fine. Now that you're here, let's get started. She jumped down from the field and squatted down. You all come down too. After they all gathered around, Lin Miaoying reached out and pinched the root of a stalk of goosegrass. Goosegrass had tough stems and leaves with long roots. Its stems and leaves were scattered, and if you pulled them, they'd easily snap, leaving the roots still buried in the soil. When pulling weeds, you must remove the roots. Otherwise they will grow back in a few days. If you only pull out the leaves, they will break, and the roots will stay stuck in the ground. As she spoke, she gathered all the stems and leaves together, pinched the roots, and placed her fingers close to the ground. Pinch all the stems and leaves together like this so they won't break. Then shake them left and right to loosen the soil around them, and then apply force, and it'll be done. Following her demonstration, a blade of goosegrass was pulled out completely. Have you learned it? She asked, looking up. Oh, I see now. No wonder I kept breaking them this morning, Zhu Wanqin said with a smile. The three female educated youths looked indifferent and said with a little disdain, It's just weeding. We just got here and don't know much. Of course, we are not as good as you, who were born in the countryside. Lin Miaoying dropped the grass in her hand, stood up and gave them a slight smile. All right, since you think it's so simple, just do it well. Don't let yourself get criticized again at the end of the day. After saying that, she walked away with a cold look on her face. She wasn't going to say anything else. If it came to it, she'd just give up that one work point. She returned to her allocated land, put on her gloves, and started pulling weeds. It was so hot and sunny in the afternoon. She had a straw hat on, and could feel the sweat running down to her chest, while her back was drenched with sweat. Whenever she got tired, she'd sit down, take a break, drink some water, fan herself with her straw hat, and then get back to work. For hours passed like this, and it was almost time to finish for the day. She had finished her work, and was about to head up to the field to find the scorer, when she noticed a familiar figure walking toward her. Could it be that Meng Yuanzheng had also finished his work and came to pick her up? Or was he here to help her with her work? But before Meng Yuanzheng could reach her, someone called out to him. Meng Yuanzheng, are you here to pick up your wife from work? A female educated youth stood with one hand on her hip, the other fanning herself with a straw hat. Her rolled-up sleeves revealed two fair, delicate arms. The female educated youth next to her smiled and said, I heard that Meng Yuanzheng was from Shanghai too. That means we're from the same place. Out of courtesy, Meng Yuanzheng stopped and nodded slightly. Hello. I'm here to help Miaoying with her work. Your wife sure knows how to work, doesn't she? We can't even pull weeds properly. I guess she's got it easy, being from Hutuan and all. The female educated youth said this with a smirk. She acted like she was praising Lin Miaoying's work skills, but in reality, she was hinting that she was just a village girl. It was rumored that Meng Yuanzheng couldn't stand his village wife, and instead got along well with the other women in the team. Even though his behavior isn't ideal, he's pretty good looking. Compared to the other men on the team, just looking at his face makes you want to talk to him. Unexpectedly, Meng Yuanzheng's face suddenly turned serious. He looked at them and said, Are you proud of not even knowing how to pull weeds? After saying that, he walked toward Lin Miaoying without stopping, leaving behind the two female educated youths whose faces turned red and white. Lin Miaoying pretended not to see what was happening over there, and focused on clearing some small weeds she had missed on the ground. A figure squatted next to her, carrying the faint smell of manure. Lin Miaoying didn't mind and cheerfully asked, Finished with your work? You take a break. I'll handle the rest. Meng Yuanzheng extended his dirty hand and swiftly pulled out the rest of the grass. Actually, I can do it myself. Lin Miaoying stood aside, watching him work but couldn't help out. Okay, time to go home. He jumped up, clapped his hands, and with a long stride, he was already standing on the field. He stretched out his hand, signaling for Lin Miaoying to grab it and join him. At this time the scorer came. He was an old man with an injured leg and could not do heavy work, so he served as the scorer. He had a high seniority in the team, so no one dared to question the fairness of his scoring. What time is it? The sun has already set, and there's still this much left to do. Honestly, I don't know where you're all hiding to avoid working. The old man looked at the plots of the female educated youths unhappily, and said while counting the points, Zhu Wanqin gets 7, and the rest just 5. We weren't used to everything on the first day, so we were a bit slow. We'll make sure to do better next time, Zhu Wanqin said softly, her voice showing a bit of regret. The other educated youth's face darkened. This old man's words were really harsh. They hadn't been slacking off at all. They had clearly worked all afternoon. The old man, however, paid no mind to any of that. He continued looking ahead and, upon seeing Lin Miaoying's assigned spot, he nodded and said, Miaoying gets 8 points, plus the guidance she gave them in weeding, making a total of 9 points. He then pointed to the cornfield below and said to several female educated youth, come and take a look. This is what proper work looks like, no weeds, all cleared. Compare this to yours. Not only isn't it finished, but there are broken stalks everywhere, and you even snapped some corn stalks. I'm not sure what happened here. Lin Miaoying was a little embarrassed. If the old man continued talking, she would become a public enemy. After all, what people fear most is comparison. Grandpa, let's go check out someone else's work. So we can head back and eat soon. Lin Miaoying said at just the right time. After the old man left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and was about to go home when one of the girls pointed at her gloves and asked, how did you get Wanqing's gloves? Chapter 21. Daily Life. Everyone present looked at her gloves with different expressions. The other female educated youths looked at her suspiciously, while Zhu Wanqing looked at Meng Yuanzheng, who had a blank expression on his face. What's with their expressions? Are they implying that the gloves given to Meng Yuanzheng shouldn't be used by his wife? These gloves were gifted to Yuanzheng by Comrade Zhu. He cares about me, so he let me use them, Lin Miaoying said with a cheerful smile, looking at Meng Yuanzheng with an affectionate gaze. This group of female educated youths was just trying to sow discord in their relationship. Whether or not she and Meng Yuanzheng were really in love, she couldn't let them have their way. Not for any other reason, just because she was annoyed. Meng Yuanzheng tilted his head slightly to meet her gaze, his eyes softening a little. Wanqing, didn't you say we're the only ones with gloves? Yes, you even said there weren't enough gloves, so none were given to the other educated youths who arrived here before us. When did you become so familiar with Meng Yuanzheng? The other educated youths began talking all at once, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and gossip. On the day Zhu Wanqing arrived, she immediately stepped in to help Meng Yuanzheng out of a predicament, later explaining it was simply because they were from the same hometown. However, judging by Meng Yuanzheng's attitude, it didn't seem like they were very familiar with each other. He even turned her down when she asked to stay at his place. I just happened to have an extra pair, and I met Meng Yuanzheng on the road this morning, so I gave them to him. Zhu Wanqing smiled embarrassedly. She glanced at Meng Yuanzheng with her bright eyes before lowering her head. Meng Yuanzheng responded with a simple mem, his face remaining expressionless. Lin Miaoying rolled her eyes and thought to herself, I clearly asked him in the morning if Zhu Wanqing ran to the mountain to give it to him. And he said yes, but now Zhu Wanqing says she gave it to him on the way. Which one is true? This despicable man is clearly hiding something. Could it be that the two of them have already, in secret? That's not good at all. She really needs to stop this from happening. Zhu Wanqing is really thoughtful. These gloves are very comfortable to use. My hands don't hurt at all. Lin Miaoying deliberately tapped the gloves together, brushing off the dirt from them. As long as you like them. Zhu Wanqing smiled faintly, with an unreadable look in her eyes. How could I forget? I used the gloves, and now Yuanzheng hasn't had the chance to. Let me check if your hands have blisters. Lin Miaoying said, tucking the gloves under her arm with a concerned look as she took Meng Yuanzheng's hand to check. It's all covered in mud, so you can't see anything. However, Lin Miaoying skillfully displayed a "oh, I feel so bad" expression. Meng Yuanzheng didn't pull away as she held his hand, his gaze warm as he reassured her. I'm fine, as long as you're safe. Female educated youths Zhu Wanqing. The way the two were acting made everyone uncomfortable. Zhu Wanqing quietly clenched her fist and forced a smile. It's getting late, let's pack up and get some rest. The other female educated youths were eager to leave, disgusted by the sight of the two. They silently spat in disdain before turning and walking away. Once everyone had left and only Lin Miaoying and the other person remained, she released his hand and wiped herself off. It smells a bit. She sniffed and walked ahead. Let's go home. Finally, we're done for the day. Meng Yuanzheng followed her, and the two of them walked through the fields, along the country road, and like everyone else, they walked home under the setting sun. She washed her hands first, then started cooking the porridge, while a big pot of water was heating up on the stove. There is not much firewood left, so they have to go up the mountain to collect some firewood on the weekend. She took out the vegetable basket that Mother Lin had given her 2 days ago. The eggplants and cucumbers inside have wilted, but the green beans were still fresh. Each household has only a small piece of private land, most of which is used to grow crops, and very little is used to grow vegetables. Especially for poor families with many children and elderly people, the food distributed by the team is not enough, so they rely on their private plots. In addition to that, the land that could be cleared nearby has already been used. The bamboo on the mountain had been cut down by the villagers to make bamboo tools, and all the wild vegetables had been dug up. Newly married couples had to wait in line to be allocated private plots, and they would not be able to get them for several years. Because the Lin family is the captain's family, their conditions are better than most families in the team. Also, there are few people in their family, so there is enough food, and they can grow many vegetables in their private plots. It's a good thing as well that Lin Miaoyin married Meng Yuanzheng, since he doesn't have any family on his side. Otherwise, the Lin family wouldn't have been able to help them with food and vegetables. Lin Miaoyin walked around. There were houses all around, each with their own yard. They had a small yard too, and behind it was some unused land. It was originally used by a fellow villager from not far away to grow vegetables. When Father Lin went to the commune to apply, the area approved by the commune included this piece of land, so the right to use this land also belongs to Lin Miaoyin's family. However, after the original owner got married, both of them were lazy, and neither of them had the idea to grow vegetables on their own. They simply relied on the Lin family for support, and the land remained unused. In her previous life, Lin Miaoyin had been following her parents in growing vegetables since she was a child. She had been growing vegetables for more than 10 years before she left the mountain village to go to college in another city. How could she tolerate the land behind her house unused? Now that she knew she was going to be living here for a while, the only thing she could do was make her living conditions better. With the water heating up, she leaned on the doorframe, planning to call Meng Yuanzheng to take a bath. Seeing Meng Yuanzheng hunched over on the ground fiddling with something, Lin Miaoyin walked behind him. In a basket there were honeysuckle, mint and wild chrysanthemums. When did you pick these? Lin Miaoyin asked excitedly as she squatted down and picked up a wild chrysanthemum, bringing it to her nose. The bitter yet fresh scent filled the air. This afternoon. Meng Yuanzheng lowered his head and focused on spreading the honeysuckle evenly. But just now we walked back together and I didn't see you carrying anything. I put everything in the yard first, and then came to find you. Lin Miaoyin paused, feeling astonished. You finished your work that quickly? You went home already. But then came to pick me up? Yes. Why? She almost felt moved by his actions. Meng Yuanzheng stopped, turned his head, and looked at her, and said very seriously, isn't it natural for a husband to pick up his wife and take her home? Lin Miaoyin lowered her head and thought to herself, realizing it was common in other families, but the two of them were not an ordinary couple. Both of them were villains in a novel. Could they really lead such an easy, simple life? The water's ready. Go take a bath, I'll cook. She snapped back to reality, stood up, and walked toward the kitchen. Meng Yuanzheng put the basket in a place that could be sheltered from the rain, and went into the kitchen. The sun was setting, and the kitchen had started to darken. Porridge was cooking in the pot, and Lin Miaoyin was cutting eggplant on the chopping board. He stood at the door and watched quietly for a while, then walked up and grasped the knife. I'll do it. Go take a bath first. No need. You go first. You've been working with manure, you smell, Lin Miaoyin said without a second thought. Meng Yuanzheng. Seeing that he remained silent, Lin Miaoyin pushed his hand away and continued cutting the vegetables. What's wrong with you? Move aside, you're blocking the light. Meng Yuanzheng. He was upset. This woman. After Meng Yuanzheng scooped away the hot water in the pot, Lin Miaoyin wiped the pot dry, threw a small piece of fat that she had cut a few days ago into the pot, and heated it up to extract the oil. She then stir-fried the eggplant, sliced up a cucumber for a cold dish, and once the eggplant was done, she served it with 2 bowls of porridge. Meng Yuanzheng came back feeling refreshed, holding a bucket in one hand and a towel to wipe his hair in the other. He put the bucket under the eaves and just entered the house, but saw Lin Miaoyin looking at him with strange eyes. What's wrong? He stopped. Lin Miaoyin stared at him while chewing on a cucumber. Why aren't you wearing clothes? Chapter 22. Massage. Meng Yuanzheng looked slightly confused. Isn't it normal for a man to wear only shorts at home with his wife? Lin Miaoyin was just teasing him, but seeing his embarrassed expression, she looked away and coughed softly. Put on your clothes. There are so many mosquitoes, you'll be covered in bites soon. He pulled a shirt out of his cabinet, slipped it on, and buttoned it all the way up, even the very top button. Lin Miaoyin glanced at him speechlessly. Why are you buttoning it up so tightly? Don't you feel hot? Not hot. He lowered his head and began drinking the porridge. Hey, let me ask you, didn't you say that Zhu Wanqing gave you the gloves when she went to the mountains? You also said that every educated youth had one. How come now it seems that she gave it to you on the road, and the other educated youth don't have it? She stared at him suspiciously. Meng Yuanzheng raised his head, holding his chopsticks. If I tell you, don't get angry. I won't get angry. Lin Miaoyin looked at him with even more suspicion. She came to find me, and I wasn't planning to take them, but he avoided her gaze. But she forced you? No, he denied. But I thought your hands would hurt from pulling weeds, and I forgot to buy gloves for you. After saying that, he lowered his head and didn't look at her. Lin Miaoyin took a sip of porridge and paused. So you accepted her kindness just so you could give me the gloves? I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just that you asked that way, so I went along with it. Oh, Lin Miaoyin felt a sweet happiness blossoming inside her. This man is truly adorable. Alright. I don't blame you. Just stay away from her in the future. She must be plotting something bad toward you. If she needs anything from you, tell her to come to me. I'll handle it. And if those other female educated youth try to get close to you by making an excuse that they are from the same hometown, just don't pay attention to them. I'm telling you this. Decide for yourself what's more important. Your wife or the people from your hometown. He said, nodding quietly, looking totally obedient. Lin Miaoyin felt a maternal sense of satisfaction. Like she was raising a son, one who was so well behaved that it warmed her heart. After dinner, Meng Yuanzheng boiled some hot water to wash the dishes, and Lin Miaoyin went to take a bath. Meng Yuanzheng carried a bucket of warm water to the simple bamboo bathhouse behind the house, and was about to leave. The bathhouse was enclosed by bamboo walls, with a cloth serving as the door. The floor was paved with bluestone slabs, allowing the bathwater to drain into the ditch. It had been built by Lin Miaojuan back in the past. It was not completely dark when Lin Miaoyin take a bath the first 2 times, but it was completely dark today. There was only a small kerosene lamp, barely lighting up the place. Coupled with the lingering fear brought by the black snake in the past 2 days, she felt uneasy. When she saw Meng Yuanzheng turning around to leave, she subconsciously shouted, "Don't go!" Meng Yuanzheng turned around and saw Lin Miaoyin standing there without saying anything. She just shook her head at him, so he turned and walked away again. After Lin Miaoyin shouted, she regretted it. Was she really going to make him stay and watch her take a bath? That would be embarrassing. It's just a little dark, so what? She was being dramatic. If there were a snake, it wouldn't bite her first. If it tried to get in, she'd definitely hear it and smash its head with the bucket. Tomorrow, she must take a bath first without fail. After mentally preparing herself, she lowered the cloth curtain and started undressing. Just as she removed her pants and was left in her undergarments, she heard footsteps outside. Startled, she stopped and listened carefully. The footsteps stopped not far from her, and there was no sound after that. Trembling with fear, she summoned all her courage to ask, "Who is it?" "It's me," came the low, deep voice. A wave of relief washed over her. Though pleased, she pretended to be angry and asked, "Why are you standing out there scaring people?" "I'm standing guard for you. Go ahead and take a bath." Oh, she secretly bit her lip, feeling happy. What should she do? She felt that this man was getting better and better. "Bah, stop it," she scolded herself. After taking a bath, she lifted the cloth and saw Meng Yuanzheng standing nearby. His head raised slightly as he looked at the moon, his posture gently echoing the famous line, "I lift my head to admire the bright moon, and bow it to think of my faraway homeland." She wonders if he was reminiscing about his own family. "I'm done, let's go." She grabbed the bucket and walked over to him. Meng Yuanzheng snapped back to reality and headed inside. She put the bucket under the eaves, threw the dirty clothes into the basin, and sat on the chair, not wanting to move. Her arms were sore and weak, and her waist was aching slightly. So useless. She scolded herself again in frustration. Meng Yuanzheng quickly washed the dishes, rolled up his sleeves, and began to fetch water from the well. Lin Miaoyin glanced at him. "What are you doing?" "For washing the clothes. I'll come back and wash it tomorrow afternoon. I'm too tired today." She didn't want to move. "I'll wash them," Meng Yuanzheng said as he put both of their dirty clothes in a basin and brought it to the well. He then found a washboard, brush, soap, and stool and began scrubbing. The clothes were especially dirty today and needed thorough scrubbing. Lin Miaoyin stared at his back, feeling like she was in a dream. She tapped her head and asked herself, "Where is this place?" It didn't make any sense. This was a novel. Who was standing in front of her? The villain in the original story. What was he like? Lazy, selfish, and pretentious. Is this really the same Meng Yuanzheng? Unbelievable. After spending half an hour hanging the clothes to dry, washing up, and finally locking the door, they could finally go to bed. The lamp was placed on the bedside table. "Come over here and sit," Lin Miaoyin called him. Meng Yuanzheng, who was adjusting the quilt, looked over in confusion but still sat in front of her. Standing behind him, Lin Miaoyin extended her hand to grasp his shoulder, and began to massage it. He must be very tired after carrying manure all day. If I don't give him a massage, he won't be able to move his arms or shoulders tomorrow. She massaged his shoulders, then worked on muscles around his neck. Suddenly, Meng Yuanzheng let out a sharp hiss. "What's wrong? Did I hurt you?" she asked nervously. "No, it's fine. It actually feels good," he said softly. "If you feel any pain, just try to endure it," she said, continuing to massage his shoulders and arms. Then she placed both hands on his head, gently twisting it from side to side. Next she massaged the top and back of his head, including his temples. After a while, her hands felt sore. She shook them out and sat down on the edge of the bed. "How is it? Feel any better?" "Much better," Meng Yuanzheng said as he stood up. stretching his arms and rolling his neck. Who taught you this? He couldn't help but ask. I created it myself. She raised her eyebrows. Don't worry, I won't break anything. It's all based on science. Meng Yuanjing gave her a strange look, but then replied, seems good. Hey, I was about to say you have no muscles at all, you're like a boiled meat. Ahem. She quickly stopped herself from saying chicken. What? He didn't hear it clearly. It's nothing, I just said you need to exercise more, she said with an awkward smile. Meng Yuanjing murmured, deep in thought. Then, without warning, he leaned toward her. Lin Miaoyin sensed something was wrong and reached out to stop him, grabbing her own collar as if she was facing a formidable enemy. What are you doing? Meng Yuanjing stopped and smiled faintly. I was going to give you a massage. What are you thinking? Chapter 23. Giving birth. Lin Miaoyin suddenly felt embarrassed. She put her hands down and raised an eyebrow at him. Go ahead. Meng Yuanjing asked her to turn her back to him, and gently placed his large hand on her shoulder. Compared to the effort she had put into massaging him earlier, it was much easier for him. His palm easily covered her shoulder, and his fingertips gently moved, steadily relaxing her muscles. A little lower, she instructed comfortably. Meng Yuanjing reached down and pinched the back of her neck. Here. Yes, right there. Press harder. He gently massaged it. Didn't you just eat? Use a bit more strength. He squeezed a bit harder, and there was this loud cracking sound. Meng Yuanjing froze in fear. Her neck was so slender and fragile in his hands. What if he accidentally broke it? Surprisingly, Lin Miaoyin felt relieved. She couldn't shake the strange discomfort in her neck. Now with her muscles cracking, it felt much better. Like the feeling after waking up and stretching after sleeping for too long. She turned back to look at him. What's wrong? Keep going. Seeing she was fine, Meng Yuanjing continued massaging her back, then tried the same method she had used on him to gently massage her head. Can you stop covering my face with your hand? She said, feeling speechless. When she massaged his head earlier, she'd wrapped her arms around it to make it easier. But his hands were so big that they practically covered her entire head, with his fingers even touching her eyelids. Meng Yuanjing felt a little helpless and adjusted his movements a few times until Lin Miaoyin was satisfied before continuing. After all that effort, they both went to bed feeling refreshed. The next day, they went to work as usual. Today's work was to cut the sweet potato vines. Sweet potatoes were planted in late April, and by now the vines had spread everywhere. If the vines grew too densely, they competed for nutrients, which prevented the sweet potatoes from growing large. Additionally, the vines had also branched out excessively, so the extra ones had to be cut, leaving only the main vines. The young leaves of the cut vines can be used for cooking, while the old leaves can be fed to pigs. Meng Yuanjing's work today was still the same. Watching him leave with the bucket on his shoulder, Lin Miaoyin grabbed her sickle and a large basket and headed to the fields. Cutting sweet potato vines is a very important task. If the main vine is cut accidentally, the sweet potatoes will be ruined. Because of this, the team leader did not dare to let the newly arrived educated youths do it, and only allowed them to continue pulling weeds. The sweet potato field was on the mountainside, not far from where Meng Yuanjing and the others were working. Singing a mountain song, one side sings and the other echoes, Lin Miaoyin hummed cheerfully as she walked up the hill. Fortunately, the massage last night helped. Although her muscles were a bit sore, it wasn't too bad. This time, there was no division of labor for who was responsible for cutting which piece of vine. It was a collective effort. Her sister-in-law, Chuifun, was also in the group, so the two worked together. Lin Miaoyin placed her large basket nearby, crouched down, and started sorting the tangled sweet potato vines spread across the ground. She separated the main vines from the branch vines, and then decided which ones to cut. She didn't cut all the branch vines. She still left some. The cut vines were carefully arranged, with their ends aligned, and placed neatly in the basket. This made it easier to pick out the tender tips and leaves later. Chuifun was worried that her sister-in-law would be as impatient as before, so she accompanied her throughout the whole process and carefully explained how to distinguish and how to cut the vines. Lin Miaoyin listened carefully and acted cautiously, without making any mistakes. Chuifun was very satisfied, and the two talked while cutting. They talked about some family matters first, and Chuifun asked if the two had fought in the past few days. Speaking of fighting, this was also a headache for the Lin family. When Lin Miaoyin decided to marry Meng Yuanjing, she had cried and begged, even threatened to jump into a well, forcing her parents to agree. However, after she got married, Meng Yuanjing's true colors were revealed. They often quarreled and fought, and she would go back to her parents' home every time. What could Father Lin and Mother Lin do? They would not let their daughter be bullied by outsiders. They had to support her and call Meng Yuanjing over to give him a lesson, letting him know that if he wanted to live a comfortable life in Hetuan Brigade, he had to behave himself. Meng Yuanjing was also a man who knew how to handle the situation. He coaxed the girl back home with kind words, but after a few days, they would start fighting again. No, he's been very well behaved lately, Lin Miaoying answered honestly. Chuifan paused her work. That's not normal. Keep an eye on him. What if he's pretending to be obedient at home while messing around with someone outside? Don't let him fool you. Lin Miaoying pressed her lips together and nodded. I know. That reminds me, father praised him yesterday, Chuifan said. Oh, what did he praise him for? Chuifan looked at her with a complicated expression. Look at you, the moment you hear father praised him. You're smiling like you just found money on the ground. Oh, I'm not smiling. Lin Miaoying put away her smile and pretended to be indifferent. I'm just curious. Father has never praised him before. He works better now than before and doesn't make any mistakes. Chuifan said as she cut off a handful of sweet potato vines and removed the rotten leaves. This is really strange. How come he is willing to work all of a sudden? He's like a completely different person after falling into the pond. Lin Miaoying stopped. That's right, after falling into the pond, he did seem like a different person. Wait, he's a different person. Could it be? No. Imposible. There couldn't be such a coincidence. She would rather believe that he fell into the water and that the laziness in his brain was washed away, or that he was scared by the divorce and dared not act like a troublemaker again. What are you thinking about? Chuifan gave her a little push. Lin Miaoying came back to her senses and didn't think about it anymore. It's nothing. Oh, what day is it today? It's Friday. Oh, and that reminds me, the day after tomorrow is the self-criticism meeting for him and Zhang Hui. Make sure you watch him closely, so he doesn't hide that day. Where is Zhang Hui now? She went back to the brigade yesterday. The team has already reported her to the police. I heard from mother that she will be assigned to raise pigs in the future. Raising pigs and cattle is considered low-level work. It's tiring, has low work points, and comes with great responsibility. It's usually given to people from less favorable backgrounds. You think that if they meet again, and Zhang Hui finds out that she has been given a serious warning while Meng Yuanzheng is fine, will they start fighting? Chuifan said, clearly enjoying the situation. Lin Miaoying was silent. If this had been the old Meng Yuanzheng, she'd have happily cheered them on as they fought like dogs. But when she remembered the man who quietly stayed with her while she bathed the night before, she felt a bit of pain in her heart. Mother also told me yesterday that she didn't know when you two would have a baby. What? Lin Miaoying was stunned. You've been married for a few months. Isn't it time to consider having a baby? Chuifan, who had been married for just a year and was already a few months pregnant, asked. Lin Miaoying had never thought about this before and felt quite embarrassed. Isn't it still too early for that? What's too early? If you're pregnant now, you can give birth next spring, which means you won't be able to have your confinement period during the hottest season. Chuifan looked very disappointed. Besides, if you have a baby, your husband will care for you more. He'll realize his responsibility and his heart will be tied to you. Lin Miaoying thought that if her sister-in-law were in modern times, she would definitely be an expert on relationships. Seeing her still in a daze, Chuifan gave her a gentle pat. How long has it been since you two last did that? Chapter 24. Competing for work. Lin Miaoying blushed in embarrassment when she realized what Chuifan was talking about. Sister-in-law, why are you bringing this up in broad daylight? Chuifan glanced around to make sure no one else was nearby. What's there to be afraid of? It's not like you're an unmarried maiden anymore. Why can't we talk about it? But she really was an unmarried maiden. Lin Miaoying looked up at the sky and changed the subject. Sister-in-law, let's get to work quickly. The sun will be strong soon. She quickened her pace, and seeing this, Chuifan could only shake her head helplessly and focus on her work. At noon, everyone carried their baskets to the designated gathering spot and dumped the sweet potato vines into a large pile. Under Mother Lin's arrangement, each household could take some tender leaves home for cooking, while the old leaves would be sent to the team's pig pen to feed the pigs. Lin Miaoying also took a handful, tied them together with a dry stalk, and carried them home. She wanted to make a few sorghum pancakes and stir-fry the sweet potato vines. After getting back, she looked at the meat that had been marinated with salt a few days ago and prepared to fry it in the evening. Meanwhile, Meng Yuanzheng was in the yard drying honeysuckle, wild chrysanthemum, and mint that had been picked the day before. He used chopsticks to turn them over and arrange them on the drying rack. Hearing Lin Miaoying call out from the kitchen that the food was ready, he washed his hands and went inside to help set the table. Suddenly, he remembered something and searched through his pockets, pulling out a handful of mulberries wrapped in mulberry leaves. He washed them carefully and placed them in a bowl on the table. When Lin Miaoying sat down and saw the half bowl of plump, deep purple mulberries, she said excitedly, "Oh, where did these come from?" As she spoke, she reached out, picked up a mulberry, and put it in her mouth. The mulberry was ripe, fragrant, and sweet, melting in her mouth and leaving only a faint purple color on her fingers. "Come try it too." She picked up one and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Meng Yuanzheng held the bowl in his hand and obediently opened his mouth to take it. After work, I went for a walk on the mountain and saw 2 kids using bamboo poles to knock the fruits off the top of a mulberry tree. I helped them pick some and they gave me a few, he explained. Delicious. She ate another one herself and signaled with her eyes that he should eat one too. Meng Yuanzheng pretended not to see it, but when she held another up to his mouth, he calmly bit it right out of her fingers. In the end, Lin Miaoyin's hand was completely stained purple, while Meng Yuanzheng remained spotless. Lin Miaoyin felt that she was being tricked. She ate her meal angrily, and then lay down to take a nap. Meng Yuanzheng washed the dishes and pulled the corner of the quilt to cover her chest and stomach. Feeling too dirty after picking up the manure, he sat on the chair and took a nap instead. The afternoon passed as usual with work, and then it was time to head home. That evening, Meng Yuanzheng came to pick her up as usual. The 2 of them left under the gaze of a bunch of old ladies and young wives. She was a little embarrassed and said, "Maybe you shouldn't come to pick me up anymore." Meng Yuanzheng walked without looking around. Why? It's embarrassing when everyone watches. They'll get used to it after seeing it a few more times. Well, that did make some sense. We're going to have a review meeting the day after tomorrow morning. Have you prepared your self-criticism speech? Lin Miaoyin asked. All right. I'm planning to dig up the plot behind the house to plant summer cabbage, water spinach and late-season corn. Then in October, I'll plant winter vegetables. Okay. I'll ask my father tomorrow if they have any seeds. Oh, and I want to raise 2 chickens. Sure. One person kept talking, while the other responded with single-word answers. Lin Miaoyin didn't mind his perfunctory replies. He was listening, and she was happy just talking. After returning home, they boiled water to take a bath as usual. This time Lin Miaoyin went first. When she came out after bathing, the sky in the distance was red, and the sun had already sunk below the horizon. Meng Yuanzheng had already taken down the clothes drying in the yard, boiled some water, and made tea with mint, honeysuckle, and wild chrysanthemum to cool. The porridge was cooking on the small stove, and the meat was blanching in the big pot. Lin Miaoyin placed the bucket under the eaves, and was about to go inside to cook, but she was stopped by Meng Yuanzheng. What are you doing? She looked up at him. You just took a bath, he said. The kitchen is filled with heavy smoke, so don't go in, he explained. Who will cook if I don't go in? It can't be you. I'll cook it, Meng Yuanzheng said as he went back to pick up the meat, put it on the chopping board, and started cutting the meat in an orderly manner. Lin Miaoyin stuck one foot in, but when she saw his gaze, she quickly withdrew it. All right, you get to work. She returned to the eaves and sat waiting for dinner, only to realize that Meng Yuanzheng had taken over her chores of washing clothes and cooking. How impressive! As she sat, mosquitoes kept biting and buzzing around her. Feeling annoyed, she stood up and thought about getting some mugwort to keep them away. Before long, Meng Yuanzheng had cooked the meal and placed it on the table. The stir-fried pork with chili looked and smelled great. Lin Miaoyin picked up a piece and tried it, her eyes lighting up. It was tasty. She praised him without holding back. You're so impressive. You've been hiding your skills. You have to teach me how to cook someday. Her flattery made Meng Yuanzheng smile faintly. He sat across from her and started eating. Lin Miaoyin gulped down a few mouthfuls of porridge and praised. The porridge is also well cooked, not too watery or dry, but thick and soft. You could open a restaurant. Just eat. Meng Yuanzheng put down his chopsticks helplessly and looked at her. Lin Miaoyin took a few bites and noticed that he wasn't picking up much vegetable. And when he did, it was mostly fatty meat. Why aren't you eating the lean meat? I don't like it. Meng Yuanzheng took a piece of fatty meat without changing his expression. She didn't believe him. Quickly, she grabbed a few big pieces of the leanest, best meat and put them in his bowl, staring at him. Are you going to eat it or not? If not, you're not sleeping tonight. Meng Yuanzheng met her gaze and smiled. I'll eat. He lowered his head and obediently ate all the meat in the bowl. And only then was Lin Miaoyin satisfied. After the meal, Meng Yuanzheng washed the dishes, took a bath and cleaned the clothes. Lin Miaoyin wanted to help, but he wouldn't let her. By the time he was done, it was already late at night. Lin Miaoyin was half asleep when she suddenly woke up, sat up and murmured, "Come here, give me a massage." Meng Yuanzheng walked over and pressed her shoulders. As she slowly woke up, she turned her head and said, "I'll massage you too." "Let me massage your first," he said gently, kneading her shoulders with care. Lin Miaoyin let her body relax completely, enjoying the warmth of his touch, until she nearly drifted off again. After he finished the massage, they changed positions, and Lin Miaoyin gave him a massage as well. As she was massaging him, she lowered her head and could see the graceful lines of the back of his head, the angle of his jaw, and his slightly drooping eyelashes. There was also a faint smell of soap on his body. His neck had been sunburned over the past 2 days and had faint marks on it. Looking down from above, along the collar of his shirt, one could clearly see his chest and 2 moles. She recalled what Cui Fen had said during the day. The original owner and Meng Yuanzheng must have done that thing. What if he forced himself on her one day? After all, they were husband and wife, and she would not be able to argue with him anywhere. But since he is so handsome, she doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Chapter 25. Self-criticism. According to the rules, work is for 6 days, and Sunday is a rest day. That morning, the Hutuwan Brigade was particularly lively, because the two individuals at the center of a recent commotion were set to hold a self-criticism meeting. Neither of them had a good reputation within the team. Zhang Hui had always been arrogant. She came from a family with strong connections and had relatives all over the county, which was likely why she had managed to secure a position as a primary school teacher so easily. She looked down on this impoverished rural area and remained indifferent toward the other educated youths, except for Meng Yuanzheng. Perhaps it's because Meng Yuanzheng also came from a big city. He's good-looking, knows how to dress, and speaks like an educated person. But there was another reason. Zhang Hui had a past grudge with Meng Yuanzheng's wife, Lin Miaoyin. At that time, she had just arrived in Hutuwan, with the goal of entering university in the future. She knew she had to get along well with the locals. Although she felt some disdain, she still handed out some fruit candies she had brought with her to a group of children and young women. Lin Miaoyin, being the captain's daughter, naturally received a few as well, while the others carefully placed them in their pockets, either to share with their families or to enjoy later in the evening. Lin Miaoyin was different. She immediately unwrapped one and put it into her mouth. Unfortunately, it was a mint candy. For those who didn't like it, mint could be quite unpleasant. She immediately frowned and said without hesitation, "What kind of candy is this? It's so awful." She swallowed it with a look of disgust. Zhang Hui was irritated. A poor village girl like her had probably never even tasted fruit candy in her life. Yet she dared to complain? If she didn't like it, she shouldn't eat it. Why did she swallow it? From then on, she began to dislike Lin Miaoyin. Back then, Zhang Hui had no close friends in the village and found life difficult. The other educated youths she arrived with were scattered across different brigades, and many had already found partners. With a partner, she could ask her partner to help with daily tasks, and they could take care of and support each other. It seemed like a good arrangement, so she started considering it for herself. After searching for a while, she set her sights on Meng Yuanzheng. He was the only one in the team who caught her eye. But who would have known that Meng Yuanzheng would turn around and marry Lin Miaoyin? Why marry this village girl when there are so many other options? Zhang Hui was furious, especially when she saw the two of them walking on the road, with Lin Miaoyin hanging on his arm and him looking impatient. She felt even more disgusted, and at the same time, she wondered if he was forced. When rumors spread across the brigade about the couple constantly arguing and even fighting, her suspicions only deepened. After both of them became elementary school teachers, her feelings for him grew even stronger. On top of that, Meng Yuanzheng's subtle teasing made her feel like she had completely fallen for him. But she never expected that before she could truly have him, Lin Miaoyin, that shrew, would come storming in. Not only did she embarrass her in public, but she also forced her into a situation where she had no choice but to push her into the pond. She was slapped a few times but didn't get any compensation. Instead, she was given a serious warning. Now, she even had to deliver a public self-criticism. She couldn't swallow the humiliation. Clenching her fists tightly, she forced herself to act as if nothing had happened. In contrast, Lin Miaoyin and Meng Yuanzheng were both very relaxed. One of them had completely forgotten what she had done, and the other thought it was no big deal. After all, it was just a self-criticism. With his father present, who would dare throw rotten vegetables at him? On Sunday morning, at the usual gathering place for large meetings, a stage was set up at the front with several chairs placed below. Sitting there were the team leader, vice team leader, secretary, militia leader, and the women's director. Surrounding the stage were hundreds of villagers. These people all had expressions of gloating. After all, that's human nature. Among so many educated youths at the time, Meng Yuanzheng and Zhang Hui were the ones who stood out the most. Now that they had been caught in an improper relationship and had to publicly self-criticize, people were excited to see how they would react. Lin Miaoyin glanced around, knowing exactly what the crowd was thinking. She simply patted Meng Yuanzheng on the shoulder and straightened his collar for him. "Don't be afraid when you go up there. Just say what needs to be said and reflect sincerely. Everyone will forgive you." Meng Yuanzheng lowered his head, looking at the woman tidying his collar. He asked softly, "Then will you forgive me?" Lin Miaoyin paused and looked up at him. His gaze was sincere and unwavering, with his dark eyes fixed on hers. "I'll forgive you if you reflect well on your mistakes." She smiled. "Go up there ready." Meng Yuanzheng walked up calmly, standing straight with his back straight, with an air of being as calm as a mountain, and unmoved by any storm. With his good looks and righteous expression, he almost resembled a heroic figure on the verge of execution. Lin Miaoyin looked up at him with a smile in her eyes. She moved over and stood behind Father Lin. If anyone threw vegetable leaves behind her, she would stop them. Zhu Wanqin was also in the crowd. Beside her, Jin Chungren chuckled. With that demeanor, Meng Yuanjing doesn't look like someone here for self-criticism at all. How did this person appear next to her? Zhu Wanqing quietly moved away and frowned. Then what does he look like? Like an officer who came to inspect the countryside last time. Jin Chungren's eyes held a trace of admiration. He felt that this whole thing might be a misunderstanding. From what he had seen, Meng Yuanzheng and Lin Miaoyin seemed to have a good relationship, and he didn't think he was the type to be involved in anything improper. Zhu Wanqing just stared at the person on stage, looking really curious. Zhang Hui and Meng Yuanzheng stepped onto the stage and stood a few steps apart. She clasped her hands, bit her lip slightly, and couldn't help but glance at him. Meng Yuanzheng met her gaze but ignored it. Instead, he focused his attention on Lin Miaoyin in the audience. Lin Miaoyin naturally also saw Zhang Hui's actions. She curled her lips slightly and mouthed to Meng Yuanzheng, "Don't be afraid. Let's start. Zhang Hui, you go first," Secretary Li announced. Zhang Hui lowered her head slightly and spoke in a flat tone. "Respected leaders, members of the Brigade Party Committee, and fellow comrades, I am Zhang Hui, an educated youth assigned to Hetuan Brigade. During my time as a teacher at the Commune Elementary School, I developed an improper relationship with Comrade Meng Yuanzheng. Additionally, I pushed Comrade Lin Miaoyin into the pond. I have let down the party and the organization, which have nurtured and educated me for so many years. I am deeply remorseful and will now conduct a thorough self-criticism of my actions." She then spent a few minutes briefly explaining how she met Meng Yuanzheng, what had happened between them, how Lin Miaoyin discovered it, and how their conflict led to her pushing Lin Miaoyin into the pond. "Please accept my self-criticism and give me a chance to reform. I will." As she finished speaking, a few middle-aged women threw rotten vegetable leaves at her head, some of which struck her face and head. She covered her face with her hands, unable to bear it any longer, and began crying. This habit has been passed down through the years, so everyone sees it as completely normal. If you make a mistake, being hit with some rotten vegetable leaves is considered a light punishment. A newly arrived female educated youth commented. If Lin Miaoyin hit her, shouldn't she also have to do a self-criticism? That's right, hitting someone shouldn't just be ignored. Lin Miaoyin turned around and saw the three female educated youths from a few days ago looking at her. Chuifan whispered beside her, "Ignore them." Lin Miaoyin smiled at them, making the three of them look uncomfortable and afraid to speak anymore. At this time, Meng Yuanjing stepped forward, stood up straight, ignored the rotten vegetable that hit his leg, and said in a clear, loud voice, "Respected leaders, members of the Brigade Party Committee." The beginning is similar to Zhang Hui's, but when he talked about Lin Miaoyin discovering their affair and the conflict, it was not like what Zhang Hui said, that Lin Miaoyin beat her. Rather, he said that he beat Zhang Hui to avoid responsibility and to get Lin Miaoyin's forgiveness. The entire crowd was stunned. Zhang Hui stared at him in disbelief. "What did you say?" "So many people saw it. It was clearly Lin Miaoyin who hit me, so I pushed her. They can all testify to it." The people in the audience kept their heads down, pretending not to hear. Only a fool would come out to testify for her. If they offended Captain Lin, they would be courting death. Meng Yuanjing looked at her calmly and said, "I hit you. I apologize. I have deeply reflected on my mistake and asked the organization for another chance to correct it. I will also compensate you for your recovery and willingly accept any disciplinary actions. I only ask that you stop dragging Miaoyin into this." You're crazy. Completely crazy." Zhang Hui's voice trembled. The contrast between the Meng Yuanzheng who once complained to her about how crude and unreasonable Lin Miaoyin was, and the one now standing here defending her so fiercely was too much for her to process. Her eyes turned red as she glared at him, but his expression remained as calm as still water, reflecting nothing but the distorted anger on her own face. Lin Miaoyin was also a little stunned. When she had just woken up, Chuifan had asked her what she would do if Zhang Hui accused her of hitting her. She had casually said that it was Meng Yuanzheng who beat her. But now Meng Yuanzheng didn't even need to be told what to do. He just stepped forward on his own. He could have just denied it. After all, no one would testify for Zhang Hui. Why was he so stupid as to take the blame on himself? She looked at the indifferent man above and felt a little distressed. She knew he would take responsibility for what he did, but deep inside, she always thought that it was the old Meng Yuanzheng who had done it, not the one after losing his memory. The crowd around them looked at each other. Even those who had been throwing rotten vegetable leaves stopped. "Please accept my self-criticism and give me a chance to reform myself. I will actively engage in labor and be a useful person to the construction of socialism." Meng Yuanzheng finished his words. Secretary Li saw that the situation was turning unfavorable and quickly spoke up, saying, "All right, recognizing one's mistakes is the first step toward improvement. I hope both of you will remember today's self-criticism, honor your promises, and not betray the trust of the party and the people." Meng Yuanjing nodded. "I'll remember, Secretary." Zhang Hui's eyes were red. With her head lowered and looking worn out, she quietly said, I remember. Secretary Lee nodded with satisfaction. Go back, work hard in the future, and don't do useless things. As for the compensation you just mentioned, give it to me later, and I'll pass it on to Comrade Zhang Hui. The crowd slowly started to leave, and Lin Miaoyin stood there, waiting for Meng Yuanzheng to give the compensation to Secretary Lee. Meng Yuanzheng, she called him. What's wrong? He stopped in front of her and looked at her gently. You did great just now. She smiled, noticing that Zhang Hui, not far away, was staring at them with hatred in her eyes. Zhang Hui's clothes were filthy, with dirt and rotting vegetable leaves all over her face and head. Thinking about Zhang Hui's fate, Lin Miaoyin sighed inwardly. In the end, she's a pitiful person. Here, wipe your face. She stepped forward and handed him a handkerchief. Zhang Hui froze for a moment, took the handkerchief, looked at it, then raised her head, only to see that Lin Miaoyin had already left with Meng Yuanzheng. Comrade Zhang Hui, come here, Secretary Lee called out. She snapped back to her senses, and it felt like she had misunderstood something from the very beginning. Chapter 26. Business. After lunch, news came from the commune that several teams were asked to select 2 more people from the newly arrived educated youth to become elementary school teachers. Of course, this didn't concern Lin Miaoyin and the others. According to their original plan, they were preparing to head to the commune to buy some things. In less than half a month, the wheat harvest would begin, followed by the corn harvest, then the rice harvest. They would be busy until the end of September before they could take a break. Because of this, Lin Miaoyin had to put her money-making plans on hold until things calmed down. For now, her priority was to work hard and gather as much food as possible for the end of the year to avoid starving in the winter. Another priority was to look into the black market and see if she could find a reliable meat seller. Meng Yuanzheng organized the things he had brought from the city. There were 2 watches, several coats, 2 pairs of leather shoes, a few sweaters, shirts, pants, socks, and some remaining tickets. When he came to the countryside, his family hadn't faced any problems yet, and he had only brought some valuable items. The watches alone were worth over 200 yuan. He had arrived at Hutuan just after the new year, and by early March, his family had encountered trouble. They could no longer send him things since they had their own problems. The grain and meat tickets had long been used up, but there were still some industrial, cloth, and food tickets left. Are you really going to sell all of this? Lin Miaoyin asked. She was holding a woolen coat in her hand. It was finely crafted, thick, and obviously very valuable. There's no use keeping it, Meng Yuanzheng replied. What a waste, such a good coat, she said, stroking the fabric. Meng Yuanzheng saw her regretful expression and said gently, I'll buy you something better in the future. Lin Miaoyin stopped for a moment. She was genuinely just feeling sorry for the coat, not because she wanted it, though deep down she did want it. In this era, people just wore black, white, gray, and blue. From 5 meters away, you couldn't tell one person from another. As a young woman, she couldn't help but feel a little dissatisfied. Let's sell the cheaper ones first. If we really run out of money, we'll sell the expensive ones, Lin Miaoyin sighed. If these things end up on the black market, they probably won't even sell for half the price. No. They're in demand, and the supply is limited, so they won't be too cheap, he explained. Lin Miaoyin suddenly understood. Oh, I get it now. It's the idea that things are valuable because they are scarce, right? What's it called again? A seller's market. Upon hearing this, she noticed that Meng Yuanzheng was looking at her with that unreadable expression, which made her feel a bit uneasy. Why are you looking at me? Nothing. He turned his eyes away. You know about a seller's market? She realized she had gotten a little carried away, and regretted saying so much. Lin Miaoyin pretended not to care. Isn't it the seller who decides whether or not to sell? I just made up the name. Don't you think I'm smart? Smart, he said with a slight smile, then picked up a pair of leather shoes. Let's sell these first. How much did you sell the coat for last time? Lin Miaoyin asked. 10 yuan. She quickly calculated in her mind. Pork in the supply and marketing cooperative was 50 cents a pound, and pork in the modern era costs 20 yuan a pound. So, 10 yuan times 40 equals 400 yuan. 50 cents, 1040 for 100, she murmured to herself, finally figuring out how much the coat was worth. Seeing her mumbling, Meng Yuanzheng asked, What's wrong? This coat is quite valuable, she came to her senses and said. It's all right, but after buying things last time, there was only 5 yuan left. He took out a large bamboo tube from the cabinet. It was filled with various tickets and banknotes, which he handed to her. You're giving this to me? She took the bamboo tube and checked how much money was inside. You're the one in charge of all the money at home. This doesn't seem right. This was the money he had gotten in exchange for his things. She already felt like she was taking advantage by getting some meat. So how could she take all the money for herself? Take it. After saying that, he squatted down, found a cloth bag, stuffed the leather shoes into it, and put it in the basket. Seeing that he had an expression that said, I'll give it all to you, I don't like money, Lin Miaoyin smiled, took out the money and food tickets, and put the bamboo tube back into the cabinet. She then found 2 straw hats and a water bottle, filled it with cool boiled water, smiled at her reflection in the mirror, and called out, "Let's go." Meng Yuanzheng placed the basket on his back and locked the door. She put the straw hat on his head and pinched the edge to straighten it. He bent down, allowing her to adjust it, his eyes lowered, looking incredibly obedient. Let's go, let's go. Today we must return with a full load." Realizing that she had used a cultural word again, she quickly stopped talking and secretly glanced at him. He was looking straight ahead, seemingly not caring about what she had said. The two walked along the road. As they passed the clinic, she suddenly remembered Meng Yuanjing's memory loss. She wondered if it had any serious impact on his health. Maybe they should go for a checkup? But what if he regained his memory and became the villain from the original story? Never mind, she thought. Let me be a little selfish. Preserving my own life is more important. The road was crowded with people, all heading to the commune to buy things during their rest day. As they walked, many people glanced at them, some openly, others more discreetly. Some thought, Lin Miaoyin sure is bold. Her husband is already at a self-criticism meeting for having an affair with another woman, and now here she is, walking to the commune with him, smiling. What a naive woman. Others thought she was pretending that nothing was wrong, but who knew what kind of trouble she was causing behind closed doors? Some people cast disapproving looks, thinking it inappropriate for a man and a woman to walk together. However, this view mostly came from those whose marriages were not harmonious. In the modern era, free love was widely accepted, and dating was considered normal. Lin Miaoyin naturally felt the gazes coming from all directions. Let them guess, she thought. It's not like I'm going to lose a piece of flesh. Anyway, with my identity as Captain Lin's daughter, no one would dare to spread rumors about me. When they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, it was already packed with people. Because of the self-criticism meeting in the morning, they hadn't come early, and now only the most basic things were left. They first went to the grocery store to buy some necessary items such as salt. They still had tickets at home, so they didn't need to go to the black market. They also bought 2 pairs of gloves, 2 towels, a bar of soap, and some kerosene. After putting everything in the basket, they left. After turning through a few alleys, they arrived at the same place as last time. There were still many children keeping watch around. As they walked by, a few of the children stared at them since they were unfamiliar faces. The transactions inside were happening very quietly. Everyone wore hats and headscarves, and the goods weren't displayed too openly. Everyone was afraid they might not have time to escape if there was a surprise inspection. The items for sale were quite varied, and there were many people. Some were exchanging goods, while others were middlemen buying things at low prices and selling them at high prices. Pork was still a rare item, and only those with connections dared to sell it. Lin Miaoyin and Meng Yuanzheng lowered the edges of their straw hats to cover half of their faces, and went in search of a middleman to sell the leather shoes. Meng Yuanjing's shoes were purchased at a large department store in Shanghai, and were nearly new. They originally cost was over 30 yuan, which converted to the familiar price Lin Miaoyin knew, would be more than 1,000. After some negotiation with the middleman, they agreed on a price of 20 yuan, and 10 kilograms of grain tickets in exchange. He used another 5 yuan to exchange for 5 kilograms of meat tickets. After putting the money in their pockets, they bought 2 pounds of pork belly, some fresh vegetables, eggs, 5 pounds of flour, and 10 pounds of rice. Their baskets were both full, and already a third of the money from selling the shoes had been spent. Meng Yuanzheng placed all the rice, flour, and meat in his basket, letting her carry only the lighter vegetables and eggs, which they covered with a cloth they had brought from home. By the time they reached Hutuan, the sun was almost setting. To avoid running into too many people, they took a small path through the cornfield. The corn leaves sticking out on both sides were very irritating, so Meng Yuanjing reached out to help her push them away. As they walked, they suddenly heard some provocative sounds up ahead. As they got closer and listened carefully, both of them stopped. It was the infamous cornfield incident they had heard about. And it was right in front of them. There was no way to avoid it. Taking a detour was too far. If they waited for them to finish, they might not even make it before dark, and the sounds were quite embarrassing. Lin Miaoyin looked up at him and saw that his expression remained unchanged. He was extremely calm. She silently scolded herself and forced herself to calm down. "What should we do?" she whispered. Meng Yuanjing gently shook his head, clearly unsure of what to do either. At that moment, the noise stopped, and they could hear 2 people talking. "Brother Song, you don't need to send me. It's close to the team, I can go back myself," a woman said coquettishly. Why did Lin Miaoyin feel that the voice sounded familiar? The man responded, "No, I can't let you go alone. I'll still send you." "Oh, no need for that." "Oh, really, it's fine. Manhwa be good. I have a bike, I can make it back in time." Manhwa? Yin Manhwa? Lin Miaoyin was startled, and recalled the plot of the original novel. Yin Manhwa had been seeing a young businessman from the city. She had cheated on her fiancé, Jin Chungran, and the affair was only exposed when she became pregnant. This caused the poor man to trigger the female protagonist's sympathy. Yen Hongyue and Jin Chungran had been engaged since childhood. However, after some time, Jin Chungran's family was no longer considered worthy of the Yen family due to their background. Despite this, the head of the Yen family, who was kind-hearted, chose not to break the engagement. But Jin Chungran was just a fool and had no idea how to coax girls. He was nothing like the smooth-talking men from the city, who knew how to charm people. Yen Hongyue turned around and kicked him. Oh, this was embarrassing. Although she had read the original novel and knew that the man was a loyal one who eventually married her, she was still Yen Hongyue's cousin after all. Regardless of whether she cheated on the male protagonist or not, it was not right for her to do such a thing in the cornfield. Meng Yuanzheng clearly remembered who Yen Hongyue was. The two exchanged looks just as they ran into Liang Song and Yen Hongyue, who were walking out holding hands. As soon as they came out, they saw two people standing on the road with baskets on their backs. Unsure of how long they had been standing there. Cousin. Yen Hongyue recognized Lin Miaoyin, and her legs went limp with fear. Liang Song quickly supported her and looked over. Your Hongyue's cousin? Lin Miaoyin was also very confused at this moment. She wondered whether she should act as a generous and understanding older sister, or a woman who would break up the couple. No matter what, she still had to put on a show to save face. Hongyue, come here. She put her hands on her hips and said angrily. Cousin. Yen Hongyue was about to cry from fear. If you don't come here, I will tell your parents. Chapter 27. Education. Cousin, if you're going to blame someone, blame me. I'm the one who forced her. Liang Song stepped forward, held Yen Hongyue in his arms, and looked at her with unwavering resolve. Lin Miaoyin's lips twitched. She hadn't even started her performance yet. She glared at him and said, You're quite courageous. Do you know that your actions could land you in prison for 10 years or more? This is a serious offense. Yen Hongyue lifted her head from Liang Song's chest, looking panicked. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at Lin Miaoyin, shaking her head. Cousin, it wasn't him forcing me. It was my choice. Liang Song lowered his head and gently wiped away her tears with one hand while tightening his grip with the other. I will marry you. Believe me. Lin Miaoyin. Was she in the middle of a Qiangyao drama? She felt like the villain in a melodramatic show, the one everyone hated and spat on for causing trouble. She pulled Meng Yuanzheng, signaling him to join in. The man who received the signal strode forward and asked in a deep voice. A man must take responsibility for his actions. Do you dare? Liang Song straightened his back proudly. Why wouldn't I dare? I'm going to go home and ask my mother to arrange the marriage. Does your family approve of you marrying someone from the countryside? Meng Yuanzheng asked calmly. Judging from Liang Song's clothes, it seemed his family ate commercial grain. It was unclear how he knew Yen Hongyue. I'll decide on my marriage myself. I'll marry whoever I want. If they disagree, I'll run away together? Lin Miaoyin interrupted sarcastically. Yes. Liang Song nodded. Bah. Lin Miaoyin said disdainfully. Run away? To where? To the mountains to live like a wild person? Have you asked my sister if she's willing to follow you? Someone who can barely feed himself? Can you even get a marriage certificate? And nowadays, where can you go without a recommendation letter? You think you can even leave the county? You're so naive. She couldn't stop herself from speaking. She had no choice but to play the role of the villain. If she allowed Yen Hongyue to become pregnant before marriage or rushed into a marriage with Liang Song, her family might also be affected. Liang Song, who had been scolded, felt his face turn red and couldn't speak. Lin Miaoyin rolled her eyes at him and said, How could you come up with such an idea? Even if my sister is stupid enough to go with you, I, as her elder sister, would not agree. Yen Hongyue fell limp in Liang Song's embrace. After hearing Lin Miaoyin's words, she felt her heart sink. It turned out that their love was so hard to pursue. Cousin, when you got married to your husband, didn't your aunt and uncle also oppose it? But in the end, you still got together. Yen Hongyue bit her lip and said. Hearing this, Lin Miaoyin sighed deeply. Because I threatened them by jumping into a well. Do you dare do that? Yen Hongyue's face turned pale. Her parents knew that she was afraid of death and dared not jump. Her father would be so angry that he would beat her. And I regret it now. My parents loved me so much, and I ended up hurting them. Can you bear to do the same to your parents? She shook her head. Besides, after marrying him, I had to rely on my family for support, with nothing to enjoy from the marriage. I've regretted getting married for a long time. Meng Yuanzheng, who had been silently listening, moved slightly. His gaze was deep. But I think he treats you very well, Yen Hongyue said in a low voice. This only happened in the last few days. You know what he was like before. Who knows if he'll change again. Remembering that Meng Yuanzheng had just attended a self-criticism meeting in the morning for having improper relationships, Yen Hongyue did not dare to respond. You're too young. Why are you acting so impulsively? Lin Miaoyin pointed at Liang Song, who still had his arms around Yan Hongyue's waist. What if you end up pregnant? How will your parents face that? Yan Hongyue hurriedly said, this is only our second time. Second time, and it's not enough? Lin Miaoyin glared. How many times do you want to go through this? Why not just date properly and get married when the time is right? This is all because you ran into me. If you had met someone like my brother, he would have already beaten your little lover so badly, he wouldn't be able to crawl out of the gutter. After these words, both Liang Song and Yan Hongyue were deeply ashamed, realizing how serious and wrong their impulsive actions had been. Besides, if his family knew about this, would they accept you? Would they treat you well? He hasn't even married you yet, and has already gone out into the fields with you. Once you're married, can you guarantee he won't fool around with other women? Yan Hongyue was instantly frightened when she heard this and looked up at Liang Song. Liang Song became worried and said quickly, I promise that I will only love Hongyue in this life. What can you use to guarantee that? Can you convince your parents? Liang Song said, I work at the machinery factory in the county. I earn a few dozen yuan a month. I can support Hongyue. Once we marry, we'll move out, and I can apply for a staff dormitory. He finally calmed down and knew how to express his advantages. He believed that he could give Hongyue a good life. Lin Miaoyin looked up at Meng Yuanzheng, who nodded slightly to indicate that it was okay. She smiled and said, I'm not the kind of person to break up a couple, but I don't want to watch you make mistakes that will lead to serious consequences. As long as he treats you well and marries you openly, I'll be relieved. In the original novel, Yan Hongyue's pregnancy was revealed in November. At that time, she was about 4 months pregnant, and her growing belly became noticeable and could no longer be hidden. It's June now, so she likely wasn't pregnant yet. Thank you, cousin, Yan Hongyue said. Her eyes slightly reddened. You can't do this again before marriage, understand? Lin Miaoyin said. There's no birth control now, and you never know when you might get pregnant. I understand, Yan Hongyue nodded. What about you? Lin Miaoyin glanced at Liang Song, who nodded quickly. I understand, don't worry. I will apply for a dormitory as soon as possible, and when it is assigned, I will come to propose. Good, Lin Miaoyin responded satisfied. It's getting dark. Hongyue, come back with us. Hongyue, I will come to see you when I have time. You must take good care of yourself. The young couple said their goodbyes reluctantly. Lin Miaoyin and Meng Yuanzheng, who were standing on the side, both looked gloomy and felt like their teeth were about to fall out. I won't change, the man next to her suddenly said. What? She didn't react immediately, but after a moment, she remembered that she had just said she wasn't sure if he would change back. Think about it yourself, Meng Yuanzheng said coldly. I've thought about it. If you change back, I'll divorce you, just like in ancient times when men divorced women, she muttered softly. A smile flashed in Meng Yuanzheng's eyes, but he said nothing. It was almost dark when the three of them returned to Hutuwan Brigade. After sending Yan Hongyue home, the two of them also hurried home. They unpacked their things and put them in the cabinet. Meng Yuanzheng went to boil water to take a bath, while Lin Miaoyin took the remaining money and stuffed it back into the bamboo tube. What should she cook tonight? Since it was a rare rest day, she decided to make steamed pork with rice flour. Chapter 28. Daily Life. Making steamed pork with rice flour is both simple and tricky at the same time. She took half a pound of pork belly, washed it, and sliced it into small pieces. Then she mixed it with salt, soy sauce, minced ginger, Sichuan pepper, and a splash of white liquor. After mixing everything well, she let it marinate. Normally, she would add more seasonings, but with limited ingredients, she could only make a simpler version. While the meat was marinating, she heated a pan and dry-fried the rice until it turned golden, fragrant, and crispy. Then she scooped it into a mortar. Meanwhile, Meng Yuanzheng was heating the water. Once it was hot enough, he poured it into a bucket, added some cold water to adjust the temperature, and carried it to the back of the house. You should pound this. It takes a lot of strength, Lin Miaoyin said, handing him the pestle. All right. The water is ready and behind the house. You can take your bath, Meng Yuanzheng replied, stepping forward to take the mortar and carefully using the pestle to crush the rice grains. Lin Miaoyin found some clothes to change into, and was walking toward the back of the house. Meng Yuanzheng followed behind her, holding the mortar. She turned around, saw him and smiled. You don't have to wait outside today. She had to overcome her fear. She couldn't let him stand outside while she took a bath every day. It's okay, he whispered, found a place to squat down, put the mortar on the stone slab and started pounding. Seeing how focused he was, Lin Miaoyin didn't insist and simply lifted the curtain to step inside. By the time she finished bathing and came out, Meng Yuanzheng had already ground the rice into fine flour. She picked it up and leaned in to take a sniff. The rich, fragrant aroma filled the air. All right, let me show off my cooking skills tonight. Have you ever had steamed pork with rice flour? I have, Meng Yuanzheng replied. So do you like it? The rice is already ground. Wouldn't it be too late to say no? he said with a rare hint of humor. Lin Miaoying felt a little embarrassed. Of course you like it. It's delicious. She put the rice flour under the eaves. The water on the stove was almost hot. While Meng Yuanzheng went to take a bath, she started steaming the meat. Pour the rice noodles into the meat, stir well with your hands, then put the chopped sweet potatoes on the bottom of the bowl, and place the meat on top. Pour water at the bottom of the pot, put a bamboo steaming rack on it, place the bowl on it, then put the remaining steamed buns around the bowl, cover the pot, turn on high heat, and start steaming. Before long, steam seeped through the woven bamboo lid, forming a misty haze in the air. The entire kitchen was filled with a mouth-watering aroma. She took this opportunity to pick 2 more cucumbers and serve them as a cold dish. After steaming for nearly an hour, when the water in the pot was almost dry, she wrapped the edges with cloth, took it out, sprinkled it with chopped green onions, put the steamed buns on a plate, and brought it to the table. While the meat was being steamed, Meng Yuanzheng had already washed and hung up the clothes. The golden steamed pork with rice flour was served with chopped green onions. The sweet potatoes and potatoes underneath had absorbed the rich juices, and with the addition of the pickled cucumbers, the meal looked incredibly appetizing. You did most of the work today, so you get the first bite. Try this piece, it's the best one, Lin Miaoying said, picking up a well-balanced piece of pork and placing it into his bowl. You cooked this meal, so why do I have the greatest contribution? Meng Yuanzheng picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of meat in his mouth. Did you forget who paid for this meal? I'm just here eating with you. Also, you carried the rice and meat back. That reminds me, after we finish eating, I'll check your back to see if the basket strap has cut into it. The medicine Zhu Jiqing gave you is still around. Apply some, it will heal faster. I saw you were carrying manure a couple of days ago, and your shoulders were bruised. Without realizing it, she found herself starting to care for him. In this unfamiliar world, having someone by her side was already a kind of happiness. He treated her kindly, and she, being clear-headed, knew that she could only enjoy his kindness by treating him well. In short, it was all about mutual respect and care. Meng Yuanzheng listened to Lin Miaoying talk while calmly and gently placing a few pieces of meat into her bowl. Why don't you eat something first? Seeing her talk endlessly, he couldn't help but remind her. Lin Miaoying lowered her head and didn't notice how much meat was in her bowl. Although the steamed bun was left over from noon, it was steamed in the pot together with the steamed pork with rice flour, and it absorbed the aroma of the meat. A bite of steamed bun and a bite of meat. Life is worth it. Seeing her squinting her eyes with a satisfied look, a big bite of steamed bun with meat in her mouth and a piece of cucumber stuffed in it, chewing with her cheeks puffed out, Meng Yuanzheng's gaze softened. He gently poured her a glass of water. She mumbled, "Thank you," took a bite of the potato, then remembered something and glared at him. "Why aren't you eating? If you don't eat, I won't eat either." Don't think she doesn't realize it. He's just being lenient with her, much like when she was younger, and her mother would always say she didn't like meat. Let's eat." Meng Yuanzheng quickly picked up a piece of meat and imitated her, taking big bites of the steamed bun, stuffing the meat, and then the cucumber into it. Lin Miaoying rolled her eyes at him and said, "You look so ugly eating like that. Can't you be a bit more elegant? I'm not fighting with you for the food." Meng Yuanzheng, half a pound of meat is not a lot, and the two of them each took a few pieces, and they were gone. Fortunately, there were plenty of potatoes and sweet potatoes, and they were just as delicious. After clearing the table, Lin Miaoying leaned back in her chair, and recalled what happened this afternoon. "Hey, do you think my cousin's partner is reliable? Look at it from a man's perspective." Meng Yuanzheng thought for a moment. He doesn't seem scheming, but he also doesn't seem like someone with a great sense of responsibility. Exactly. I think so too. She clapped her hands in agreement. Before they even got married, they were sneaking around in the cornfield. That's not deep affection or something they couldn't resist. It's just hormones. They have no sense of responsibility. Meng Yuanzheng remained expressionless. That's true. Fortunately, I gave him a little reminder, and he reacted by saying he has a salary and can support Hongyu. Then she suddenly thought of something. In the original novel, Meng Yuanzheng was the kind of person who would sneak around in a cornfield. She wasn't sure if he had done that, but it wasn't mentioned in the original. That reminds me, the cornfield is worse than the wild grass pile on the back mountain. The corn leaves scratch terribly, and there are so many pigworms and caterpillars. The corn roots were even fertilized with manure. If it were me, I'd pick the wild grass pile on the back mountain, at least it's soft. Meng Yuanzheng, what is this woman talking about? Cough, I'll go wash the dishes. He quickly collected the bowls and left. Lin Miaoying didn't care. She started to worry about one thing. Yan Hongyue and Jin Chengren were engaged as children, and it would be difficult to cancel the engagement as long as old man Yan was still alive. Zhu Wanqin now lives in Jin Chengren's house. According to the original plot, the two should be getting along well now. Jin Chengren takes good care of her, but they haven't developed any feelings for each other yet. For now, She had to take it step by step and see whether Zhu Wanqin and Jin Chengren would develop feelings for each other, or if Liang Song and Yan Hongyue would win over old master Yan with love. After a while, when she was ready to go to bed, Meng Yuanzheng came in with a wooden basin and placed it in front of her. She was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Meng Yuanzheng wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel after working in the kitchen. He squatted down in front of her and said, "We've been walking on the mountain road for so long today. Soak your feet and I'll massage it." Lin Miaoyin was shocked and felt extremely frightened. She said in disbelief, "You want to wash my feet? Massage my feet?" Meng Yuanzheng looked up at her, his expression serious yet gentle. "Yes." Lin Miaoyin took a few steps back. When she thought of his hands pressing on the soles of her feet, she felt itchy and uncomfortable all over. I don't want to." "If you don't, it will hurt tomorrow. We still have a whole day of work ahead," he said patiently, almost like he was coaxing a child. "But I don't want you to massage my feet," Lin Miaoyin said firmly. Chapter 29. Foot Massage. One of Lin Miaoyin's life principles is to return favors. For small things, if Meng Yuanzheng takes care of it, that's fine. But when it comes to something like a foot massage, she can't just sit back and enjoy it without doing something in return. Moreover, she felt conflicted inside. On one hand, there was a part of her that vaguely looked forward to it. After all, having a handsome man massage your feet, it was exciting just to think about. On the other hand, she felt embarrassed. Why had he suddenly thought of doing such a thing? While she was dealing with her feelings, Meng Yuanzheng suddenly stood up. He reached out, grabbed her hand, and pulled her toward him. She was surprised as he gently pushed her down into the seat with his hand on her shoulder. Meng Yuanzheng, she looked up at him, a bit at a loss for words. "I don't need you to help with the massage, don't worry," he said, trying to reassure her. He crouched down, held her ankle, lifted her foot, and reached for her shoe. She was startled, her whole body tensing up. "I'll do it myself. I'll take them off." Seeing that he hadn't let go, she hurriedly said, "I can take them off myself. My feet smell. I'm afraid it will bother you." "You just took a bath. They don't smell," he said, already undoing the buckle of her cloth shoe and taking it off, placing it on the ground, revealing Lin Miaoyin's foot. Her face had tanned slightly from working under the sun every day, but her feet were still fair and soft, unexpectedly cute. After walking for hours in the afternoon, the sides of her feet were a little red. Knowing she was embarrassed, he didn't stare. He just glanced at them a bit before gently placing them in the water, then took off the other shoe. The water temperature was just right, warm, soothing, and refreshing. Meng Yuanzheng reached into the water and carefully washed each of her toes. His hands were large, with long fingers. After days of work, calluses had started forming on his palms, making Lin Miaoyin feel a ticklish sensation. It took all her self-control to keep from pulling her leg away. Sitting on the stool, she clenched her hands, watching as he lowered his head, focused entirely on washing her feet. She was overwhelmed with emotion. The supposed villain was actually washing her feet. She could almost cry. After washing, he let her feet soak for a while before finding an old towel to dry them, then placed them on his thigh. He then pressed on the acupoints on the soles of her feet, applying just the right amount of pressure. Lin Miaoyin bit her lip. This was way too embarrassing. But it felt so good. Her blood circulation improved, the exhaustion faded, and she could completely relax. No wonder there were so many foot spas in modern times. Meng Yuanzheng lowered his eyes, wrapping her feet in his hands. His face gradually reddened, but he forced himself to act normal. "If it hurts, just say something," he said in a deep voice. Lin Miaoyin's face was burning as she quietly responded. She stole a few glances at him. Wow. His side profile was seriously good-looking, sharp jawline, high nose bridge, and his Adam's apple moved slightly as he swallowed. His thin lips were pressed together, and his eyes remained focused. He somehow looked both cold and gentle at the same time. After finishing with her feet, Meng Yuanzheng found a small pair of scissors to trim her slightly long toenails. Lin Miaoyin was terrified he'd accidentally cut her skin. She didn't dare move, instinctively trying to pull her foot back, but his large hand firmly held it in place. When he finished, she regained control over her foot and noticed the light sweat on her body. She sat there, watching him carry the wooden basin out of the room, then touched her face. It was burning hot. This was so embarrassing. She felt so shameless. Why couldn't she resist? But she also secretly enjoyed it. She scolded herself and slapped the bed a few times to ease her feelings. At the same time, she began to recall everything Meng Yuanzheng had done since she arrived in this world. And after thinking for a while, she came to a conclusion. He was way too good to her. Ugh, why did it have to turn out like this? She slapped the bed again. Her initial desire was to get a divorce. She had no idea where that thought had disappeared to. Instead, she now felt a strange sense of closeness to him. It must be because he was so good-looking. He must have been using his good looks to charm her. If he were ugly, she definitely wouldn't feel this way. Everyone has a love for beauty. There's nothing shameful about it, she comforted herself. Just then, she heard the sound of Meng Yuanzheng placing things down in the yard. Panicked, she quickly climbed onto the bed and pulled the quilt over her head. She had no idea how to face him otherwise. Sleep, sleep. By tomorrow, everything would be fine again. When Meng Yuanzheng walked back in, he found that Lin Miaoyin had disappeared under the quilt, completely covering herself, not even a bit of her head exposed. He chuckled softly, locked the door and walked over. Placing one hand on the bed, he used the other to pull the quilt down. Lin Miaoyin was startled. She had been lying on her side, facing the wall, but when he pulled the quilt, she subconsciously turned her head and came face to face with him. She was even more startled and immediately sat up. You scared me. It's so hot. If you cover your head like that, you'll get a heat rash, Meng Yuanzheng said as he sat cross-legged on the bed after taking off his shoes. I like it this way. If I don't cover up, mosquitoes will bite me. Look. Every morning when I wake up, my arms and face are covered in bites. She rolled up her sleeve and stretched out her arm to show him the red spots. Meng Yuanzheng glanced at her arm, then quickly looked away. Oh right. I almost forgot. She stood up from the bed, searched through the cabinet, and took out some medicine that Zhu Wanqin had given her. Standing by the bed, she said, "Take off your shirt. I'll apply the medicine for you." He looked at the ointment in her hand, his gaze softened. The corners of his lips curled slightly before he turned his back to her and took off his vest. The bruises on his shoulders were from days of carrying manure, and today he had carried 10 kilograms of rice, 5 kilograms of flour, and 2 kilograms of meat through the mountain roads for a long time. His back and shoulders were covered in dark bruises. The weak back and slender waistline made Lin Miaoyin's eyes warm and her heart ache. She applied the ointment to his shoulders and gently massaged it in. "I wanted to ask you something," she said in a quiet voice. Why are you so good to me? You never treated me well before." "Because you're my wife," Meng Yuanzheng said in a deep voice. "I'm not your wife. Your wife is already dead," she muttered in her heart. "But I wasn't good to you. I was so harsh to you before. I've forgotten about the past. All I remember is that on that rainy night, you gave me the bed to sleep on. Just because of that." She was surprised. "Of course, the main reason is that you're my wife. It's only right for me to treat you well." Lin Miaoyin. He's a straightforward man, no doubt about it. After finishing applying the medicine, she went outside to wash her hands. Seeing that the wind was picking up again, she looked up and saw that the moon and stars were covered by clouds. It was going to rain soon. She hurriedly called Meng Yuanjing out to bring the clothes inside. "It's going to rain tomorrow. That means we can sleep in." She sat cross-legged with a satisfied smile, glancing at the watch on the bedside table. It was just past 9 p.m. In her past life, that would have been the start of the nightlife. The two of them lay on their respective sides, and she felt a bit relieved that Meng Yuanjing didn't snore. Otherwise, she would have been in trouble. But lying there, she found it a bit hard to fall asleep. She softly called out to him. "Meng Yuanjing, are you asleep?" "No," came the reply from the other side. "I need to tell you something serious." "What is it?" "Go ahead." "I've been able to dream about certain things that will happen in the future since I was little. For example, I once dreamed that my father would be elected as the team leader, that my brother would marry Cui Fun and make her my sister-in-law, and that the pigs from the commune would give birth to a few piglets. Do you believe me?" She started to make up things. Meng Yuanjing cooperated and asked, "I believe you, so what did you dream this time?" "I dreamed that the college entrance exam will be restored next year." Chapter 30. Landslide. How do you know about this? Meng Yuanjing sat up, his voice trembling slightly, a mix of surprise and excitement flashing across his face. His sudden movement caused the bed to creak under him. Lin Miaoyin quickly sat up as well, facing him. His strange expression made her uneasy. What's going on with him? He's crying and laughing at the same time. What's wrong with you? She waved her hand in front of his eyes, but he didn't react. Instead, he covered his face with one hand, letting out a deep sigh of relief before falling back onto the bed. Lying there, he continued to cry and laugh, his mouth slightly open as his throat moved with each breath. This isn't good. He's completely lost it. Panicked, she crawled over to his side and knelt beside him. Shaking his shoulders, she urged, "Say something. Don't just lie there and scare me like this." Meng Yuanjing reached out, gently moving her arm away and placing it back on the quilt, as if silently telling her not to touch him. "I'm fine. Just go to sleep." His voice was steadier now, and he pulled the quilt over himself, covering his head. Lin Miaoyin. She really wanted to punch him through the quilt, but she held herself back. With a stomach full of questions, she settled back down, trying to calm herself. Outside, the wind and rain picked up, making the room feel a little colder. Lin Miaoyin wrapped herself tighter in the quilt and lightly nudged him with her foot. There was no response. He had probably fallen asleep. She had planned to talk to him about the college entrance exams, but now? What kind of situation was this? The next morning, it was still drizzling. The room remained dim, and Lin Miaoyin had no energy to get up or make breakfast. She called out to Meng Yuanjing a few more times. From the other side of the bed came a sleepy nasal mm. That unexpected cuteness softened her heart just a little. She sat up, crawled over to him, and poked him through the quilt. Are you awake? I'm awake. Then tell me, what was going on with you last night? She deliberately softened her voice. Meng Yuanjing turned to face her, his eyes brighter than before. He lowered his gaze slightly and smiled. Lin Miaoyin was completely confused. Something was definitely wrong with him. Are you feeling unwell? Get up, let's go to the clinic. She placed the back of her hand against his forehead, but he didn't feel feverish. Tell me about the restoration of the college entrance exams. His voice was a little hoarse from just waking up. He sat up, stretched his arm, and grabbed his coat from the chair, draping it over her shoulders before leaning back against the bed. Lin Miaoyin pulled up the sleeve and took a sniff. Other than the faint scent of soap, there was nothing unusual. You need to tell me first, do you believe I can predict the future? I do, he said without hesitation. Lin Miaoyin grinned. I had a dream. In my dream, she leaned in closer, lowering her voice. I saw that next year, the policies will change. Not only will the college entrance exam be restored, but even the production teams will gradually start to change. She was so close that her breath brushed against his neck. After speaking, she sat back up, and Meng Yuanjing silently touched his neck. Do you want to take the exam? He asked. In her past life, she had only graduated from a technical college. So many years had passed since then, and she had forgotten almost everything. Besides, in this era, the college entrance exam acceptance rate was ridiculously low. She had no desire to compete. But Meng Yuanjing was different. He came from a well-off family, and both his parents were educated intellectuals. Based on how he was described in the original novel, he eventually became an official. If he prepared properly this year, his chances of getting in were quite high. She tightened the coat around herself. I don't have what it takes for that, but you can take the exam. Your parents are both educated people after all. Then can you predict whether I'll pass? Meng Yuanjing asked. It's random. It's not like I can predict everything. She hesitated before adding. If I could predict everything, wouldn't that make me a deity? That's true. Meng Yuanjing seemed thoughtful. According to what you said, I should start preparing now. Exactly. The earlier you start, the better your chances. But what? But if you get in, you better not leave me behind and run off to the city to find a foreign girl. Cough. Meng Yuanjing choked on his breath. What foreign girl? What are you even thinking about? Lin Miaoyin dropped the coat and lay back down, pulling the quilt over herself. I don't want to get up. What time is it? Meng Yuanjing checked. It was past 8 in the morning. He didn't feel like moving either. His shoulders ached slightly from carrying things the day before. They stayed curled up in bed until after 10. Finally, Meng Yuanjing got up, pulled on his coat, and opened the door. The hinges creaked, and outside, fine raindrops dripped from the eaves, forming small puddles on the ground. Lin Miaoyin groggily woke up and got out of bed. She glanced over and saw Meng Yuanjing standing by the window, the cold wind blowing against him. His tall, lean figure gave off a lonely, almost cinematic vibe. As she walked closer, he didn't even seem to notice her. She looked where he was staring and saw a big field ahead. Far away, the mountains were hidden in mist and rain, with the green hills stretching off into the distance. She reached out and carefully poked him. Meng Yuanjing snapped back to his senses, and his gaze fell on her face. He frowned. Put your coat on. It's cold. Oh. She obediently went back to put on her coat. What should we have for lunch? Noodles. Meng Yuanjing said as he glanced up at the spot where the roof had leaked last time. It had already been repaired, and there were no more leaks. Sounds good. I'll go knead the dough. She finished dressing and was about to head out when Meng Yuanjing grabbed her coat. With a helpless tone he said, You haven't even washed up yet. Lin Miaoyin, I'll knead the dough first and let it rest before washing up. You go ahead. She pulled back her clothes, carefully avoiding the muddy puddles to keep her cloth shoes from getting wet. When she reached the kitchen, she mixed the dough, covered it, and then fetched water to brush her teeth and wash her face. Meng Yuanjing had already finished washing up, and was quietly sharpening a knife. Sitting on a small wooden stool, he set up the sharpening stone, with the kitchen knife, and began to sharpen it, doing it skillfully. By the time the dull blade had regained its metallic shine, Lin Miaoyin had already finished making the noodles. After their meal, around 1 in the afternoon, the rain had stopped, and even a bit of sunlight peeked through. Lin Miaoyin planned to visit the Lin family to pick up some chicks since Chuifan had mentioned yesterday that their hens had hatched yesterday. Meng Yuanjing, on the other hand, put on his straw hat and raincoat, and headed up the mountain to chop some bamboo to make chicken coops. Though the villagers were poor, They made full use of every available resource. For example, the bamboo near the foot of the mountain had already been cut down. And even the bamboo shoots buried deep in the ground had been dug up to eat. To get bamboo, one had to go deeper into the mountains. Lin Miaoyin wasn't comfortable letting him go alone, so she planned to ask her older brother, Lin Miaojuan, to accompany him. However, when they arrived at the Lin family house, they found out that Lin Miaojuan had gone to the county town to buy some nutritional supplements for Cui Fun, who was about to give birth in a few months. I'll go with you. I'll catch the chicks tomorrow, Lin Miaoyin said. Their mother also advised. There was heavy rain last night. The mountain streams must be flooding, so don't go near Shatsi River. The terrain around Shatsi River are steep, and the road is hard to travel. Got it. We won't go too far. We'll just chop some bamboo, she said, taking off her straw hat and raincoat, borrowing the Lin family's axe, and putting on a basket to carry the chicks. She and Meng Yuanzheng headed toward the back mountain. Hutuan Brigade was backed by dense mountains, with peaks stretching endlessly. There were many legends about these mountains, and people living at the foot of the mountain had always held it in reverence. Both of them wore rubber boots, which prevented them from slipping, but the mud made their steps feel heavy. If we come back in a few days, we might be able to gather some mushrooms and edible lichen, Lin Miaoyin said, breathing in the fresh, rain-washed scent of the forest. She felt relaxed and at ease. They walked deeper into the mountain, where there was only a narrow trail, and the area was overgrown with wild grass. The bamboo had mostly been cut down, leaving only large trees that couldn't be chopped. Walking along an old moss-covered stone path, they ventured deeper into the mountains. Lin Miaoyin walks carefully to avoid slipping, while Meng Yuanjing found a sturdy branch to probe the ground ahead, wary of stepping on any soft creatures. Give me your hand. He stopped and reached out to her. Lin Miaoyin gladly took his hand, gripping it tightly, feeling much more secure. As they walked, a loud rumbling sound came from a distance. The rain from last night had gathered in the mountain streams, forming a small waterfall. Over there's bamboo, Meng Yuanjing said. They had almost reached the peak. This mountain wasn't very high, only a few hundred meters. Not far ahead, a cluster of bamboo stood tall. Upon closer inspection, they saw that it was the perfect type for weaving bamboo crafts. Take a break. I'll do the cutting, Meng Yuanjing said. Let's cut 4 or 5 stalks. We can make some baskets too. If we don't take enough, someone else will cut them before we come back, and then we'll have to wait until next spring for new ones to grow. Meng Yuanjing took out the axe from the basket, put on gloves, found a stable footing, and selected the right spots to start chopping. Meanwhile, Lin Miaoyin wandered around the hill to see if she could find any wild fruits. Looking ahead, she could see the fields and village of Hutuan Brigade. Behind her was the towering mountain range, and below, there was a low valley where people seemed to be busy. She looked closely and remembered that this was the newly discovered coal mine. The commune had organized people to mine coal, with a daily quota of 10 centimeters, and they even got a meal. There were quite a few people down there. As Lin Miaoyin watched the mountain ahead, something suddenly came to mind. She gasped and rushed back to Meng Yuanzheng, who was still chopping bamboo. Quick! Stop chopping. We have to get down to the coal mine. What's wrong? Meng Yuanzheng immediately stopped when he saw her anxious expression. Without hesitation, he put the axe back in the basket, removed his gloves, and followed her down the mountain. I have this ability to predict things. Just now, I suddenly had a feeling that the mountain over there, above the coal mine, will have a landslide and block the mine's entrance. We need to hurry and save them, Lin Miaoyin explained as they rushed down. What time is it now? Lin Miaoyin asked. Meng Yuanzheng glanced at his wrist. 2:30. There was less than an hour left before it happened. Slow down, watch your step. Meng Yuanzheng grabbed her hand. Lin Miaoyin's mind was racing, trying to recall the plot of the original novel. In the original work, the male protagonist, Jin Chengren, worked in this coal mine alongside many teammates and fellow workers. It had rained today, so they normally wouldn't have had to work, but since a quota had been set from above, the mine's management saw that the rain had stopped and the sun was out, so they ordered work to continue. There were no professional technicians guiding the work, and they didn't survey the terrain or the rock layers. They just followed traditional methods of digging the mine tunnel. What they didn't know was that after the heavy rain, the soil had become loose and heavier. In the past, there had been no issues when it rained, but as the mining progressed deeper, the mountain structure was gradually damaged, which eventually led to the landslide and collapse. In the original novel, a few people died in this accident. The male protagonist broke his leg while trying to save others, and the rest were buried in the cave. The person in charge, realizing something had gone wrong, had already run off to save himself. In the end, the male protagonist dragged his nearly crippled leg down the mountain to find Secretary Li, which led to the rescue operation. However, the casualties were still severe. This event served as a major turning point in the romance between the male and female protagonist. The injured male protagonist was later recognized and rewarded, but his leg might have long-term complications. More importantly, he fell into a deep depression. His family even scolded him, saying he had been foolish. He had a chance to escape but insisted on playing the hero. Look, did anyone you saved even come to thank you? Look at this small amount of consolation money. It's not even enough to treat your leg. It was the female protagonist who became a light in his dark world. She encouraged him to recover, taught him how to properly rehabilitate, gave him massages, and even went to the commune to demand public funding for his treatment. She threatened to write a report if they refused. She fought for his chance to receive treatment at a major hospital and reignited his determination. In the end, his leg fully recovered. During this time, the male protagonist fell deeply in love with this bright and warm-hearted woman. Although this was the original plot, Lin Miaoying couldn't just stand by and let it happen. She had to prevent the accident. Now that she was in this world, the people who would die weren't just characters in a story. They were real, living human beings. Fortunately, Meng Yuanzheng believed her unconditionally and followed her without hesitation. This filled her heart with warmth. It took them half an hour to reach the coal mine. The sun was shining brightly, and inside the tunnel, work was in full swing. The person in charge of the mine was a relative of an official and believed he had power. He stood outside in the sun, overseeing the workers without making any effort to help. When he saw an unfamiliar young man and woman approaching, he frowned impatiently. "We're not hiring anymore. Go back." Seriously, it was always the same. People kept coming to ask for work, even though they were already full. Didn't the team leader or the secretary know how to manage things? "Comrade, we're here for an important reason. Just now, we were on that mountain and saw signs of a landslide forming above this one. Please call the workers out immediately to prevent a disaster," Lin Miaoying said, pointing at the two mountains. The person in charge looked at them. A clueless young man and a little girl. What did they know about landslides? He glanced up at the mountain. It appeared perfectly fine. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. It was broad daylight, and they were saying all these ominous things. "What nonsense are you two brats spouting? Get lost." "How can you speak like that?" Meng Yuanzheng said coldly. "That's how I talk. Didn't you hear me? Get lost," the person in charge sneered. "We're telling the truth. A landslide is about to happen, and the mine will collapse. If you don't evacuate them now, can you bear the consequences?" Lin Miaoying demanded angrily. The time was running out, and she could feel the rocks and soil loosening above. She was panicking. How could this idiot still be wasting time? "Oh, you little brat. Keep pushing me, and I'll slap you." The person in charge was enraged. Just then, a female voice called out from behind them. "Miaoying? Brother Meng? What are you two doing here?" Chapter 31. Mountain Collapse. Zhu Wanqin came over looking flustered. "Zhu Wanqin, why are you here too?" Lin Miaoying asked in confusion. According to the original plot, Zhu Wanqin wasn't supposed to be here. "I heard you can pick mushrooms after it rains, so I came up the mountain. But while wandering around, I saw some deep cracks. There might be a landslide." She pointed to a section on the mountain above the coal mine, while carrying an empty basket. Unfortunately, it was too high up to see clearly. "Hey, you're an educated youth, right? What are you talking about? It's normal for some mud to come loose after rain. Landslide? What landslide? That's nonsense." The person in charge frowned. Seeing Zhu Wanqin dressed in military green clothes, with delicate features that made her look like a city girl, his tone was noticeably less harsh than when he spoke to Lin Miaoying and the others. "Comrade, please get them out first and send someone up to check. I have a relative who studies geological surveying, and he told me that heavy rain can easily trigger landslides. And with how deep you've dug this mine, the risk is even higher," Zhu Wanqin urged, her face pale. When educated people speak, it always sounds more convincing. Coupled with Zhu Wanqin's gentle appearance, the person in charge began to waver. "This situation, it's not as serious as you're making it out to be, is it? But lives are at stake. Better safe than sorry. If something happens, it won't be a small issue," Zhu Wanqin urged with furrowed brows. The person in charge glanced at her, feeling somewhat smug. It wasn't every day a young and pretty city girl pleaded with him. "If the work gets delayed and we don't meet the quotas set by the higher-ups, I'll be the one held responsible," he sighed. Seeing the back and forth between them, Lin Miaoying grew impatient. She couldn't afford to wait any longer. She discreetly tugged Meng Yuanzheng's sleeve and glanced toward the mine entrance. Meng Yuanzheng immediately understood. He sprinted forward, jumped into the mine and ran inside while shouting, "Get out now. The mountain is about to collapse." His voice echoed through the tunnel. The workers inside stopped what they were doing and listened carefully. Meng Yuanzheng shouted again, his voice growing louder as he got closer. Outside, chaos erupted. Several workers had been transporting materials. In the original plot, when the landslide happened, these people ran away in an instant. Now, seeing Meng Yuanzheng rush inside, the person in charge was furious. Outsiders weren't allowed in the mine, and doing it right in front of him was a direct challenge to his authority. "You lot, go in there and drag him out." he ordered the transport workers, preparing to storm in himself. Don't go in. The mountain is about to collapse. Zhu Wanqin shouted anxiously. A few people ignored her and were about to enter the cave. But someone stood at the entrance, arms and legs spread wide, blocking the way. You can't go in. Do you want to die? Lin Miaoying reprimanded them sternly. She was extremely anxious. Meng Yuanzheng had gone inside, but there was still no movement. He was probably arguing with the people inside, while the landslide was imminent and could happen at any moment. Seeing that the person in charge still wanted to cause trouble, she knew that if too many people crowded inside and the collapse happened, there would be chaos as everyone rushed out, leading to even more casualties. She decided to block the entrance completely and shouted harshly, "No one is getting in today. You crazy woman. Are you looking for trouble? Get out of the way right now, or I'll have you arrested." One of the people in charge, furious, rolled up his sleeves and grabbed Lin Miaoying's arm, trying to drag her away forcefully. Lin Miaoying struggled with all her strength, refusing to move. Miaoying, Miaoying, come up now. Comrades, the mountain is really about to collapse. Zhu Wanqin was so anxious she was on the verge of tears. Lin Miaoying lowered her head and bit into the person in charge's hand with force. He let out a painful scream and released her. Just as he was about to raise his hand to slap her, a strange sound came from above. Just then, an unusual sound came from above. Listening closely, it was the sound of cracking rock. Small collapses were already starting nearby. The others started shouting, "It's collapsing! It's collapsing!" They immediately dropped everything and ran for their lives. The person in charge also reacted quickly. His mind had only one thought, run. He scrambled up the mine pit and fled in an instant. The mountain had already begun to split, with soil and rocks tumbling down rapidly. A large-scale collapse was seconds away. Lin Miaoying felt momentarily lost. She knew she should climb up immediately, but Meng Yuanzheng was still inside. "Miaoying, come up now," Zhu Wanqin shouted loudly. Lin Miaoying snapped back to her senses. Going in now would be useless. She would be better off running down the mountain to get help as soon as possible to increase their chances of rescue. She climbed up the mine pit with all her strength. After only a few steps, a massive landslide of rocks, soil, and vegetation came crashing down, burying the mine entrance in an instant. The world seemed to shift and darken. Lin Miaoying and Zhu Wanqin ran as fast as they could, narrowly avoiding being crushed by the falling rocks and trees. The other people had already disappeared from sight. They wouldn't go for help. They would only flee to escape responsibility. As she ran, Lin Miaoying's eyes reddened, and her chest felt like it was going to explode. She was the one who asked Meng Yuanzheng to go in and call the others. She had misjudged the timing. She thought he would be in and out quickly. She didn't expect that the people inside would hold him back. This wasn't how the original story went. They had changed the plot, and now she had no idea what would happen next. If Meng Yuanzheng was injured or worse, she didn't know how she would face herself. Overwhelmed with regret, she wiped away her tears and kept running. The sooner she called for help, the better their chances of survival. She didn't care that Zhu Wanqin had fallen far behind. Her mind was consumed by a single thought. Faster, faster. As she ran, she tripped over a rock and fell, but she quickly got up and kept going. Practically rolling and crawling, she rushed back to the village at a frantic speed. It had taken her an hour to get to the mine, but she made it back in just 20 minutes. The village streets were empty. Everyone was resting at home. She headed straight for the village secretary's house. Inside, Secretary Li's wife was stitching the sole of a shoe when she suddenly saw someone barge in. The person was covered in mud and tears, their knees scraped open with blood visible underneath. Recognizing who it was, she quickly put down her work and stood up in shock. "Miaoying? What happened to you?" "Auntie, quick, tell Secretary Li to bring people to the coal mine. The mountain collapsed." Lin Miaoying gasped for breath as she spoke. Hearing this, the village secretary's wife immediately shouted loudly, "Old Li, come out. The mountain collapsed." Within a minute or two, Secretary Li, his son, and his daughter-in-law all rushed outside. "What? The mountain collapsed? The mine caved in. There are people buried inside," Lin Miaoying said anxiously. Secretary Li managed to stay calm and quickly gave orders to his family. "You two, hurry. One of you go call the team members, and the other go to the neighboring team and find Secretary Zhang. Tell them to bring hose and rush to the coal mine. Miaoying, go get your father and the others. I'll call the commune to send a vehicle to transport the injured to the hospital." "Got it." Everyone responded and immediately sprang into action. Lin Miaoying took off running toward her home, silently praying, "Please, let no one die. Please let no one die. Meng Yuanzheng, you have to make it out alive."